Hi, I'm Claire Houlihan, President of the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association. We're pleased to welcome you to the 2023 New York State Sheep and Wool Festival.
Every fall since 1980, the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association have presented the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. From raw fiber to animals, products, and goats too, fiber farmers, vendors, shows, equipment auction, workshops, and even a llama parade. So please join us again in 2023 for the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. You'll be glad you came.
Clean Cashmere is growing the American cashmere industry by sourcing cashmere directly from our American farmers to create a natural, high-quality luxury fiber. By working directly with our cashmere herders, we created a beneficial relationship where we help farmers generate income from their herds while we get high-quality cashmere in return. This approach ensures our cashmere is traceable all the way to the deherring mill. We work to protect the planet through these partnerships and are committed to ethical and environmental standards, keeping a low carbon footprint, and all while enhancing American regenerative agricultural practices. 2 of our cashmere yarn lines are blended with other American-sourced farm fiber, creating a bespoke yarn. Visit us at cleancashmere.farm to learn more about our American fiber journey and the extraordinary luxury fibers we created. We are Clean Cashmere, growing the American cashmere industry one farm at a time.
I'm Amy Palmer of Daisy and Clover Designs, and I teach people how to make their knitwear fit, how to knit, how to crochet, how to go from a raw product to a finished garment that they're happy to wear.
Okay, now that's something that I really think is a fantastic thing, and I'm really excited to be able to actually visit a workshop, because workshops are a big thing that goes on here at Rhinebeck, right? Mm-hmm. Okay.
There's a whole building and tents outside full of people doing workshops.
Yes, there are. So we're here on a Friday, which is before the main event starts. But you're doing a class on how to make your sweater fit, basically, right? What is it called?
So the class that I'm teaching today is called Knit Your Best Fitting Sweater Ever. So last year, I taught a sweater class called Knit a Sweater That Fits. And for 75% of the population, that's all the class that they needed last year. But there's 25% of the population for whom there's more to it. If I take a standard knitting pattern and I knit my sweater exactly to pattern, but my stitches are a little bigger or a little smaller, I'm going to get a sweater that could be, say, 4 inches bigger or 6 inches smaller. And so one of my students once said to me, when I start knitting a sweater, all my friends get excited because they know it's going to fit one of us. We don't know which one. It's like a sweater lottery. And so last year dealt with how do you control who that sweater is going to fit. But this year, 25% of the population doesn't fit the fashion industry average for proportions in the upper torso.
Now, I don't know if that's because we've all been at COVID, but I will say that my grandmother and my mom were knitters, and they were good knitters, so they knew how to adjust. And we're kind of all busty women in the family on my mother's side.
Yes.
And when you go to buy clothing, it's very difficult because you have to fit that, and that doesn't necessarily fit the rest of you. So am I understanding this correctly? You're kind of judging the pattern, you're tailoring your sweater, right?
You are absolutely correct, because patterns are written as though full bust is reflective of shoulders. That skeletal frame being related to bust, and that we all know that's not true.
Yeah.
So at that point, we reverse engineer how patterns are built, how they're written, because today's patterns are written so that you could practically be a machine and just follow the instructions and get a sweater. But they're going to be that fashion average that I was talking about. So if I want a sweater that truly fits me and I'm not fashion average, I can't mechanically read a pattern and say, here's my sweater. So instead, I have to look at it and say, here's where I can tweak it. Old-fashioned knitters didn't even knit from patterns. They just said, I want it to be, about that big, okay. Or I need to make it bigger or smaller at any given part, and they just intuitively did it.
Today, so now you're doing math.
Today we're looking at math, yes, because I do have an engineering background.
Oh, you do?
It does show in classes. And so I'm all about, well, if we can add 4 stitches, that adds an inch, and that gets something that fits you. Where are we going to get that while making it look good?
Okay.
Because you can't just randomly stretch, add. Knitwear will stretch to a certain extent, but there's a limit to how far we can go.
And you want it to look correct. You don't want it to look stretched in one area or not. I noticed
Exactly.
you have this beautiful selection of sweaters here. So, I mean, that's going to be a very different type of an adjustment on a sweater with buttons versus a sweater that is meant to hang a certain way, right?
Yes, along with the shoulder shaping makes it entirely different. So
Yes.
You've got different types of shoulders. You've got set-in sleeves, you've got drop shoulder, and you've got something called raglan that will have the lines that come out at a diagonal. All of those sweater types have different things that you need to do to make them fit. Some of those sweater types are more in vogue right now than others, but they're all things that you see out there. And then when you throw on top of that, as you knit and crochet, you can put different stitch patterns on it. So the different stitch patterns require you to say, how am I going to do this for this type of shoulder while not interrupting my stitch patterning and making it obvious what I've done.
Yeah, I mean that's a fantastic thing, and that might change over time, right? I mean, say you're pregnant as a woman, you get pregnant and your body changes, and it changes in ways that might go back to, might not. But what, you're not going to wear any of your sweaters, or you're not going to have a sweater to wear for the next 9 months of your life. You can't really. I mean, you really want something that's going to fit, right?
Yes.
Perfect.
And the same when you say maternity wear, is where I think, okay, the same techniques that work on a bust will also work on a belly. So
you teach all of that here. One thing I did want to talk to you about that you mentioned when we first met yesterday, day before, I kind of forget how long ago it is now, but you were talking about some of the new tools that you have in the workshops where it's difficult because you have to do something that's very close up and it's tactile and people want to see what's going on. So tell me what you do with your screen here.
okay, so what I've got set up over here, prior to COVID, we would have all gathered together in a big horde of people and talked about what I was doing up close. And some people would be looking from upside down, and some people would be looking over my shoulder. And with COVID, it was, no, nobody wants to gather like that. They want to be here, they want to learn, and they're happy to be in person, but this concept of gather, huddle, close just became unthinkable.
Yeah.
And so at that point, we started working hybrid. So I bring in a screen that can be seen in daylight, along with a camera. And so if you notice, that's the view that people get when they come into my classes, is I have the camera, I have a monitor so that I can actually see what I'm doing.
But
And
that's
then-
brilliant because they can also focus on their hands without having to constantly sit down. They can sit with their knitting and see what you're doing.
Right, everybody gets the same, roughly the same view. And that's part of the benefit of this, is that it used to be I would have to demo to a small group, a small group, a small group, a small group, and now I just put it up here. Now there are still people who have trouble equating screen to their own hands, and for that I wander the room. But that's what I'm up to here with my camera setup.
Okay, so you'll talk about all this, and the ladies will gather around at the table. And tell me how a workshop usually goes.
So we start the day by introducing ourselves and figuring out who came from where and why, because different people come for different reasons. I had somebody one time who showed up in a bust-fitting sweater because they had sort of an enlarged back area, and they wanted to know whether they could use this material for that. Totally different issue, and we talked through it. But as class progresses, we're going to talk literally. We're going to be taking measurements. We're going to be working out strategies for everybody. We've got worksheets that we'll be working through to say, oh, this is the formula that I would use. These are the things that I really need to zero in on for my own body or for the body that I'm knitting for.
That is such a brilliant and basic thing. You know, how to find a piece of clothing that fits.
Right.
And that fits me, not fits everybody in the population. So I'm actually amazed it's only 25%, because I've been shopping and
I'll say that right here, the reason it's 25% is that I'm focusing on bust.
okay.
Other than bust, so you've got anybody that's flat, anybody that is fashion industry average that won't need this material for this specific issue. Now, are we talking about lengthening sleeves? Are we talking about shortening the torso? Oh, those are entirely different fit issues. And so those would expand your percentage out tremendously.
But if you learn how to do this concept, this is
You got
applicable
it. Exactly.
to whatever you decide to do, right?
You take it to wherever you want to go.
How to manipulate a pattern so it fits me, right?
Right. That's what it's all about.
That's fantastic. My mom and my grandma used to just do this innately. They were both beautiful, beautiful knitters, and I took it for granted until I started trying to find sweaters that fit.
Exactly.
And I don't knit. Yeah.
Exactly. And the minute you start trying to find any type of clothing that fits, you quickly figure out why people are starting to make things again. And why ready to wear has its good points, cost,
Yep.
but it has its bad points, fit,
Yep.
and that's what we're trading.
Yeah. So what other classes do you teach? Are you doing one workshop and then?
Oh no, I'll be teaching this entire weekend. So I will start today. I started yesterday with a whole day of something called brioche knitting. And want to see some samples?
Yes, I would love it.
Let's wander over. Where do I have brioche? Ooh, I don't have brioche sitting out here right this minute, but I've got today that I teach sweater knitting, in addition to yesterday's brioche, and I thought I had a sweater out here with it, but I obviously left that one at home this morning. I will then turn around and tomorrow teach crochet all day. I'll start with an intro to crochet because yesterday's class was a really advanced class. Tomorrow is, I've got this yarn and I want to learn a new craft. That's the space for the I want to learn a new craft is tomorrow in the crochet. I also teach knitting classes like that all the time, but it doesn't happen to be at this festival. Then Sunday, I'm trying to think, what is Sunday? Sunday is understanding grafting, which is where, this one I do have a sample of. I've got a collar here. It has pattern to it. It was knit to here, and then it was knit to here, and then it was grafted together along a line here to make it look like it was knit seamlessly in one piece. That's grafting. And so when you go out on YouTube, and lots of these things can be learned from YouTube, but you find out that the more complex it gets, the more you've got to find this one random niche video. And so when I went to do that, the only YouTube video I could find was in German. And so I'm sitting here, I don't speak German.
Yeah, knitting is universal, but the explanation is not necessarily.
Exactly. And so I ended up having to just watch it really, really slowly. Now I understand what I'm doing. And so I'm teaching not just the mechanical, put your needle here, do this, but more, okay, here's what we're thinking about, here's why we're thinking about it, and here's how you apply that to your next project.
Perfect. Well, I know you've got to get going here because you have a class coming up.
Absolutely.
I so much appreciate you speaking with us. You're kind of the first workshopping person that we've been able to speak with because, again, it's sort of a very clothing is a very intimate thing, and I know people say, no, I don't want someone watching me when I'm doing it or learning to do something new. So this is a really great opportunity. We appreciate it. And you come back every year, I'm assuming.
Pretty much.
I'm sure you do. Your skill level is something that not everybody has, so that's a wonderful thing that you're willing to share it.
Well, thank you for talking with me.
Thank you.
Hi, we're at Wing and a Prayer Farm.
So who do you have right next to you, right here?
Oh, this is Pemberley the Cute. He's a Cotswold.
Okay.
And Drama just moved along. She's a Wensleydale Romney. And Dilly, who's Valet Blacknose Teeswater, is over visiting Rick. Everybody else left. Here comes some chickens. And then, yeah, we have many breeds.
You need to know what it takes to get to where you're at. It's our job to educate on that, share and all that. Like, right? Yeah.
Like that's only one breed. Yeah. You're looking at all different kinds of sheep that have all different kinds of characteristics. And I guess when I go to do something, I'm looking at what I want it to be, and then I'm working backwards from that because I'm not gonna for myself. I'm not gonna make a great big bulky fisherman's butter out of superwash merino because I want something that's gonna be a little hardier. And the way I wear things is I wear them hard, that kind of thing. There's certain things I want against my skin. That's when I'm saving the really soft, fine fibers for. When I want stuff to be really hardy, I'm going to go through some more of the more rustic fibers. And it depends on what you want it to do because it's not good wool, bad wool or fiber. It's really what's the purpose? What are you using it for? Yeah, yeah. And then you work backwards from that. For me, I work backwards from that to see what I want it to be. For myself, I work with farmers and I work with mills. I'm a indie dyer. So I do a lot of farming yarns. This is one of them. I totally hijacked. Sorry, guys.
We're sharing.
Yeah, Landia, and this is the yarn that you'll see on the Stars with Jennifer Goodwin's worksheet because they asked me to do that. Season 8, Master. So I did a special color called Poison Apple, and they have it paired with an undyed, which this is the undyed actually, and it's a Shetland wool from a farm, and actually it's from 2 farms in Michigan, and it's just from those 2 farms. So it's lots of sheep, and with one of them I actually go for the shearing, and I do that because I want really good yarn. Like it matters what you use to make the yarn. It matters what parts you use to make the yarn. Foundation work. Exactly. And it matters what nutrition that animal has got. And that can make for better fiber. You gotta go and watch our channel. Anyway, about the rain. How much rain you have how it affects the grass. Nutrition. Yeah. It's also okay. Yes. Okay, anyway, so this is Modern Love. This is by Jill Bigelow. Where'd it go? It's right here. Modern Love by Big. I can play. I got a postcard. This came out yesterday, so it's a brand new color knit sweater. It is branded. It is a raglan top down, and I love it. And it's a beautiful. I'm gonna make it up. I would make it up on that. I'm sorry, but I'm never taking it off. Oh, so yeah, but this is like there's in a forest in my
So yeah, Kat the dyer, I'm the designer. So this is brand spanking new because it's a brand spanking from a farm called Basil North in northern Michigan. Sorry. And Kat dyed the yarn. It's called Smolder, if anybody's interested. The pattern is Let's Dance. And it's so new that I'm still looking for customers. So if you're interested in testing it, DM me on Instagram at the Bean Knit, BEAN knit, and you can test it for me and you can have it early.
Alrighty, are you coming?
Sure. This is Lumos Soleil. The yarn is funky, and it was dyed by Kat at Why Not Fibers. It's knit and designed by Jill Bigelow at Venus.
I don't have.
It's back.
Just a couple months back. I know it's down there. Which is what is it?
I would say Irish. Fishermen are usually Irish. I think so. Yeah, so it's kind of that inspiration. But this is nice because it's a blend. It's Icelandic, and something else. So it's a whole bunch of different fibers together. It's such a perfect thing. Yeah. Okay.
You can make it personal like blending.
It's just.
Yep. Thank you.
Got the packet. Oh, now I lost my man.
So you can tell us.
Hi, we're at Wing and a Prayer Farm.
So who do you have right next to you, right here?
Oh, this is Pemberley the Cute. He's a Cotswold.
Okay.
And Drama just moved along. She's a Wensleydale Romney. And Dilly, who's Valet Blacknose Teeswater, is over visiting Rick. Everybody else left. Here comes some chickens. And then, yeah, we have many breeds. The Shetlands went off. There's a few of the Shetland girls over there. The Shetland boys are in another pasture. So I have a few Cotswolds, Wensleydales, Teeswaters, Valet Blacknose, and let's see, Cormos, Merinos, Clun Forest, and Dorset sheep here on the farm.
I'm Bruce McCord from Milan, New York, which is only a few miles up the road right there.
Yeah.
I am one of the directors of the Sheep and Wool Growers here in Dutchess County, and also a volunteer here at the Sheep and Wool Festival. And one of my main responsibilities is overseeing the equipment sale, and we've hosted that for the last 5 years. And each year it seems to grow, and there's some very unique pieces that we see from year to year.
Yes, there are.
It's never the same.
No, it's not, but it's kind of an exciting thing. And we're here, what, 7:40, 7:45 in the morning to set up for this thing, but it's Friday here. So tell me kind of what goes into your side of things, because Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association is the organization, the nonprofit that puts on what we all call Rhinebeck, or the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival, right?
That is correct. Yep.
Okay.
We're a pretty active group. There's probably 60 different shepherds here in the county, but we do have a core group of volunteers that actually run the festival itself. And I think probably you'll see during the course of the filming here that there are many different aspects of the festival, not just the equipment, not just the animals, but there's demonstrations, there's a fleece sale, there's workshops that actually instruct people on doing different fiber projects. So there's a lot of different facets to the festival itself right here. And we run for 2 days. It's only 2 days, but we have a pretty good following of 30,000 people that come every year.
Yes, you
just
do.
to see the festival, take in the activities that we have here, purchase equipment, fleeces, what have you. So it's a jam-packed weekend it is for us.
Yes, it is. And it's interesting to me that you first went into the shepherds. We have the shepherds here, you said. Now, we have the breed barns, and you have a couple of breed barns. We have all kinds of things, sheep and goats and llamas and alpacas and just all kinds of things. So we get the shepherd component, but the board is really focused, if I'm not mistaken, on the educational component and having people be able to learn what it takes to get something from the farm to the sweater, right?
Absolutely. And not only here at the festival we do that, but also at the Dutchess County Fair, that we try to educate the people, because how many generations are we away from the farm? I mean, we all can look back in our families, and somewhere back several generations, everybody had a garden, everybody raised a few animals in their backyard, or actually had a farm right there. And now people just don't understand where their food comes from.
Yes.
And fiber also.
Yes, that's very much the case. There's that old saying, once a year you need a tax preparer, once a year you need an attorney, but every single day you need a farmer, right?
Absolutely.
Yeah, that's
Absolutely,
the case.
for
That's
sure.
the case. And there are some things that, you know, that time concept.
And this is live. Is that good? No? You don't have to do it, but this is the live stream and you can watch it later to see yourself on there. Okay, we're live. Okay, good.
The fibers. Oh, I see.
No, so you don't have to say all of these things, but in general, you have the artist, which is you, right? Oftentimes you'll use a pattern. Sometimes you might use it for, it might be your own or someone else's. You use a particular kind of wool. You might be Shetland. It might be, Icelandic.
This is, I don't know what, it's just American wool, I think.
So whatever it might be, people might want to know, how do I get that pattern? Isn't that beautiful? So first introduce yourself.
I'm Julie Cashin from North Carolina, and it's Norwegian wool. It's called Phenol, Roma Phenol, and the designer is Kristen Viola from Norway.
It is absolutely beautiful. I mean, that's just gorgeous. Would you turn around for us, please? You're obviously test knitter quality caliber. Is that right?
I don't test.
No, boy, it's beautiful. It's absolutely beautiful. So how long does it take to knit a sweater like that?
Couple months, 2 months. I knit every night.
You need to be a test knitter. All right. If you would come in as well, tell me about your sweater.
So I'm Donna Farrow from North Carolina. My sweater is Fierce by Kate Oates, and I was a test knitter for this. The colorful yarn is Spin Cycle Yarns. I think it was Dream State, and the dark yarn is Walcott, not Opus. What's the other one? Oh, it's a Walcott yarn. I can't remember the base. Anyhow, and Spin Cycle, yeah.
Spin Cycle. Does that mean you can actually stick it in the No.
No. Spin Cycle is a yarn from Bellingham, Washington. And Walcott, oh goodness, not Opus. Opus is their sport weight. When you get old, you can't remember these things, but
I know. I can't even remember half of what you just told me. Okay. Would you spin around, please? Beautiful.
Yeah. It was fun to knit.
Thank you. Thank you so much. And do you have a social, do you do it for fun, or do you have a social media site you want to list?
I am Doodle Knitter on Instagram, and I am D Farrow on Ravelry, and I do a lot of test knitting for Kate Oates, and I love to knit.
Yeah, I can tell. All right. And you, ma'am?
I'm Rachel Davis from North Carolina.
Okay, hold on 1 second here. Fairly consistent thing we have to deal with, huh?
And this sweater is Even Fall by Andrea Mowry. And the yarn is from Farmer's Daughter.
And it's really from a farmer's daughter, or it's from Farmer's Daughter?
No. It might be.
All right, would you turn around for a moment, please? That's beautiful. I love the way that it falls like that. That's absolutely lovely. All right. And do you have a social media you want to list?
No, I don't.
I'm right there with you. We have somebody else to do that. All right. Thank you so much. Okay, we're going to get all three of you here. This is one of those things I love.
You're both did good.
Hey, which one? You too?
Welcome to my life. Thank you, ladies, so much. We appreciate it.
That's okay. Thank you so much for stopping us. That was so sweet.
Oh, no, I love it. I'm good for this stuff. Except I'm trying to find a test knitter that might be willing to kind of piece it himself.
This is
Hi, I'm Claire Houlihan, President of the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association. We're pleased to welcome you to the 2023 New York State Sheep and Wool Festival.
So I know you've already done most of the work on Hazel here. Would you introduce yourself?
Sure. My name's Teresa Walker. We have a small family farm in Durham, New Hampshire, which is on the seacoast. And for about 15 years, we've raised Romneys and natural colored sheep. And it's something we enjoy doing as a family. It's something we enjoy doing for many reasons. One of them is this competition, like we have here, this showing, you know, taking your sheep out on the road and comparing them to the sheep that are raised by other people is something that we've really enjoyed. So the competition of it, when our son Tim, who joins us, was younger, I used to talk with friends and they go, why are you doing this? And really, you know, they were at soccer meets every weekend, right? Or they were at ice hockey competitions.
Yeah, well, this is
what we did as a family, right? Is take our sheep out on the road, and because it provides an enormous opportunity to educate people about not only being a shepherd and about sheep and about fiber and wool production, but also about that working landscape that we feel as a family is really important to defining New England, especially New England, where farms are small, they're embedded in communities. It's not like out west where you have, you know, hundreds or thousands of acres and communities that are set up with, you know, farming centers. Really, New England history for hundreds of years has been small farms embedded within a town, surrounded by other land use activity. And where we live in Seacoast, New Hampshire, our landscape is really defined by mills on tidal rivers. And those mills were put there because of the tidal rivers, but they were also there to process this raw material that was coming in. In some cases, it was cotton coming from up south, from the south, but often it's from wool, from fiber, coming from animals that were raised in New England. And so that institutional view shed, that memory is still with us every day if we drive around New Hampshire. You know, most towns we pass through in the seacoast have woolen mills there, some type of mill, which just kind of lays that history down for the fact that, like 1845, there were about 100 I used to have a poster with this, but there was like 150,000 people in New Hampshire and almost 500,000 sheep. So those stone walls, those mills, that landscape of New England, which is defined by rolling hills with a stone wall and woods, that really is a shepherd's landscape. It was created by shepherds a long time ago. And so then you fast forward to today, where I think people are often nostalgic for that kind of view shed. You know, they see it in calendars or they read about it in books. But the fact is that activity still takes place, and this is an example. The Sheep and Wool Festival is a great example of the fact that people are still doing this activity and that it's something that's worthy of people's support.
And when you talk about the shipping line, now are we shipping out or in at that point in time when you have all of these little farms that are set up next to the shipping quarters? Are you going east or west or?
No, I think they were making it right there, right? That's where the population center was for this part, you know, for our country, was along the eastern seaboard. So they were manufacturing for use right there.
Okay, yeah. Now that makes sense because at that
That's
point
where the
in time,
population was. Yes. Yeah, it was kind of, you know, it was manifest destiny and going west that led to the demise of these farms, these small New England farms, right? I think, you know, if what I remember from history is correct, they came back from Civil War and discovered, wow, you could actually farm on land that wasn't embedded with granite like it is in New England. You know, you could probably put a shovel in the ground and it could go more than 4 or 5 inches before it struck something. Yeah. So that and the change in transportation and how goods could get to market, obviously, too.
That infrastructure is the big thing that always makes it or breaks it.
That infrastructure, where we still have to all talk about it today. But New England certainly was a real center for fiber and wool and shepherding.
Now it almost sounds, we just got back from the United Kingdom and we did this wonderful trip that was heavy sheep intensive, but it sounds very much like the farms that we saw in England, that those low rolling hills, rock walls, all that sounds very much like what you're describing in New England.
Right. Well, you think there was probably that same attractiveness, like the people that came and settled here were able to adapt maybe to a climate that was a little harsher, but the landscape and what they could do with it was pretty similar to what they were doing back at home. We spend a lot of time there too. Of course, their farming, their whole commodity base is very different there. Like, you know, the prices you get for sheep in England. We stayed on a farm in the Peaks district where they had paid the equivalent of like $75,000 for a ram, you know, because it was a terminal sire, and they have that system there of raising sheep and
they move them down.
Yeah, move them down and feeding. At that point, you know, before they left the EU, be feeding all those other nations, you know, producing a product that was being exported and feeding people all over. That's certainly not the case in this country, right? Most people who go to the grocery store and buy New Zealand lamb to eat, right? They're not necessarily shopping from a local farmer's market and eating lamb, or they may not even be aware that that lamb is available locally.
Yes.
And in New England, we're fortunate in that we have lots of immigrant groups that come in and favor lamb, and so that we do have access to people who appreciate lamb grown, you know, by a small farm where they are familiar with the practices, that they can harvest themselves. Yeah.
Very definitely, ethnic markets have changed the landscape for small ruminants here, and we are so underutilized in this country for small ruminants, at least in my opinion.
I agree with you. I mean, at all different scales, and I think that's an opportunity that we have at festivals like this, is that you often meet people who are intrigued or interested about, you know, they see themselves as being able to raise sheep, have a small flock in their backyard. And I think we're the perfect people to talk to, most of the people here, because it is done on such a scale that's very adaptable to perhaps to whatever those people are thinking about.
Yes.
Yeah, so here you have the opportunity to learn about the different breeds and how they have different characteristics that may lend themselves to wherever those people may be or whatever they're interested in. You know, not at this festival necessarily, since it's a fiber festival, but certainly there are breeds now that we've developed at Katahdins out of Maine, really the only breed developed in this country, which are hair sheep.
Yeah.
Right? Don't need to shear them.
St. Croix
Great for the
and
meat market.
Katahdins.
Exactly.
Don't have to do anything.
Yep.
Right.
Dorpers are having a moment.
Yeah.
We're seeing dorpers everywhere. Another sheep that you don't have to shear.
Yes.
But that's the complete opposite of why we're into it, because we love the fiber. So.
Okay, and I want to talk to you about that. Obviously, not just because you have a gorgeous sweater on and know your wool.
Yeah, so this is all from our flock too.
It's beautiful. But you have natural colored sheep, and if you would explain, please, what that means. Is that a breed definition? Is that just a shade? Is it one color or the other? Explain what a natural colored sheep is.
Natural colors are kind of a catch-all. So the Natural Colored Wool Growers Association was started to really promote the fact that fiber and sheep grow in something besides white. Right, so you can think of the commercial scale. So when people envision most sheep raised in the western part of this country, or whether it be in Australia or New Zealand, it's going to be a white sheep, and that makes sense because the end product is going to be to dye that fiber to a specific color. It's going to be specific, you know, a color they can replicate over dye lots. So Natural Colored Wool Growers Association was started to really capture and encourage the production of fiber that's grown naturally on the animal in different colors. So it's anything but white. The sheep we have here is actually a Romney, but she has what's called a Morit, that recessive Morit gene that gives her this beautiful
it's
color.
Like a whiskey color.
Yeah,
almost,
isn't she beautiful?
Yes.
Yeah, so you can see it's really her ears, her eyes, her nose, her hooves are all that beautiful brown color.
Look at that.
Yeah.
You bounce a quarter off of that.
I know. We've got her all fitted for the show. She'll show tomorrow here at Rhinebeck. But so natural colors can be black, gray, wart colored, and all those kind of shades in between. There are many sheep here who will fall into that category, but you don't have to be one particular breed. So Hazel is a Romney, but we have other natural colors here that are a mix of Romney, Merino, and Cormo. So they can be a blend. It doesn't have to be one specific registered breed.
It's always fascinating to me how we take one thing and make it just like making a cake, right? You have all these different breeds, and that's actually my husband and I got started on that whole thing about the whole idea of animal breeds that we've had for a long time and maintaining those heritage breed animals. But one of the beautiful things is I'm not an absolutist. You can mix and match, and you have all kinds of shades in this world that you can get as long as you preserve those original ingredients.
Yeah, and different types of crimp on the wool, different types of uses that they lend themselves to. Yep. And I think sheep were probably domesticated after dogs, the second animal that humans
believe that,
domesticated.
yes.
And we talk a lot about that with people that visit us or visit with us at fairs, is that you can see, right, they're incredibly efficient converters of carbohydrate to protein.
Yes.
So for whoever those early humans were, realized pretty quickly that they could take carbohydrate, convert it into protein, whether it be fiber, meat, or milk, with this animal that is not a predator, that really looks to something else to be its, shepherd or whatever that is, So I think they were very wise when they selected sheep for that purpose. That's for sure.
And as we now know, that also pasture restoration is not a bad thing. They can run around and they replenish
Absolutely.
the
The
carbon
whole
wherever.
regenerative soil. I think we're learning through climate change that soil health is going to be something that we really all have to pay attention to.
Yeah.
And these guys are, with their small feet and just how they eat and how they poop, really lend themselves to that soil health and regenerative agriculture. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yep.
Now I want you to go back for a minute to the whole idea of the colored sheep. I know that when we were over in England, we were speaking with the Leicester Longwool Association people.
Yeah.
Great, fantastic people. But the topic of the black sheep came up because they do have certain associations that do not allow colored sheep in, because for some reason that's something that came from somewhere else in their minds, and that indicates that they're the black sheep of the family, and so we're not going to allow that. And yet there's this marvelous palette of shades that are, is it one of those things where you need those other recessives in order to say, it's a part of all of the flock? Or what would your perspective be on it? Because are you just about the wool itself? How it gets there is not important? Do you kind of know?
Yeah, I think obviously there are many breeds that have wide ranges of color, and those breeds are going to have different attributes in addition to their fleece, whether it be frame size or mothering ability or whatever those combinations are, small, large, all kinds of things. And so humans have manipulated that gene pool for so long, so successfully, that we have just thousands of breeds now, like we do of dogs. And I think so people just probably we are with dogs, there's something that speaks to you about a particular breed, right? So I think we've taken that now in the show ring to that next level, right, where people are really focusing on a purebred or a sheep that's registered that has certain attributes, and then those attributes get kind of magnified in a way. So I guess what we say to the kids in the 4-H club is what you want in the show ring and what you want in the barn can be two different things, and that's okay. So in our perspective, it's really about the fleece quality and the health of the animal. So they are in the show ring for just 2 years of their life, but they'll probably be in the barn for another 10.
Yes.
Yeah. So if they are able to give us a beautiful, consistent fleece from front to back, it doesn't matter to me what breed they are necessarily. Yeah.
Yeah, and even within the breed, you have a lifespan. So I know in England that was a really fascinating thing. I still don't quite have it 100% down pat, but they have a mule association, and it talks about the lifespan. The first 2 years, you might have a Scottish blackface, and she can produce madly up in the hills for the first couple of years, where another sheep would not survive. And after a couple of years and a couple lamb crops, they might bring her down to the next level.
Right, down to the Midlands, and she grazes there until she gets to the end.
Until she gets to the end, and they're kind of crossbreeding for a purpose. It doesn't mean they're sterile mules, but it does mean that they breed for purpose, because they have to live with those animals and they have to take care of them.
Right.
So anything that is liable to be susceptible to worms, or anything that might have issues with lambing, and you're going to kind of have
scale,
to,
right? You're going to have to think about it, and I'm sure the larger sheep ranches out west have the same things, right? They're adapting to much harsher conditions, whether they're grazing on BLM land and then bringing them back down, and those folks aren't here at this scale, obviously, but you're right, those attributes are important. And for Romneys, I liked Romneys for a long time, and we had a couple of other breeds, but they do have certain attributes that really lend themselves to the scale that we like. So the fleece grows really quickly. It's about 1/2 inch a month. So we can get 2 crops off them a year.
Yes, you
so
can.
we're selling yarn, on a small scale through fiber events near our farm in northern New England. But we have a good customer base who's really interested in yarn that's not dyed. It's the color of the animal's fleece.
How can
They
you
love
beat
the
this?
narrative behind the story, small scale, something in a town where they may be familiar with or live nearby. But where we are in northern New England, our summers are getting wetter and more humid, probably like other parts of the East Coast. So Romneys have that resistant to foot rot, which is something that they were bred to have, hundreds of years ago in the Romney marshes in England. And that really lends itself to the landscape where they live with us. So this summer, if they were outside grazing, they probably spent most of the summer with their hooves in, if not water, then very wet grass and very wet soil. And so that characteristic is something that's really important. So other people may live, in other parts of New England where they don't have that low-lying pasture like we do, and so perhaps other breeds have something else that they're looking for. But in our case, the Romneys bring that. So a fast-growing fleece in a wide variety of colors. They're a larger framed breed than others.
Yes, they are.
Yeah,
This is solid
yeah,
sheep.
I do like
How
solid
much of
sheep.
that? I'm trying to find how far it goes in there because,
Yeah.
that is really
thick. Yep. So she was shorn the first week in June, and she's been trimmed for fairs since Labor Day. But she's growing a really nice fleece. Yeah. And so she'll be shorn next week or the week after, and the yarn will go to the mill.
So when you have an animal like this and you say you win in the ring, are you breeding this animal specifically? Are you winning the ribbons so your farm just is really represented?
Yeah.
Or is it something where you're saying I want the genetics of this animal, or I want my overall agricultural practices to be recognized as a person that is is trying to make a living in this as a business? Which one of those things?
It's all those things. I
All
think.
those things.
I think. We love coming here for the community, where people will stand here and talk with you about sheep all day and your sheep, and you hear about their sheep. I do like the competition behind it, and even though we say every judge has their own, there's a breed standard, here that doesn't apply. It does apply, but this is a different.
And this project, it won't take such a long time. It's very, very easy. I mean, super easy. Like a day or two.
A day to
Yeah, but if you need and do something else, it might take some more days, but it won't take that long. They're basically like a big thing. You just put it on, and it's so warm and light. And mohair tend to be itch, but this is not. It is so soft, and it blended actually with merino wool, super fine merino wool, so it's so soft. I love it, and it's perfect for this kind of weather. Yeah, it's very light, and it looks big, but it's very compact. You can put it in your bag, and I love it. Oh, yeah. Should I?
Here, I'll be back.
Okay. So I just put it on and.
And a matching set.
Yeah.
About that.
This is also same mohair, but this uses this I use a smaller needle, so it looks thicker and thicker texture, but. Essentially, these are same yarn, but depends on what kind of needle you use. It looks loosened like this or thick like this. But
Is that pattern released yet?
not yet. This is 2-piece with skirt with pocket. I love pocket. I put things in it, and this is best. You can wear over shirt or turtleneck. It depends on the weather. So this is. And I can. Social media is loopymango.com. You can find us on Instagram, YouTube, Facebook, Twitter, I think. LOOPYMANGO, Loopy Mango. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. I hope
I love the monochromatic and your hair matches. It's so pretty. Okay.
So it's two pieces. This is like a sleeve shrug thing. Yeah. It like kind of, you can see it detaches. So it's like you can wear it separately. And this is a little tank. And yeah, I finished it just last night. And I designed it myself completely. Yeah, it was yeah, I just came up with took a couple of trial and errors, but I'm happy with it.
I'd be happy with that.
Yeah.
So what fiber did you use?
So this is a sock yarn. So it's like a 75 wool, 25 nylon. It's an indie dyer from New Jersey. I really wish I could tell you the name of it, but I got it like a couple years ago probably. So I don't know off the top of my head, but it's, yeah, it's an indie dyer from New Jersey, sock yarn. Yeah.
Yeah, it looks like the yarn is really fun.
Yeah, there's like a tweed to it. So there's a lot of texture. Yeah. And it's like my favorite colors.
Well, it looks good.
Thank you.
Like, so how long did it take you to knit that? Because that is a very fine.
Yeah. So on and off, I started the shrug probably in March, and then I had some things and I couldn't work on it for like a whole month. But let's say around March or April to last night. So a couple months. Yeah. Yeah. And I had to work on the shaping a couple of times. Like it's a little, had some strange issues because, you know, it's like I came up with it. So I had to like.
Is there
Is there kind of
Media like that we can.
Oh yeah, you can tag me. Yeah. My Instagram is string Lizzie with a Y. Yeah. Mhm.
And I assume you come out with patterns like.
I actually don't. I actually don't because designing the thing is one thing, but writing a pattern is a whole different thing. Maybe I will someday, but I also kind of just like making my own things.
I encourage you to.
Thank you. Oh, we want a 360? Okay.
It matches the jeans.
Yeah.
Everything matches. Good. That's good. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Yeah. You know. Gosh. Oh, it's so soft.
It's surprisingly
it's so
soft. Considering it was like mislabeled too.
Yes.
Yeah.
And I love the orange. It's like two-tone. Like,
Yeah.
actually
So
with
it's
yellow.
Yeah. But
Okay,
thank
well-
you so much. Have a great time at the fair.
Yeah. Oh, thank you. Oh, yeah.
Thank you.
Thank you. Would you like a little treat? Have a good one. You too. Okay, so your fiber, your pattern, like who the artist is, even if it's like if you created that, just
Oh, very.
and then your social media or something.
Let me think about it. I really have to get the back.
Okay, yeah, you do that. First things first. Okay. Ooh, person. Yeah. Yes. You want to talk about it? No. Okay.
Because it's getting greedy. Scroll this and then do I say anything or do I just? Let's see who gets there first.
Oh,
You did not. Stephanie Loftman.
Yes. I saw your post. Look at that. You can use this. Cool. I've never been on this side of this.
I saw. Oh wait, that's not her, is it? Oh, it's okay.
Okay, so I just start.
Yeah.
All right. Hi, I'm Anna Powell. Instagram Anna Quinter, Ravelry Anna Quinter, and this is a jean sweater that I made out of Cece's wool, and it's my own pattern that I haven't released yet. But maybe it will get released. I don't know. We'll see how hard it is. And
That's good.
oh, I'm a people person. Okay.
Yeah, that's great. Thank you. I love the colors.
We're just gonna talk about our cows, right?
Okay.
You've been talking. Yeah. All right.
I've done it.
Yeah. Let us know when you're ready. Hi there. My name's Vicky, Janie, Debbie, and Carrie. We come to Rhinebeck every year, and this year we decided to make cowls. It's called the Pluck Cowl by Stephanie Lotvin. So it's all different fibers that we've collected through fiber festivals throughout the years, and we are walking knitters. So if you see us walking around, say hi. There you go. How's that? Oh, spin? Okay.
Yeah. With the butt, that's a magnificent hood.
Thank you.
Oh, and the bag, this too. Got it from Cakeapalooza yesterday. Black Pearl Magic makes these bags. Fantastic. Rhinebeck bag for life.
Thank you guys so much.
Sure. Okay.
Is it okay if I mention this too? It's a 3D printed thing. All right. Awesome. Hi, my name is Shara. I'm on Instagram as Fairy Dreams, FAERIEDREAMZ, and that's my Ravelry handle. And my husband and I have a 3D printing company called Heartforge Solutions. I made this sweater. It was a fade from Andrea Mowry a couple of months ago, and now it's not. The sweater didn't fit right, so I remade it as a crocheted sweater. This is totally my design. I borrowed some of the beginnings from MK Designs, but the rest of the sweater I just pulled off, and most of the yarn came from a previous Rhinebeck trip, so it was super fun. And I just want to show, this is a tassel maker. My husband designed this for us. Super cool. It's on our website if you want to see how it works. Okay, thanks.
Thank you so much.
Thank you. That's great.
All of your friends have magnesia. Yes, she does.
Would you mind talking about your sweaters? Like sure. Are like yeah. Sure. Yeah, you like a signature badge. Sure. What do I do? Pretend you're at Guild. Okay. If you'd like to have a cheat sheet, they have a board. Okay, yeah. Oh. I'm sorry.
Well, I don't know if we need this. Or no, I do.
Yeah, okay. You just right. We got a cheat sheet ready. This is a lot of sheets early in the day. Yeah. Or yeah. Okay. You can just write everything right here. Okay. No cheat sheet needed. Yeah. Let's go. Just the list. So you don't take this. Yep. Thank you. Sweater. Well, and your cowl. That's pretty cool. And that it looks like it's thermal almost. Like yeah, that's so pretty. Start. So is it your own design?
No, so this is the Shard Shawl by Romy Hill. It uses short rows, which is my favorite thing ever. And the yarn does all the work. So every time you hit the pop of color, you do some furs. Yeah, so this is 2 skeins to make it this large. And I really want a whole blanket of this. So it's just love it.
See why?
The yarn is 3 Irish skirts.
Okay, cool.
And then I'm wearing a sweater.
Yes, you are.
Which is the Salty Air Tea. It's by Samantha Guerin, I believe. And the yarn is Lavender Loon with some linen in it to make it a little bit lighter. So,
thank
you. Yeah, I love this. But no mods.
What?
No mods. So,
no mods?
Yep, just as written. So
I am not a knitter. I don't know what that means. But so cool. Well, thank you so much.
That's right. I was recognizable to some.
just like full
yeah.
Put them on the frame.
Folks, if you haven't registered for a number yet, send that please down at the end of the building at the table. Please register for a number before we start. We will be selling at the back row with the woman line truck popper and the equipment. We're going to sell that first. And we will sell the table close to the pictures. We'll start on the far end. We'll just go right down to the table. Got the first row of tables close to the bleachers. Then we've got a couple of bigger rooms and a rug. A few things closer to the bleachers. We'll get those. And then we'll finish up on the back of tables. So if you don't have your number yet, please go over to the end of the building, sign up for a buyer's number. And we will sell the sheep equipment first, and then we'll work into the fiber equipment, starting with the first row of tables closer to the bleachers.
Thank you. Okay. 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 Let's do this. Okay, so tell us about it.
Hi, I'm Heather. This is my 2023 Rhinebeck sweater, which ended up being a dress. It is the Stumble dress by What Lydia Made. And I used junk yarn, superwash, merino fingering weight yarn. I did a rough calculation. I have over 100,000 stitches in this dress. And next year I need to scale it back.
How long did it take you to make it?
It took me about 2 months to make it. Just a lot of just going around in a circle for a really long time. The skirt portion, each row of yarn is 500 stitches around. So that took a long time. And you can find me on Instagram at Charm Knitty.
Whoa.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Do you want to tell us about yours? Beautiful. It is. Is it light and green? Yeah.
She's the yin to my yang.
Gotcha.
Okay, I have to remember all my things.
Okay.
I know it's the moon crush.
It's
sea slack.
A little bit farther so we can really appreciate it. Yeah. So start cutting.
Okay. Hi, I'm Sarah, and I'm wearing my Moon Crush pullover by Jackie Sea Slack. It's my 2023 Rhinebeck sweater, and the yarn is from the Wandering Flock. It is her fingering fingering singles base, and it took me, I would say, like 4 to 5 weeks to knit. Yeah.
Yeah, so this is, it looks almost white, but that is like,
Yeah, and this is called, I think it's called Pistachio and Cream, and then Rust and Forest. Yes.
and it matches in the boots.
Thank you.
Okay, you guys get to it.
Thank you
guys.
Free Synergy Foundation.
This is Backyard Green Films. And
Backyard Green Films. Are you on Instagram?
Yes.
Okay.
Okay, we're Backyard Green Films. We're a film company. We're doing a live stream for Rhinebeck, and there are too many good sweaters. Not notice them. Sure. So, if you want, we have a cheat sheet over here. Sure. Okay. So you can put down your fiber, your pattern.
Oh boy.
We want to know about it.
Okay. So who owns your company?
Yeah. Alira and Rick Bone.
Oh, well, how are we gonna do this? We both need we don't need that one.
Oh, I want to go too quick.
Yeah. I need the name of my lady. Hold on 1 second. I'm sorry. I know the sweater name. I just want to make sure it's pretty.
Oh,
I think that is.
Did you make it?
I did make it. Yeah. See, I got it.
Oh, wait.
I think that.
I'm not making that.
Yeah.
Oh my god.
Okay. We're back.
There is such a fun.
Oh, thank you. I used the one in flop.
I got a race at the I'm serious. Really? Yeah.
You know, it's the IFT, you know that, right?
Your mom's gonna take it. Okay, yeah, and she will well, anything, tell me. I don't know. I'm so, I don't know. Like, for example, you are. So many things. Yeah. Okay, so, right up here, all right, it's possible. You got it. Okay, we have roses on this.
Yes.
Okay, that's 50.
Sure. So this sweater is the Rosebud Cardigan by Tania Scalaboo, I think, if that's how you pronounce her last name. And it's crocheted. And the fiber content is, this is Cake Wool, Alyssa Baptista. And the colorway, I'm not sure the colorway. The gold one is La Bien Aimée by Amy. And this is the Corey Worsted Yellow Brick Road. Yeah. So, yeah. Sure.
Oh, it's like a shrug.
Yeah. There you go. So thank you. Thank you so much.
I love them.
Thank you.
Lots of colors.
Okay, hi, how are you? Okay, so my sweater is the Barbie sweater. It's by the designer Knitting Ruined My Life. And Geodora fibers, right? Yeah. Right? And I think this is like a mint color. It's really pretty.
It's so pretty. It's mint and then it has like unicorn colors.
Yeah, and it's the Barbie sweater. Yeah. So it's so cute. I'll spin for you.
Pastels and hot pink. What? You can't go wrong.
It's so cute. And it was such a fun knit. So it was released recently. So
I'm so sorry. I didn't ask you. How long did it take you?
Oh, we can up a little.
Oh, yeah.
We don't care. Well, it's been a work in progress. So probably like a month.
A month?
Like maybe a month and a half.
Okay, and how long did it take you to make yours?
I think I had 6 weeks.
6 weeks?
So I finished it, I'd say, early September.
Okay.
Yeah. So, yeah.
Amazing.
So much fun.
Yeah. Thank you guys so much.
Thank you.
My turn? All right. Okay, so this ensemble is amazing.
Okay.
Sweater.
So
Okay.
this is the As of Tea by Shay Johnson, and I did it in The Wandering Flock. So I originally got the yarn before COVID at Vogue at her first ever show. So
Amazing. Beautiful. You spin?
thank you.
Beautiful. Okay, yeah, okay. How long I'm sorry, how long did it take you to make it?
Okay, so this one was like on and off, so like a few months.
Okay, cute.
Yeah.
Cute. Thank you.
I've never done an interview before.
Christy, where?
Did you get to it on a woman? Oh, exhausting. Yeah. Well, here. It's cute. I figure I get half an hour. I still really feel I got so many freaking bones. I was just gonna get like a scarf probably. But like, yeah,
in the back row. And then we're gonna do the front row of tables close to the bleachers. We'll start on the end where your registers for numbers. We'll go right down the table to the first row. Then we got some bigger stuff along the bleachers, a couple of rooms, the rug, a few bigger items, a couple of benches. We'll get those. And then we'll finish up on this back row of tables. So we'll go right down to the line, right on the table. So we will start with the cheap equipment in the back and then
Cool, right? I guess those people go here. And then the favoring, you know, No, I don't have buttons on it yet. Okay. Oh my god, that's the hair.
Oh no, your hair is cute. Your hair is cute.
Okay.
Okay, so you want me to hold this?
Oh yeah.
Okay. And you just want me to say what this is? Because it's like we're talking about the sweaters, skirt as well and everything, or do you want the? Okay. All right. Oh God, you give me a mic. Look out. Okay, thanks. So do you want to get this anytime? Okay. Hi. I'm from Rosehaven Yarn Shop in Picton, Ontario, Canada. We came down with a busload of 27 Canadians who've never been to the New York Wool and Sheep Festival, and they are a little crazed and blown away. This sweater is by Joji Locatelli. The pattern is the Elton. I don't think I did any modifications. I did dye the yarn, and it's a mohair fingering, mohair and silk base, and I called it Shock Rock, the color, and the other color is a merino and nylon base fingering weight, and I called it Opening Night at the Regent because it's based on my little town where the Regent Theater that was built in 1916 came from. And the skirt started out as a sweater. I was monkeying around with a sweater pattern. It was getting a little too obnoxious. So I thought, okay, my butt and my bust are the same size. I'm going to just not do sleeves and bam, I got a skirt. Woo! Oh, okay. Da-da-da-da-da-da. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Can you tell I've done theater before? Yeah.
That's it.
We're gonna have you sit over here. You tread in the rain.
Okay.
If you don't have fire number, we're about ready to get started with this stuff. Second finalized over the table at the end of the building, please get a fire number.
All right.
We are going to sell the secret equipment there in that far back table there.
Hi. Oh, I'm Catherine from Vancouver, Canada. I like to knit. That's why I'm here. Oh, this is the Guthrie sweater by Caitlin Hunter. And it's a stranded top-down raglan. Oh, no, not raglan. Yoke. I don't know. Oh, it's made out of, I made it with La Bien-Aimée Sport Merino and Spin Cycle dyed in the wool. And my name's Cat Knits. I'm on Instagram and YouTube. Oh, turned around. Yeah. It took about, I'd say probably 3 to 6 months. Yeah, I'm a slow knitter. So, yeah. Great. Awesome. Yeah.
Hey. No, that's okay. I'll make it up as I go. Yeah. Sweet. My name's Ali. I'm from Vancouver as well. I pressed flowers cardigan from Amy something. It took me a couple months to make, maybe like 4 or 5 months. Spin Cycle. Sorry, it's not Spin Cycle. It's Superwash Merino from Smiling Sheep Yarns from Alberta in Canada. Yeah, it's really fun here. Come out if you're in town. Probably 4 or 5 months. I can't remember entirely. I'm also a very slow knitter, and I'm still looking for buttons, which I'm hoping to find today. Just have buttonholes, but no buttons yet. Thanks. Yeah.
Yeah, it was a really fun knit. I definitely recommend it. Yeah, and the lava braid, nice. Sweet. Thanks, guys.
Okay, folks, we're gonna start, like I said, back there to keep it running.
Yeah. Yeah, also, by the way, can we get the full outfit, by the way? This was left off. Oh, okay. Yeah. Are you? Pardon? It's a family. What? Family collaboration.
So good. Sweater shots. You're the cutest. I'm just taking off my rain jacket because no one needs to see that.
No, I mean, right? We'd rather see this.
It's funner.
You want, what you're talking about. That's as news you know. I mean,
You're any goodness. Sorry, I can't hear.
definitely link your podcast too.
Oh my goodness.
Got it. It's okay. And you go. Yeah. Okay. You're good. Okay. Emily. Emily and
Juan, hi Juan. You tell me when you're set. Are we okay? Are we on? Okay. Sorry. Good. Hello, I'm Pairs Well with Knitting. My name's Jennifer, and today I am wearing the field sweater by Camilla Vad. This is in sheer by Harrisville Designs, and it's a beautiful mix of like natural undyed yarn, very hypery texture yoke, very minds on knit, and then you get into the garter stitch, super breezy. I'm also wearing a vintage kilt that I got from the Toronto Antique and Vintage Show back in Canada this fall, and I'm on the Instagram handle Pairs Well with Knitting. I also am running a podcast I just started called Pairs Well with Knitting on YouTube. Thanks so much for having me. Oh, tell me all the things. To knit the field sweater, I'd say about a month and a half. Yeah. Thank you. Oh my gosh, I didn't even include all of my other yarny goodness. Yes. So, okay, we'll do it all. The hat is a free pattern. This is the Tree Planter Toque. I forget the designer, but it's all linked into my podcast and on my Instagram. The fingerless mitts are no pattern. They're designed by me. I'm calling them my favorite fingerless gloves, and I have like a million pairs. I put everything together, all of my outfits right before Rhinebeck because I was so excited. It's my first Rhinebeck here ever. And I wear all of my fall outfits with a fingerless glove that matches. These are in 2 strands held double of Ramafenol, a really simple mitt that iron it up really quickly. The hat would have been maybe a couple days, just like having a quick little sit in it. Fingerless gloves would have been a TTC knit. So this is our streetcar subway public transit that we have. These are really quick to do. They would have been on commutes up to work and back. I'd say maybe like 4 commutes up to work. That's it. Yeah, like a couple days. These are quick and dirty. Like you just pardon me? Totally. Yes. Yes. Okay. Thank you. And a little bit of the pleat action. Thank you. Thank you. And I'm going to take a little photo of this, if I may. And then I'll thank you. So what's, oh, sorry. So what's,
Funding for this program was provided in part by the RE Synergy Foundation. Content for the Sustainable World.
My dad was an old-school surgeon who always wished he was a rancher, and a man who took life by the horns and ran with it. Think John Wayne meets Ernest Hemingway meets Teddy Roosevelt. One thing that always embarrassed me, though, was that if my dad saw something interesting wherever he was, he'd go ask about it. He'd start up impromptu conversations with perfect strangers about crop rotation, cattle genetics, or how to get all those pieces of firewood in the load to stay on top of that one little donkey. I was mortified as a kid. Well, I grew up, and now that's me. I married a perfect man with itchy feet who loves all things music and film and who makes documentaries just for the love of it. If you dump all of those things into a petri dish and let them stew for 25 years of blissful chaos, what do you get? Well, welcome to my life of vicarious agriculture. Come on along for the ride.
I'm Christine McBurdy Hulse. I am owner of Wholesale Farm here.
This gorgeous piece of property.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually we have a farm stay. So a lot of the support from the farm, it's kind of like an educational model, which I love.
Well,
I'm a former educator.
I was
so
going to say
it
that
fits
goes
in.
Yes.
And yeah, so I was a school counselor, actually, elementary and middle school for 31 years.
So you were in the trenches there.
I was. I loved it. I went right through COVID and everything, and I loved it. I loved the educational piece. But one of the things that I kind of got stuck on as a counselor helping with kids in school is that so much of it wasn't experiential. And so when I got involved in farming, which I had a little history growing up with some farming with 4-H, I was like, you know, this is your classroom. Like, you can teach everything. You can teach math, science, everything, history. So so when I retired, I really worked on bringing it forward. And I mean, we were a farm stay for a couple of years when I was teaching during the summer. But yeah, so I developed this farm stay model where families can come and experience the farm. And then, of course, my primary livestock on the farm are the cashmere goats. So
Cashmere goats, but that's not your only livestock, because I'm looking at this gorgeous chicken coop here behind us, and you also had a little pig Bella that came up to came up to greet us. That's hysterical. They're standing there, all of a sudden a large pig keeps talking, going,
so, yes.
pet me, pet me, pet me. Was that what? Did I translate that?
That's
talk correctly?
absolutely. That's Bella. She's a rescue pig from the site that called Pigtopia, where it's just like a dog. They bring the pig, you know, across country. So she was rescued, and she's become part of our family. And so we have a couple of rescue animals here, but you know, because the farm is really, for me, supposed to represent balance and sustainability and what a homestead farm would look like as far as growing your own vegetables, your own animals, and also, you know, supporting yourself, you know, because how can you make a little bit of income on a farm so that you're not putting all your money into it and losing it? So that's been the goal for me on this farm, is actually to break even and maybe make a little extra on this farm. And the farm stay helps with that, obviously, and doing educational events. So it's been a great model. It's a hard model to work with as far as time.
It is, and you have to really be committed to it. I always look at the word sustainability, and I love it, but everybody, I think, shorts that word. Yeah. They say, oh, you know, it's some touchy-feely thing in nature, and for the tree-hugging populace, which I'm probably one of them. But it really is applicable to business and life in general, because all you want the thing to continue in a natural cycle, whether it's a business, whether it's a family, whether it's a farm, because if not, there's this constant drain that makes it impossible to sustain in the long run.
Can I pay my feed bills? Can I pay my grocery bills? Can I pay my fuel bill? I mean, everything to keep this farm going. I think I view that as sustainability. There's sustainability with the land and the soil and all that as well. But
But that is a big piece of it for this farm, all those moving pieces. And so that's where our farm shop, which we can walk down, I'll show you, but that's where the farm shop came into, is just, the more direct you can offer your products to customers, and they can have that transparency of like, oh yeah, I see right up there where your fiber comes from. I see right where your eggs come from. I see right where your squash comes from. And people love, I mean, they are so supportive, so supportive.
You're in these days, that niche marketing thing and the co-op thing, you're buying the story of the people behind it and the meaning. You feel like I'm contributing back a little bit, or I have a little bit of that meaning inside of me. It's kind of like teaching, right? I mean,
it absolutely is. And the gift of it is, which I find is the customers, like you're in the business of storytelling, is you get to find out their story and how you fit into it. And I absolutely love that. That's what drives me. I just get so much strength from their stories and what brings them from the guy that comes every Sunday to get the donuts for his father to bring him to the nursing home, or whatever it is. It's really great. So this is our little farm shop that we
farm shop. My foot. This is gorgeous. Look at this.
Oh, we opened this during COVID to, again, just get we had so much food that we were growing, and so we said, well, just put it in the shop. And then I sell my fiber in here too, direct. So we sponsor like a lot of local artisans. So like I have an actual, a veteran who makes all these woodworks. He's a retired veteran. He does all the bowls he makes, the planters. I have another woman in town who makes the aprons. So I don't do everything here. We do the produce. I do any of the yarn, the cashmere jewelry. And it changes seasonally then. In the winter, we'll put more fiber out and knitted items and things like that. So we switch it over.
So why did you decide to be the one that leads the pack and will help all of our local farmers in one place?
One was my location. We're so rural here that a lot of farm shops, when you're tucked on a road, you just don't get the traffic. So that's what I was like, hey, we've got the spot. This was supposed to be a sheep shed originally, and then we decided that I was good with the amount of animals we had, because with our acreage that we had. So we turned it into a store, and then I just started talking to a lot of people who just didn't have a way to get their products out there. So, and we just basically, they put their items here, they stock them, and they get paid directly for them. So we just offer the space.
And you are obviously beautiful at the presentation component.
Oh, thank you.
Very artistic person.
It's been fun. And we usually do baked goods. We do, the donuts. We do a lot of fresh baked goods, so that's fun. And so we started brainstorming a model that, we could basically work with farms, and we came up with Clean Cashmere. So we started that, probably a good 3 or 4 years ago, and we launched last year in Rhinebeck with our first yarn line, 4 yarn lines actually. And we started working with farms directly and seeing if they wanted to join Clean Cashmere as part of our herd.
So you're sort of a co-op kind of thing.
We are. We actually profit sharing. So as when the company makes more, our farmers get paid more.
So when you say profit sharing, you're probably not talking about millions of dollars here.
No, and we're not even talking time. We're talking actually just fiber profit. So we're talking about the cost of the fiber and the processing and the putting it out there, the advertising. So we're not even talking time at this point. But the farms do get, one of the models that we came up with was a lot of times with fiber in the U.S., you send your fiber to a mill, it can take 6 months to a year to get processed. You don't see any income from that fiber until a year later, or maybe even 2 years later. So it's not, we talk about sustainable, it really does not work to support your farm, when you're not getting any kind of income back for 2 years. So what we do is we tell farms the minute the fiber hits the mill and it's weighed, as soon as you mail it in, we pay you. So we pay you. So they get paid instantly. And so that was an important part of our model, is making sure that farms get paid directly as soon as the mill gets the fiber. And I'll be honest with you, we're not pulling an income from it. Everything we make in this company right now, we're at the foundation stage, and we're going to our second year. Everything that we make, we're putting back into the company, whether it's through the social media or the farms, and whatnot.
Yeah, but you can't, just because you feel that way about the social imperative or the moral imperative doesn't mean everybody else can feel that way or can afford to feel that way. So if you wanted people to be part of your group, you kind of have to give them something, or
yeah,
because it can't just be this big. I mean, I guess it could be this big nonprofit, but when it comes down to it, you want this to be a functional, sustainable
absolutely.
system.
Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And actually, this year we looked at our sales, and it's going to work. It's going to
Yeah.
be a successful model if we can keep at it. And slow growth.
Yeah.
We cannot. In this industry, you cannot do.
Yeah.
It's just not feasible to do it. So slow growth is a good thing for us.
Yep.
One farm at a time and bringing them on. And the other part of our model that's a little different is that versus a co-op is that a part of our co-ops do this too, but we do a lot of mentor and training. So we have our herd gatherings once every 2 months, and we'll bring in somebody to talk about combing. Or we had David Shaw from New Zealand Cashmere actually at our last herd gathering via Zoom, and he talked about their model and what they're doing in New Zealand. So it's really to make our farmers feel like, we're offering something for them too, outside of just buying their fiber, helping them reach their goals for their farms.
Yes.
That's important, whether they want to get bigger or not get bigger.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe, and my husband can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe we were talking maybe with something about the Cashmere Association about videos, and we hadn't quite gotten to that stage yet. But in the meantime, you heard that we were going to the UK this year.
Yes.
And you had a quick recommendation for us. You got to go to Lumen Bay because that's someone you follow. And it was the most wonderful recommendation. I have to say thank you so much for that because boy, that was just Jillian's she's fantastic. And I think I listened to her a little bit, but really I was just hearing the lilt of her voice. Because they're right on the ocean.
Her location.
Scotland's gorgeous, but it's a little bit lonely. It's like many places in Montana, or places that have a lot of space to them. You have to be very comfortable in your skin, and it's obvious she's a very dedicated, strong woman that does what she wants. And it's interesting to me how many women in farming we find that are representative of this. But the things that you've talked about so far, she has taken her goats and she's run her business. She has a scientific background a bit. But she's also put goats in the educational system a little bit. So it's kind of funny how one of your main components is education, and she's done the same. She's using goats. I don't know if you've
and even our companies, she's trying to bring back the whole Scottish. And when so there is also like a Kevin Bacon moment here too. Let me tell you, as far as we're connected, which is kind of cool. So so I started following them because anybody obviously with Cashmere, I'm like, oh, more about them. But ironically, I started following, and she was great, and we were dialoguing back and forth, and I was looking at her mission and what our mission is, and we were talking about database and how to keep track of data on our genetics of our goats. And then I saw all of a sudden she had somebody doing some test knitting for her, and who I knew, actually my husband, one of his former would be contractors that he used to work with, his name's Gary Downs. Well, his wife Natasha was doing test knitting for her. And I said, I know Natasha's been on my farm. She's come from Scotland to visit. She's actually Russian. Her husband's Scottish. But anyway, so when I reached out to Natasha, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You just test knit the hat for Luna Bay. She's like, yeah, I'm really good friends with them. I'm like, I know that. So it was really, really cool that.
It's a sad irony that we were having the same conversation with her over there about things that happen in many ways, almost exactly the same way here. They are trying to have Scottish Cashmere be a thing again, but the infrastructure is the problem. And think about it. Here, how many mills do you have to choose from when you want to have have a mill process your fiber? Do you have 50,000 mills in the States here?
Right. No.
How many do you have?
No, we just were on a conference call with our mill, which we are putting our fiber in now for next year. You have to do it in a year in advance, and it's very, very limited, the milling, and that the processing is a huge issue. And the mills are great; they know what they're doing, But a lot of them are one-man shows. They might have 2 or 3 people working for these mini mills, and that's it.
But there used to be quite a few, and they've sort of died out. Correct?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. We were at one a couple years back, Mount Meadow, out in Montana, Wyoming. Yeah, she's right there. They're right there on that edge, and they're a fairly large thing because they have all of those sheep that come out of the northern ranges, and they process chunks of wool at a time. But again, you look at this and you think, large or small, the mill is sort of it's not a dying thing, but it is something that is endangered, very definitely. Because it's been replaced by all of these artificial fabrics, and if you can just weave something in plastic and it doesn't feel the same, but it's difficult to compete with that whole plastics industry in a fiber, in a smaller way.
But let me tell you what I've learned, one of the pieces that we're missing, and I can't understand why, so maybe somebody can teach me, is that everywhere else in our society, technology has taken a hold and moved things fast forward. But for some reason in the milling industry, and I understand you mill something, the concepts are the same, but we haven't had any technological advances in the milling industry in forever. Like, I mean, if you look at these machines, the machines have not, I mean, there's no, as far as technology, very little technology growth has happened in that area. We're still using machines that are very similar to what they were in the 1800s and early 1900s.
Is that because they're made better? I mean, I hear those old sock machines, or if you can find an old sock machine, you grab it because they're made in a way
they're made so great. But my thinking is more so this, is that there's been so much more money and technology in other areas that in the fiber industry and the small mills, I mean, the engineering students and the tech students the colleges are not looking at that arena right now to make any kind of technological gains. I would love to see a college that has, an engineering, department look at how we can start advancing mills in the U.S., to process fiber faster, or and help these mills make some gains, because I do believe the equipment, probably the foundation equipment will stay the same, but I think there can definitely be some improvements.
So I would say there's a great thing for New York or Texas too, because Texas is sheep and wool capital. But
Texas A&M, I mean, I'd love to.
They have, I believe, the Angora. The gentleman with the Angora Goat Association was telling me that they have huge warehouses down there that are processing fibers for Angora goats too. I mean, I didn't know that until a couple years ago, that small ruminant capital of the United States is basically Texas. I mean, that's
and a lot of Angora gets shipped to South Africa, I believe, to be processed too, because they can't do it here, the amount. So, but I would like to see, my son's a tech major right now at RIT, and I was just like, gosh, get some of these kids together to be looking at the milling process and how, and this is where I see it. I see as a model, and I'm probably going way off on the beaten path, but my vision would be something like, if something could be created where we had regional mills, like my farm, I could have my barn and I can have a small regional mill that I could afford, and wouldn't be $500,000, $600,000, but I could have a deherring machine that would cost me, let's say a deherring machine would cost me maybe even $20,000, $30,000, that I could get other farms to bring their fiber here regionally, dehair it, and then my processing, I can have yarn in probably 3 months. So it's these little, I mean, the deherring for us is the biggest issue. The deherring takes a long time, and you have to do it in small batches, sometimes even by farm, to get the consistency. But that would be a huge piece, to have smaller, affordable deherring machines for regional farms to use.
Well, maybe New York is the place, because I know that it's always hysterical to me that people think New York and they think the city, and that's kind of what New York is. But New York goes out, even outside of the city, upstate, which is anything 20 minutes out of the city is upstate, really. In a way. So that's everything all the way up to Canada.
But the Hudson Valley, has huge textile and fashion happening. So so feel free to pass that idea along. That we're looking for a deherring or processing that can be machines that small farms could work together on affording, so that we could do it. And I don't want to take the mills out of business, but I'm just saying what it would allow us to do is take a step out, so that we could still send our fiber to a mill and they could get it, in the process much faster.
I don't think you're going to send the mills out of business if you're waiting a year to get fiber back. They're overloaded as it is. So there are moments where I believe the textile industry could, in a way, be reborn, like the hops industry kind of started.
They started, and you're right. There has been legislation right now that's in in being activated, which is great on that front for sure.
Yes,
we'll see. Yeah. I mean, one of the things I love about our company too is that we I went down to the Hudson. We do a blend of a 50 merino, 50 cashmere, and our merinos from the Hudson Valley, from this great farm. I get to go pick up the fiber and feel it, and and our Cormo actually came from a farm in Michigan that we paired with for a collab, and another farm in New York State. So we're using all all, all natural fibers from either right here in New York State or other farms within the United States for our blends.
So now on the technical side of things, I love fiber, but I really don't know it as much about it as I'd like to. In terms of blending sheep and goat, or alpaca and goat, or alpaca and sheep, or whatever it happens to be, is it kind of like we went to Oregon to the cheese place, and they were doing a cheddar that was a sheep and goat blend, and I thought, gee, that's sort of interesting, but other people had not done it, and I think is there a reason why they didn't do it? Because the cheese was pretty good. Yeah. But they said there's something about that. I think it was that, or maybe it was the sheep and cow blend. Anyway, whatever it was, that was not commonly done. In fiber, is it commonly done to mix different animals? Or?
Yeah, it hasn't been, but now I think you're seeing much more of it. I mean, you think about farms, they would have just raised one species, right? They do merino, or they do they do one specific to their farm, and so they wouldn't do multiple types typically. But now I think what's coming more so, even the cashmere. I mean, 20 years ago, the CGA, all those farms were doing 100% cashmere, and they would never thought about, I could mix it with merino, I could put a little silk in there. There wasn't a crossover or communication with the folks who were actually using it in the textile industry, which have their belief is you create something for what you're going to use it for. So, that's what the makeup should be. So if you're doing 100% cashmere, you want it against your head. If you're looking at a hat to keep you warm, but you need something lofty and a little waterproof, you might mix it with alpaca, and you might mix it with wool. That's going to help you do that. So it's all based. So now it is much more common for people to be like, let's come up with our own blends that fit what garments you're going to, what it's going to be used for. Yes. The practicality of it. Yeah. And that's because now there's more communication with the textile industry, I think, with that.
So you're not, are you limited in terms of cashmere? Does it really do that one thing? Because it does really, really well. It's soft and gorgeous. Right. Does it is it one of those that lends itself nicely to mix with a
So it's something that's, of course it's like supposedly 8 times warmer than wool. It's got that capacity, and that's because it has such extreme crimp. So you think of the crimpiness of each of those fibers, when you put them together, it locks into this really nice seal to hold the heat, versus other fibers that have don't have as much crimp, right? So it's very, very warm, but it's not super waterproof either. So, it's not something that you're going to use as far as moisture all the time. But it does lend itself, and the blends lend themselves. We do a merino blend. We do Cormo is a sheep that has a lot of loft to it. We do a Cormo blend. Not many people, I don't think anybody else is doing a Cormo blend, and we love it. It's great. It's loftier, super warm, and the cashmere gives it super softy, buttery feeling.
How is it to knit?
So we have different, like the pure cashmere is a fingerling weight. Our Americana Cormo is what we call our sport weight, and then we have a sock weight, which is the merino. So again, it depends on, you want to do your mittens, you want to do a hat, you want to do a scarf. So that it's lend itself to different patterns and things that we do. So we have a cashmere club. So we have a quarterly club, which has been really fun. We have like 25, 30 people in it right now, and every quarter we send them a kit, and it has a different blend yarn and a pattern in it. It's a big reveal surprise. But we try to feature the different yarns in each kit, so our club members get a chance to knit with some different blends.
So now you are going to be completely creative, because instead of being in the breed barns this year at Rhinebeck, you are going to be in your shop area, right?
Yes, we'll be with the Cashmere Goat Association and other farmers that belong to the association with their products, which are amazing. And people get to meet those farmers because some are coming to work in the booth. And then we sponsor, Queen Cashmere sponsors part of the booth, so we'll have our yarns there as well. And our, I think we have at least 10 to 15 farms represented with Queen Cashmere with our yarn. Yeah.
Ready. Hi, my name is Sydney. A lot of folks in the knitting community know me as Squidney Knits. Everything I am wearing is hand knit by me. This is a wool from Norway, and this is Brooklyn Tweed Peary, and then this is a mercerized cotton. And most of what I'm wearing are from true vintage patterns. So my top is from a 1930s jumper, and the skirt is from a 1947 pattern. And the bag is my design that is part of Squid School of Vintage Knitting, which is where I lead a bunch of folks to victory with vintage knitting projects. I started the skirt in August, and I started this in August, September, and the bag was like a week-long project from a while ago. So all in all, about 2.5 months to do everything. Yeah. Oh, sure. It's a little wet today, so there might be some raindrops. And I'm Squidney Knits on Instagram, and I'm on Patreon as well. Great. Thank you.
You bought it $75, and the number you bought it $75. By the way, if you get back, the first name's on your on another rule. Here we go. I can pronounce that. Second.
Hi, my name's Ashley. This is my first time at Rhinebeck. I'm new to the fiber arts community. Just started crocheting a few months ago. This is my first sweater. And my earrings are made by my best friend Alyssa today. And we're just here having a good time. I do have an Instagram, Lenny's Lovies, LENISLOVES, for donations for the hospital. It took me a few weeks. Yes. Yes. Do you know Holly what? Holly Woodward doesn't. Okay. And the pattern was found on Etsy by Holly Woodward Designs. Very easy to follow. Thank you.
So thank you very much for the folks who jumped in to help hold goats. This is always the fun part. Love the audience participation. So holding a goat is very easy. Don't worry, we're not going to judge you like you're a 4-H person. The number one thing is to keep a good grip of their hair underneath their chin or next to their cheek. Your secondary grip would be the horns or underneath behind the horns. The number one thing to do as a person is please don't point your butt at the judge. It's considered a little rude.
That's all.
The judge may actually ask to look at the goat's butt, but you're not supposed to be wagging yours at the judge. Anyway, welcome folks. I see we got new folks coming up. Thank you very much for joining us at the Angora Goat Show. You're looking at white doe yearlings. So these girls were born a year ago, spring, and they're in that awkward teenage stage between being cute and being a mom. So kind of a betwixt and between. So this is your mohair. This is your mohair as it's growing up. When people ask me, hey, what do you think about goats? I was thinking about getting a couple. An adult goat can shear 2 to 6 pounds of mohair every 6 months. Your typical skein of yarn is about 4 ounces. Make good plans. Otherwise, you're going to end up with a garage full of mohair. What do you do with mohair? Yes, me with the garage. What do you do with mohair? Mohair does just about anything. Originally, it was also carpet and rope. It was not just next to the skin scarves and hats. Mohair is very, very strong. Mohair is very, very stable. It does not have a lot of scales to the hair. Again, it's like your hair. So it's very slick and it will hold a great deal of color for a long time. Those mohair rugs from Turkey that are hundreds of years old that are on display in museums are there for a reason. They've lived a good life. One thing about mohair that I'm sure a lot of your expert hand spinners know is that it stretches. It does not spring back. When you wash mohair, it does not particularly shrink much. It will continue to grow. So blending mohair is a good idea as well if you're planning on wearing something that needs elasticity. Mohair can halo. Those wonderful brushed mohair skeins of yarn and the bright purples. You can make a very fuzzy item. Mohair rugs are fantastic. If you get a core spun mohair, make your own bath mat, dig your toes in, it's great. So back to Angora goats themselves. Angora goats typically have a single or twins. Twins are useful for production farms. Singles are useful for people like me who are kidding at 2 in the morning by ourselves. Moms are typically very good moms, but they don't have a lot of milk production, so do not milk your Angoras. It's a lot of frustrating work that nobody's going to enjoy. So you have your nice healthy kids. Early spring is best because of parasites on the pastures. You raise them up, and given good luck and good food, you can have your goat for 12, 14 years. My experience, my girls live a lot longer than my boys, and I'll explain that when we get to the buck show. They should be able to grow beautiful mohair, twin kids every year, and produce for a good 10 years of their lives. If they're really good, they'll go for 12 or 14. I currently have an 18-year-old in assisted living at my house. Temperament-wise, they're pretty chill. Angora goats are not gonna bust down your roof or take down your barn or your fences unless you've got a boy sitting right next to a girl and doesn't get a chance to talk to her. He'll get frustrated. Hobby farm worth of Angoras, they're very friendly. If you have them out in the pasture, they're very chill. They get along really well with your livestock guardian dogs. Thank you. Apparently I was starting to talk quietly. Last year, is Mr. Sovar here? There was a gentleman who was asking me if you could make Sovars out of Angora horns, and the answer is actually yes. Shofars, I'm sorry, not Sovars, shofars. Yes, you can make traditional horns out of Angora horns. You can raise Angora goats with sheep. That was a good question to ask. Angora goats can be raised with sheep, but you do have a mineral problem. Goats require enough copper to kill a sheep. So you'll need to talk to your extension agent about how to do minerals. We can do copper boluses. You can feed them separately. Easy enough to do. The big thing is making sure that you've got goats and sheep that are of similar temperament and are willing to eat together. So what do you feed an Angora? Everybody's talking about how goats eat anything. Well, yes, that's possibly true, except they do not actually eat aluminum cans. They're eating the label that I glue off of it. You want to be feeding the goats a good balanced diet, roughage, fat, protein. Again, if you're into sheep care, they take about the same. You want to make sure you've got lots of good leafy stems for them to eat. So if they're on pasture, you want a good mixed blend, not just clover. So the folks who are watching, our judge is looking at the hair quality. She's parting that hair down to the skin. She's looking at the locks, which is what we call the little ringlets that are growing off of the goat. Seeing how fine they are, how well formed they are, how uniform they are from tip to base. Especially in girls this age, these are yearling girls, they're starting to change. So the tips of the hair will probably be finer than the base. The challenge is to make the base, the current hair that they're producing, as fine as what they've got at the tip, which is the oldest hair, of course. So she's looking at uniformity of fleece and quality of fleece, and that's why she keeps parting it down to the skin. So I had a really good question. What's the difference between wool and hair? Why are we talking mohair versus sheep wool? And okay, so there's a couple differences. Let's go back to the difference between a goat and a sheep is about 4 chromosomes. Goats and sheep do not interbreed. If they do, you typically get a mule that's a very, very pissed off goat looking thing. It is sterile, angry, ugly, and probably won't live very long. But if you go online, you can find them. There's heaps of shoats out there, and shoat is not pig in this particular point of view. But, so, no, goats are a completely different animal. They're actually closer related to deer than they are to sheep. And when you get down to it, what's hair versus fur? It's protein production and how it's formed. And if you look at it under a microscope, wool has lots of little scales that poke outward. And if you're a felter, you know the joy of a good handle on a sheep fleece. It catches. That's part of the point. Is all those little fibers in the hair or the fur catch. The sheep wool takes a little bit more work to dye as well because it's not quite as common as hair is. And those little fibers that is on wool that makes it catch so nicely also makes it shrink. And if you've ever accidentally put your wool sweater through the dryer, you know exactly what you got out of that. It was fuzzy and small and hard and very, very warm. Good job. But it's not hair. It's very, very hard to friction felt hair. You can do it, but I don't recommend it. You can needle felt because that's so much more work. You know what you're going to do. But no, hair and wool are totally different items. They blend nicely, but they're not the same protein.
Okay, this is a very hard class to judge. Like I said at the beginning, these goats are all really good quality goats, and they only have slight differences. They're all over a year of age, and so they're into their third fleece. We still like to see, look for, the finer the fleece, the more money you get for the fleece. Okay, so the mohair goes like in kid hair, which is up to 29 microns. That goes for the higher price, and then you have what they call yearling hair, which is like 30 to 32 microns, where you get less money. And so you try to raise goats that have the more expensive fiber on, which means a finer coat. Besides that, you also look for a size on the goat, that she's grown quite well over a year and a half. And again, just like the kids, you like to look for uniformity front to back. So the number one goat I don't know if you can see, but whoops. There, if you look at it here on her neck, you see how white, and you see that the locks, they all fall in ringlets, nice and even through the body. And from her neck all the way to the back, same fleece, right across the board. And so that's why I put her number 1. Number 2, very similar fleece. There, you still have an even. She's a little bit smaller than number 1, so this is like something a body little size. So next year, you never know, she may switch and be number 1. And this was a little bit difficult to do because I've placed them by the uniformity of the fleece and fineness of fleece. And so as we go down, we still have fairly uniform. The number 4 goat, also super uniform, but on the side the locks didn't fall quite like evenly, but it still sits quite fine. And when you go down the line, it's the same thing. The number, I don't know what your name is, but 2, 3, 4, 5. It breaks a little bit at the neck, a little bit drier fleece. Then the next one, super fine fleece, it was sheared late. And it would be nice to see longer fleece to actually see how it falls, because when it's that short, it's hard to tell, like number 1, how the locks are actually falling. The next goat is a beautiful goat for size. It's a little bit coarser. If the ones in front of it were not also fine, that could be a number 1 in another group, if the fiber was the same micron count across. And then as we go down, we still get a little bit coarser, breaking the neck, and then but they're all very good quality goats. So if you were to buy a goat, any one of these would be a good goat to buy. Oh, I mean.
So thank you very much to the white exhibitors for this yearling goat class, and congratulations to Buckwheat Bridge Angors for going 1, 2, 3. So well done, Dan.
Hi, I'm Gillian McEwen. I'm here at Lunan Bay Farm. We're the UK's only cashmere producer, producing the first cashmere in 30 years that's homegrown in Scotland. I'd welcome you to check us out on our website, lunanbayfarm.com. And you can check us on our socials as well, on Instagram, Twitter and Facebook, all under Lunan Bay Farm. We produce some fantastic homegrown cashmere hand-spun yarn, along with some great mixed fibre with merino that's locally produced. So do check us out.
American Goat Federation, representing all goat production.
Of Scotland. I'd like to welcome you all.
Hi, I'm Christine, and I'm a board member of the Cashmere Goat Association. The Cashmere Goat Association is a non-for-profit organization with the goal of providing education about cashmere goats. CGA brings together breeders, fiber artists, and others interested in raising these majestic animals. The Cashmere Goat Association is dedicated to educating about all aspects of the cashmere goat, including its fiber, meat, pelts, horns, ability to serve as pack animals, and silver pasturing. The Cashmere Goat Association is a proud affiliate member of the American Goat Federation. To find out more about what our association can offer, go to cashmeregoatassociation.org, visit our YouTube channel, or any of our social media sites at Cashmere Goat Association.
Cattleman's Texas Longhorn Conservancy, preserving history. Galicinos, the small horse with a big heart. A very rare breed descended from the original colonial Spanish horses brought to the islands of Cuba and Hispaniola. Although thousands were brought to the U.S. in the 50s and 60s, they are now considered critically endangered by the Livestock Conservancy. The Galicinos of Suwannee Horse Ranch in Live Oak, Florida, are dedicated to the preservation and promotion of this breed, providing educational opportunities on the history and the role these horses played in the conquest of the New World. For more information, please go to www.galicino.org.
Welcome to my marriage. So we are here with Jane. We're in the breed barns.
This is Janie.
And I know you, Jerry. You're Jerry of Flying Fibers and breed barn fame. You kind of run this whole thing.
I organize the breed barn, so I just make sure that there are 22 people willing to come in and set up a display and sit with their sheep for the weekend to educate the public.
To educate the public is right. Now that's one of the big things that Dutchess County Bull Growers Association is wanting to do, is to forward the educational component to this.
Yeah.
But you know, it's not always easy, because tell me about the things that you have to do to bring. You have a Wensleydale and 2 Shetlands, right?
Yeah, I brought 3 this year.
And a daughter and a granddaughter. Right?
Yes, yeah, and a crew. You need the crew, first of all, but to bring the sheep, you have to have them certified by a veterinarian that they're safe to cross state lines, and the concern is that any diseases could spread like wildfire. If you think of Scrapie in the early thousands, which wiped out a lot of the sheep population in England. What people don't realize is it's the equivalent of mad cow disease.
Yes.
So
which ruined the entire meat industry in Britain for a decade, I think. Yes.
Years. So Scrapie is the same. So farmers lost hundreds of sheep, and whole flocks were slaughtered if the disease was found in one.
That's a prion disease, right? It's the same type of thing as you might see.
Chronic wasting.
Yeah, so you have it in little bubbles in the brain. It happens in deer, and they're finding it. Many species. So in order to prevent that from occurring, it must be especially difficult here back in New England, because you know, it's not like California. I can drive for 10 hours and not hit the north of California. Here, you're hopping state lines all the time.
All the time. So, and the certified veterinary inspection is only good for 30 days. So if you're doing showing, you're constantly getting them, which you have to, because if you're showing, you're also having them near other sheep. So one of the other illnesses that we are concerned with is sore mouth, which is, I'm going to say it's similar to a herpes virus, and then once your flock has it, they have it. So we do worry in situations like this. Some people will never bring their sheep out. They're considered a closed flock, nobody in, nobody out, so that they can avoid all of that, but then you can't educate. So, and how they could get it, even though you'll notice no sheep are nose to nose. There's a display between each. That's so that they're not spreading it. But if kids put their fingers in their mouth and then go to the next booth, it can happen again.
Well, and this makes it super difficult, not just for the sheep part, but your organization here has to be a complex thing. There's some math involved in that, right?
Yes, and then I have to check everybody as they're coming in to make sure that they have that veterinary paperwork.
So you have to do at least one vet test for Scrapie and a couple others. Now, if you can do more, but you have to do at least that minimum. And I notice when people come in, you kind of look at the sheep. You have to kind of check.
I have to make sure that whatever sheep is listed by their ear tag on that. Come here, baby girl. She's gonna twirl. You're gonna twirl. It's just mom. It's not really mom. This is good for her.
This is good for her, but it's
she's
tough,
a baby.
isn't it?
Yeah, it's tough.
Jane's 4 months old.
Now I'm soaked and filthy,
Did
but
that
I
not
don't
happen
care. Yeah, no, because it was dry.
But she's 4 months old. She's a 4-month-old Shetland, and I know that because this is the Backyard Green Films mascot. Yes, it is.
This is your sheep that you bought this summer.
Yes, and I'm trying not to get.
I'm just her caretaker.
Yes, but she's, there's 30,000 people that come to this event, and so she's getting a little nervous here, and she's kind of learning it.
She knows her flock mates are down the aisle.
Yep.
But the other thing that they do to cross lines, it's required to have rabies. So she has to have her rabies shots. So it was a couple $100 just in vet fees.
For one sheep or for all?
For 3. We're filming. So you just don't cross in front of the camera, please.
Yeah, we got a camera going right there.
Yep. So,
okay, so we're talking about the education component and what it takes to bring a sheep here. And so there's 3 for you, and so a couple $100 there in vet fees, you said.
Yep.
Now, gas in California is $6.50 a gallon, and it's only 4 here, right? I mean, so
right. So I figured out in the truck it was $50 to get here, no tolls, and then the back and forth while we're here will be some. So, but 50 each way for that.
And then you have a hotel for yourself and whoever you bring to help you here, right?
And we're just in a tiny little cabin, and it's still $600.
Yeah, and that was probably that you got months ago, I'm assuming, because they sell out here.
I get it this weekend for next year.
Yes.
Yeah.
Yeah. So I mean, we were doing that calculation. And it's not just the bookkeeper and me. I look at this and I think the public comes in and out of here and they think, oh, this is lovely.
How cute.
How cute. But what does it cost each person on average to just be here, even if they don't sell anything, to just be in this barn with their animal?
But then we have to bring feed. We have to bring hay.
Yes.
So, am I over $1,000? I think so. 600.
And you get paid how much for this?
200. And we just got an increase. We get paid 200 last year. For the last decade, it was 100.
Yes, and this is.
It didn't cover people's vet bills.
So it's a passion project, obviously.
Oh yeah, it's absolute passion.
Yes.
We do it because we love it, and we want people to wear wool, love wool,
and know where it comes from. So it goes from here to the vendor barns when they say, hey, that's Shetland. Do you want to see what a Shetland is? So I can come in here and say, oh, that's what a Shetland looks like.
Yep.
That's what a Cotswold looks like.
Yes.
That's what a Leicester Longwool looks like.
Absolutely.
And that's what a llama. You have a camelid barn and cashmere goats and
alpacas.
And alpacas and
the bunnies are
Angoras
here.
in the back. You have all kinds of animals where people can trace their fibers, right?
Absolutely.
Okay, so we're doing this interesting thing this year. We're testing, we're kicking the tires on it, I would say. And your volunteers here, you know, just the people here are not the only generous things in giving their time. You also have people that have donated quite a bit.
Which is so appreciated.
Yes. So we're trying something new. You're going to get grabbed here for just a minute. This is your life here, isn't it? Yes.
Yes.
Grabbing you is like grabbing Netta. So we're gonna try and do something new. We're gonna try and do a little bit of a raffle, and we're also gonna try and do maybe a little bit of an auction because we have some nice ticket items that people have donated, but also that Rick and I have done on our Tartan and Tweed tour. We got some nice fibers in Scotland, and we have some hats, and we have all kinds of things. And
fabrics.
And some fabrics. We have beautiful stuff. So we have this little flyer that's got a code that people can go to, and there's 5 different components. Now, they don't have to give through the RE Synergy Foundation. That is the name of the organization that is going to be very generous here. They can buy a raffle ticket here.
Perfect.
And we're going to do raffle tickets for $5. But, you know, this little thing is real alpaca. So this is not an inexpensive item. We have some small things. We have soaps and we have pins, and we'll be bringing those out. But everybody that puts a $5 raffle ticket is eligible for those. And then there will be some larger ticket items, and we'll talk about that. But they're going to be on behalf of the organizations that we just picked 5 of them. Cashmere Goat Association, American Goat Federation, and the Shetland organization for the United States. But there's also one called the Rhinebeck Fund. And I'm very excited about this one because we're hoping to raise money for the barn.
Which will be very appreciated because people come from far. Feed costs have skyrocketed.
20-odd people here.
Hay is an issue this year for New England because of all the rain. They weren't able to get hay in, so it's been a tricky year.
Yes, so I mean it's $20,000 flat out of the gate to have animals on this fairgrounds for this. So we would love to defray some of that if we can. And the raffles.
Greatly appreciated.
Yeah, well, we're going to do our best. So RE Synergy is
She wants to win. Janie wants to win.
Go! Will that hurt her? Ah!
I know.
It's
what
paper,
are you doing,
right?
Janie? You getting a
I
ticket?
see you, Jane. I see.
Yum,
Here,
yum,
chew
yum.
on that one. That one's better. So, oh my gosh. Hey,
She
you're
says,
a feisty little one, aren't you?
Give to the Rhinebeck Fund. Is that what you said?
So if people get a raffle ticket, they can put $5 and get a raffle ticket.
Yep.
But we also have this. If they give money through the RE Synergy Foundation, they can either go to this ticket or this
QR
code, and they can pick one of the 5 organizations. And it's a nonprofit donation, so they'll get a letter for that. But they can pick which fund they want to do. RE Synergy is going to match, I don't know how much a percentage, but I have the feeling it's a large percentage of whatever comes in. And we have not quite been given a limit yet as to how far that's going to go. So
please support us.
Yes, this would be lovely. And people can do this if they're watching at home. They can do it all year long if they want to. But the Rhinebeck Fund is going to be split. At the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association has said that's going to go to the barn this year. And so it goes straight to every single person to defray gas. I mean, if nothing else, $70 for gas would be delightful in this day and age. Wouldn't it? Okay.
Yes.
So we appreciate you bringing Jane out here, but I'm just going to show you 1 or 2 things, and we'll show some of the other raffle items. Feel that. Isn't that nice?
I'll hold a little.
On our trip, we
she's
got, we went to the Wensleydale factory. Wensleydale is cattle, but that's cow cheese. But, you know, Wallace and Gromit land is.
Yep.
So we have a Swaledale's tea towel. We have Herdwick tea towel. We have Herdwicks here. People can see those. We've got little clips. We've got some we've got some pretty items, so we'll bring those out.
And a sheepskin.
Well, yes, Flying Fibers. We talked to Flying Fibers about it from England. Tartan fabric, yes.
Yes.
So we have some exciting things, and we're going to show those. But anybody that watches this, they can either do it through this, or if they do give a $5 donation on RE Synergy, we'll pick some of those too. We might, if it's a little healthier donation, we might. Anyway, it's going to be exciting.
It's going to be exciting.
But we have probably 50 items that we're going to raffle. We have cashmere wool from Scotland, Lunan Bay Farm in Scotland, and also from here. Yes, so because Wholesale Farms was very generous with their donations as well, and Clean Cashmere. There's a great number of people that have done so. So we've got dryer balls, and I mean, you name it. So we'll talk more about that. But meanwhile, if everybody they can either go and buy a raffle ticket here. All day long, $5, and we'll do a pick this evening right before close, or they can go to the RE Synergy Foundation or pick that little QR code, and it'll go further that way. So,
and I would also just like to take a moment to thank you and Rick at Backyard Green Films and their staff for supporting us every year, because you also give of your time and talents.
We do, but we love this.
Follow Backyard Green Films on all socials, and follow RE Synergy.
You're a good soul.
Because they've been supporting us since 2019.
You're a good soul.
Yeah.
Wouldn't it lovely?
All the way from California.
Farming or filmmaking, wouldn't it be lovely to be in the positive at some point in our lives? One year we'll do it, right?
Yes. Yes. You don't get into this to make money.
No, you don't.
Yeah.
I have one
for
thing.
The love.
I have one thing. It's hard to buy things for you, but from the Wensleydale factory, we have giveaways like this. Crazy colors, because I know you're that way.
That's me.
That's your Carmobile.
Look,
that's like a pair of dice, right?
Look
at that. Thank you. Thank you for all you do for the Breed Barn.
Oh, you're welcome.
We appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
Okay.
You're good.
You bought it $25.21. 1500, 15, 12, hang it, give it, 15, 12, hang it, give it, 15, 15, 15, 12, hang it, give it, 1500, 12, hang it, give 15, 15, 12, hang it, give it, 15, 15, 15, 12, hang it, give it, 1500, 15, 15, 12, hang it, give 15, 12, hang it, give 15, 15, give it, 15. 12 and a half, but get 15. Now it's going to be the 15. So now it's going to be you interested at all? He's got a reserve a little bit higher than that. If you're interested, we'll have to talk to somebody else about that. All right, we'll move on then. We'll go right down the tables. We got lot number 3 on electric fence. Anybody going to get $50 on a roll of fence? Anybody get 50? 50, anybody get 50? 75. 50, anybody get 75. Lot number 3. 50, anybody get 75. Anybody get 75. Anybody get 75. 50, anybody get 60. Anybody get 60. Anybody get 60. Anybody get 50. Anybody get 60. 50, anybody get 60. 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 Anybody get now. Anybody get now. Anybody get 60. You bought it $50. The buyer $200. Lot number 4, we got your posts. And how are we going to do these now then, Bruce? We're going to sell them one money for both piles, and you got to think, one money for both piles. That's all lot number 4. One money for all of them. Somebody get 200 on the post. 200. Somebody get 2. Somebody get 2. One money buys them all. 200. Somebody get 2. Somebody get 2. Somebody get 100. 100 out of it. Anybody get one more. Somebody get 75. Anybody get 75. And 50. Anybody get 75. Anybody get 75. 100 out of it. 100 a quarter. On a quarter. On a quarter. One now. On a quarter. 100 a quarter. On 25. 100 a quarter. 20 100 a quarter. 100 a quarter. On 20 100 a quarter. 1 quarter. 20 100 a quarter.
You, Rick?
No, Rick is the.
It's like Rick just, because I had Rick just followed me on Instagram. So like,
116. 116 is the buyer. Lot number 5, I'm taking it as the rest of this electric fence scale.
Just a few seconds here.
All this goes.
All
I was like, that is so cute. I was like, this, I don't think this is a GoPro. Right. Hi, my name's Mikkel. This is The Trista by Jennifer Steingass. I made it out at Quince and Co. out. And my name is Mikkel again, and I'm flying for Dole Whips on Instagram. Follow me. So this sweater took, I want to say about 3 months, but on and off. Hold on. Thank you. Have a good one.
Thank you, too.
Hi, this is Gillian McEwen at Lunan Bay Farm here on the sunny shores of Scotland. I'd like to welcome you all to the festival, and thanks to Halls Hill Farm for the connection. Us Kashmir farmers need to stick together. Cheers!
I'm Nana Johnson, and I am the festival manager for the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival. It's my 5th year.
Festival manager, that just sounds like such a simple thing, but it's extremely complex.
It is.
So what does a festival manager do?
So this is one of the biggest sheep and wool festivals in the country, which means we get upwards of 30,000 people a year. It is the kind of undertaking that you would expect requires like a lot of people, a lot of minds, a lot of time, and it does. But we put this on almost entirely with volunteers. So being the festival manager means basically trying to create like a shape to all of that and being able to help direct folks to really get all the different jobs done in all the different venues on the fairgrounds here.
Because you have not just animals, and breed barns. You have vendors that are wanting to sell their product, and you have events like the parade, the llama parade, and the sheepdog trials and things like that. So how did you have sub volunteers for the categories, I'm assuming, correct?
Sure, yeah, we do. We offer, every year we put together a really big listing. It almost looks like something out of a phone book or something that has all of the opportunities for volunteering, the hours that are needed, and it does range from everything from doing something that might be a little bit more sedentary, like working with our workshop check-in, helping to get things set up in there, to something a little bit more physical, like with the sheepdog trials, helping the people that are doing that bring their sheep in, get the dog situated, help them load out. Also, we have folks helping in our merch tent, which if anyone's been to the New York State Sheep and Wool Festival, you will see a line that extends starting on Saturday morning and is there until sometime Sunday afternoon. So it takes a lot of bodies to help keep those people happy, get things done, get the merch off the tables. So there's all kinds of opportunities. And the places where we really need help would be, I would say, in that merch tent. And that's a chance if you like interacting with folks, that's a really great place to be. Again, because there's so many folks coming in and out of there. Working with kind of the special events that we do each year. So the sheepdog trials, this is the first time it's been back in a while, or demonstrations rather. So we haven't had people kind of locked in to help us with that. So if you're interested in working with animals, or just sort of being outside in the early morning here on the fairgrounds, which is always, even on a rainy day, beautiful, misty, gorgeous October time to be in New York. That's a great opportunity. And then we've also got the lamb roast, which we're not doing this year, and that is just something that we can't do without volunteers. That's been gone for a couple of years. I know that's really important to our membership and our producers to show that we're celebrating fiber and textiles, but also the other part of the Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers Association is the folks that are raising sheep for consumption. So I'm hopeful that next year we'll have more volunteers lined up for that so that we can offer some really great examples of ways to prepare and support these lamb producers that are in our region.
And it's not specific to any age group, right? Because I know I have our niece usually comes in with us, and she does running, and it is hugely critical for her to just run from one camera to the office and back, or go to the car and get batteries, so that you might need all levels of skill and maybe all ages. The ladies in the office sit there, they come back every single year, and they're a blast in there. I would
Absolutely, yeah. Our vendor office is definitely a cast of like returning characters every year. They're so amazing, and our vendors look for them. But yeah, for sure, it's great having, you know, for volunteers, we're looking for people that are 16 and over, and so it is great to have folks that are like excited to move around a lot, maybe excited to help with some setup. A lot of times for the setup, I'm here on the grounds starting Monday, Tuesday, Wednesday of the week of the event, and we've got these great companies that we work with to drop off all our equipment, but you know, we're also constantly having to move stuff around. It would be great to be able to have more folks to call on to help us with that sort of thing. So if you like getting, you know, down and dirty and like lifting heavy things, I have the job for you for sure. But like I said, there's also opportunities for things that are a little bit more maybe observing based and not having to there's something for everybody basically. You know, you can help in any way
definitely
that you're able.
Definitely, and that starts, so it's a Friday here, and obviously everybody's setting up in the breed barns here, so you might need breed barn volunteers coordinating, you might need somebody helping with the equipment auction and checking in, somebody helping in the office, maybe somebody manning the front gate. I mean, how many people do you have here?
In terms of helping right now, you know, we look for somewhere between 50 and 75 volunteers.
75 people.
We definitely don't have 75 volunteers this year, which is again one of those things where we just need more folks. I saw, you know, there's a lot of blank spaces on that form of people just not knowing that they have all these opportunities or just aren't able this year. And then just in terms of our committee and the people that put this on who are volunteers, there's about 16 people that work year round with me to plan for this every year that are not paid. They're fully volunteers. They have day jobs and families and live elsewhere. So looking even, just in the breed barn here, this is, you know, has a lot of complications to it. Animals coming in and out, making sure that we have, you know, bales delivered for all the different stalls that are in here, having educational materials out, getting the breed talks associated with this barn together, and that's all entirely done by folks that are volunteering their time because they love it.
And their animals at times too, correct?
Yeah.
Yeah, so this is a very complex event, and you always need volunteers. Tell me, if people did want to volunteer, how would they get a hold of you?
So the best thing would be, it wouldn't be me, they'd be actually getting hold of our volunteer coordinator, which is David Russo. And you can do that by emailing him at listmanager@sheepandwool.com. And if you have any questions or it's confusing to you at all, you just go to our website, sheepandwool.com, and you'll see information there.
Okay, delightful.
All right.
Fantastic. And you guys have a great website as well. You
We do.
have phenomenal information up there.
Yeah, a lot of info up there year round. So.
Okay. This is the most relaxed I have seen you ever. I know you actually got a night's sleep last night, but from here out, it's
But I can
pretty
tell you that
busy.
my phone is ringing right now in my
I know
pocket,
it
and
is.
it's making
I
me a
am
little bit tense.
Very much aware of that. Thank you so much.
Sure
Nat.
thing. Thanks, Alara.
Funding for this program was provided in part by the RE Synergy Foundation. Content for the Sustainable World.
My dad was an old school surgeon who always wished he was a rancher, and a man who took life by the horns and ran with it. Think John Wayne meets Ernest Hemingway meets Teddy Roosevelt. One thing that always embarrassed me, though, was that if my dad saw something interesting wherever he was, he'd go ask about it. He'd start up impromptu conversations with perfect strangers about crop rotation, cattle genetics, or how to get all those pieces of firewood in the load to stay on top of that one little donkey. I was mortified as a kid. Well, I grew up, and now that's me. I married a perfect man with itchy feet who loves all things music and film and who makes documentaries just for the love of it. If you dump all of those things into a petri dish and let them stew for 25 years of blissful chaos, what do you get? Well, welcome to my life of vicarious agriculture. Come on along for the ride.
So I'm Christine McBurdy Hulse. I am owner of Wholesale Farm here.
This gorgeous piece of property.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually we have a farm stay. So a lot of the support from the farm, it's kind of like an educational model, which I love.
Well,
because I'm a former educator.
I was
so
going to say
it
that
fits
goes
in.
Yes.
And yeah, so I was a school counselor, actually, elementary and middle school for 31 years.
So you were in the trenches there.
I was. I loved it. I went right through COVID and everything, and I loved it. I loved the educational piece. But one of the things that I kind of got stuck on as a counselor helping with kids in school is that so much of it wasn't experiential. And so when I got involved in farming, which I had a little history growing up with some farming with 4-H, I was like, this is your classroom. Like that you can teach everything. You can teach math, science, everything, history. So so when I retired, I really worked on bringing it forward. And we were a farm stay for a couple of years when I was teaching during the summer. But yeah, so I developed this farm stay model where families can come and experience the farm. And then, of course, my primary livestock on the farm are the cashmere goats. So
Cashmere goats, but that's not your only livestock, because I'm looking at this gorgeous chicken coop here behind us, and you also had a little pig Bella that came up to greet us. That's hysterical. You're standing there, all of a sudden, a large pig keeps talking, going,
so,
pet me, pet me, pet me. Was that what? Did I translate the pig talk correctly?
Absolutely. That's Bella. She's a rescue pig from this site that called Pigtopia, where it's just like a dog. They bring the pig, across country. So she was rescued, and she's become part of our family. And so we have a couple of rescue animals here, but because the farm is really, for me, supposed to represent balance and sustainability and what a homestead farm would look like as far as growing your own vegetables, your own animals, and also, supporting yourself, because how can you make a little bit of income on a farm so that you're not putting all your money into it and losing it? So that's been the goal for me on this farm, is actually to break even and maybe make a little extra on this farm. And the farm stay helps with that, obviously, and doing educational events. So it's been a great model. It's a hard model to work with as far as time.
It is, and you have to really be committed to it. I always look at the word sustainability, and I love it, but everybody, I think, shorts that word. They say, it's some touchy-feely thing in nature, and tree-hugging populace, which I'm probably one of them. But it really is applicable to business and life in general, because all you want the thing the thing to continue in a natural cycle, whether it's a business, whether it's a family, whether it's a farm, because if not, there's this constant drain that makes it impossible to sustain in the long run.
Can I pay my feed bills? Can I pay my grocery bills? Can I pay my fuel bill? I mean, everything to keep this farm going. I think I view that as sustainability. There's sustainability with the land and the soil and all that as well, but that is a big piece of it for this farm, all those moving pieces. And so that's where our farm shop, which we can walk down, I'll show you, but that's where the farm shop came into, is just, the more direct you can offer your products to customers, and they can have that transparency of like, oh yeah, I see right up there where your fiber comes from. I see right where your eggs come from. I see right where your squash comes from. And people love, I mean, they are so supportive, You're in these days, that niche marketing thing and the co-op thing, you're buying the story of the people behind it and the meaning. You feel like I'm contributing back a little bit, or I have a little bit of that meaning inside of me. It's kind of like teaching, right? I mean, it absolutely is. And the gift of it is, which I find is the customers, like you're in the business of storytelling, is you get to find out their story and how you fit into it. And I absolutely love that. That's what drives me. I just get so much strength from their stories and what brings them from the guy that comes every Sunday to get the donuts for his father to bring him to the nursing home, or whatever it is. It's really great. So this is our little farm shop that we needed to, again, just get we had so much food that we were growing, and so we said, well, just put it in the shop. And then I sell my fiber in here too, direct. So we sponsor like a lot of local artisans. So like I have an actual, a veteran who makes all these woodworks. He's a retired veteran. He does all the bowls he makes, the planters. I have another woman in town who makes the aprons. So I don't do everything here. We do the produce. I do any of the yarn, the cashmere jewelry. And it changes seasonally then. In the winter, we'll put more fiber out and knitted items and things like that. So we switch it over.
So why did you decide to be the one that leads the pack and will help all of our local farmers in one place?
One was my location. We're so rural here that a lot of farm shops, when you're tucked on a road, you just don't get the traffic. So that's what I was like, hey, we've got the spot. This was supposed to be a sheep shed originally, and then we decided that I was good with the amount of animals we had, because with our acreage that we had. So we turned it into a store, and then I just started talking to a lot of people who just didn't have a way to get their products out there. So, and we just basically, they put their items here, they stock them, and they get paid directly.
So this is your and this is your Kalani sweater. Yep, you can do it. Yeah. Yeah. Oh. This is my own eco-dyed shawl and my Calliope sweater. It's Ian inspired. My mom made it. I did a little twirl.
Take two. And then he'll say, we're rolling. Okay. Hi.
You're good.
We've been chatting for a couple of minutes here. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yes, I'm Hannah Thyssen Howard. I am an author of 2 knitting books, Slow Knitting and Seasonal Slow Knitting. I also work part-time for Battenkill Fiber Mill in upstate New York and for the Hudson Valley Textile Project, which is a nonprofit organization designed to connect different people within the Hudson Valley who are working in the fiber industry so that we can be stronger together and form and understand our fiber supply chains a little bit better.
You're sort of interwoven, if I can say.
Yes, absolutely. And everything in this industry is like that. You know, I kind of started by working on a more commercial side and found myself really drifting towards this farm to fiber movement and feeling very connected with the earth and the farmers and the raising. I live in Nashville, Tennessee, so it's not like I get to spend a lot of time. I'm not even sheep adjacent where I am.
I gotta use that word again, sheep adjacent.
Sheep adjacent. But when I'm here, I get to really dig into that fiber supply chain, and it's become this, you know, part of my knitting soul that's really integral to everything that I'm making and doing. And I just love the environment around it.
It's almost, when we spoke, it's kind of funny because we've got the auctioneer going in the background. It's a little crazy and hectic, but that's in a way kind of what you're talking about, is getting back to the soul, the philosophy, the zen of the whole process, right? I mean, isn't that kind of what you focus on?
Absolutely.
Yeah.
So my books are like knitting philosophy books, and they're designed for people who've been in the craft for a while. I learned to knit as a very young kid. I think a lot of people do. That's how a lot of us come to the craft. And you work through all these trends and fast fashion sort of aspects of the craft throughout your whole initial period as a knitter. You're making lots and lots of items. You're feeling a need to catch up with everyone, try all the yarns. And then you kind of hit this point where you're like, well, what can I do that's new? And what I found for myself was not what was new, but what had been around the longest was the most important. And we had talked about going back to your roots. And that's kind of what I did, is I said, you know, knowing about all of the fiber and where it comes from and the sheep and who's making them gives me a sense of greater connection and context for everything that I'm making.
Well, so we're right next to the breed barns, and we talked about that, how it's really nice to be able to go from here to the thing that you buy and say, oh, okay, now I get it. So, and that could be something that's a little more distant, like a breed. Like I want a Gotland, or I want a long wool, or I want a Romandale, whatever it happens to be, or it can be something very personally connecting, like my grandfather's from Belgium, and so I wanted a chicken called the Belgian Duclo that was 200 miles from my grandfather's birthplace, because it had meaning to it. So I can see how, as a knitter, you're saying, I want to knit with an Icelandic yarn because you're connecting to it. So this is part of the beauty, to me, of the breed barn.
Oh yeah.
And it's sheep, llamas, goats, you name it, or, you know, I can see Rhinebeck eventually going cotton and linen and all those things too. But it's nice to be able to touch the thing that you know that you are going to be touching again in the future, so you connect with it in a couple of different ways.
As humans, there's just this need that we have to project ourselves on our environment. And what I love about working in wool and being part of this industry is that it's not just a projection of individual impact, it's community impact and the chain supply of knowing every part of the travel line that your yarn has gone to get from the farmer to your sweater. Yes. And I really believe that there's a shadow or an imprint left of what we put into things that we make. And so when I pick up that yarn, I'm feeling that love and excitement and generosity and care for the sheep. And sheep especially are an animal that you really can't mistreat and then get good wool from. Yeah. So you know that if you have good wool, it was raised from happy sheep. Yes. And so there's just a sense of, you know, humanity about the whole process that I really love.
Yeah, now it sounds kind of touchy-feely hokey, what you're talking about.
It is a little.
But you and I were discussing this earlier when we met. I mentioned that my mom would knit and my grandmother would knit, and they knit this woolen item. Yeah. And there's something that when I mean, it's just that can't be right, but you put it on on and you feel the presence of somebody sometimes,
Absolutely.
because you realize the whole time they're sitting there knitting, they're thinking oftentimes of the person they're knitting it for.
Yes,
You know, it's a different thing if you just
you're
knit a sweater.
meditating over it. While you're knitting, you're meditating over it.
Imbuing the garment with this meaning and love
Yeah,
and all the rest of that.
or frustration and sadness too. I meet a lot of knitters. I do a class sometimes about destashing and letting go. And a lot of knitters acquire yarn because they're filling a hole that they have from a loss. And so reclaiming your stash, going through your stash and choosing things later in life, sometimes it means that you're taking something that you bought in a time of sadness and you put that sadness in that object and you need to let it go.
I would,
You know?
books actually, you're right about all this.
Yeah.
Because it's a really true, faithful philosophy to the concepts that we all kind of know.
Yeah.
But you don't really talk about it.
We know
Again,
it
it
deep
sounds
down. We
kind
know
of
it
fluffy
here.
up here, but you do know that. So okay, this is great, and I know we're going to talk to others. But if people want to learn more about this, you do classes or
I
you
do
books?
some classes. My books would be a great place to start. My first book is Slow Knitting, and it kind of goes through introducing different people throughout our industry who are kind of absorbing these same concepts and they've put them into their wool that they're making. And then Seasonal Slow Knitting, I say, is like a year-long love letter to the craft. Like, how do we bring it into the heat of summer? How do we bring it into the spring when we want to be outside?
Yes.
And our craft never goes away. Even if you're not sitting and knitting something, you're still a knitter. You're still actively knitting or weaving or crocheting or spinning.
Yes.
You're doing it in your mind. You're doing it with your body and your heart while you're existing in the world. Like, it's not something that we let go of, our relationship to fiber.
Yeah, yeah. What a lovely thing.
Yeah.
And we're going to talk to other people in a moment.
Yep.
Do you have a website, social media?
I do. Slowknitting.com. It's slow-knitting.com, so it's a hyphen. Super easy to find, and you can also just look my name up. I'm Hannah Bell on a lot of things. The Bell is because I'm from the South. I'm from Nashville, Tennessee. So
every once in a while here, just a touch of
a
it.
little bit. Yeah, it's not too strong.
And people follow you on social media?
A bit, yeah. Yeah, just at Hannah Bell Knits on Instagram.
Wonderful. Well, thank you. I must admit that we have a very hectic life that we live, and I do think that there's a therapy in knitting that would be really good for me, and I need to really, you almost have to force yourself to get into that to get to the philosophical part.
And I need the reminder too. I haven't been knitting so much this year because my own life has been so wild and busy.
Yes. Yep.
But when I do find the time to sit down, I just feel so much more at peace because it's a moment to myself. And especially if you can get yourself to stop doing it while also watching TV and talking to someone and just taking the really slow moment and sipping your tea, enjoying the sound of birds outside. It like regrounds you.
My mom used to do it when my dad was driving because he was a terrible driver, and she said, I'll just look down and I feel much better about the whole thing. Thank you so much for speaking with us.
Good to talk to you.
You going to be here tomorrow too?
Yes, I will.
All right, wonderful.
All right.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good.
American Goat Federation, representing all goat production. American Goat Federation, representing all goat production.
Hi, we're at Wing and a Prayer Farm.
So who do you have right next to you, right here?
Oh, this is Pemberley the Cute. He's a Cotswold.
Okay.
And Drama just moved along. She's a Wensleydale Romney. And Dilly, who's Valet Blacknose Teeswater, is over visiting Rick. Everybody else left. Here comes some chickens. And then, yeah, we have many breeds. The Shetlands went off. There's a few of the Shetland girls over there. The Shetland boys are in another pasture. So I have a few Cotswolds, Wensleydales, Teeswaters, Valley Blacknose, and let's see, Cormos, Merinos, Clun Forest, and Dorset sheep here on the farm.
I'm Lori Marion.
I'm Bill Marion.
And our farm is Shasta Ranch. There we have St. Croix sheep, and we're located in the Klamath Hills there, which is eastern Oregon over the Cascades. It's hot and dry in the summer and cold and snowy in the winter. Our sheep are St. Croix hair sheep. They originated in the U.S. Virgin Islands in the 15 and 1600s. They were possibly a result of the native breed, the Criollo, and West African hair sheep, also bred with the Wiltshire Horn, which is an English sheep when the English arrived there. They are sheep that shed rather than needing to be sheared. They grow a winter coat so they can survive the winter, and then they'll shed in the spring. They're very parasite resistant, which is a product of being raised on these islands, naturally developed, and they're also very good with hoof rot. Their hooves stay healthy even in moist conditions with just a little bit of care. We raise them for meat. We find that they are more tender than the most lamb that I've had. They do have that kind of lamb taste and smell, but it's much more delicate than some of the lamb that I've had. So I can definitely recommend it as lamb for table use. St. Croix sheep.
American Goat Federation.
Hi. Hi. Would you introduce yourself, please?
I'm Lily Marsh. I'm a board member of the Hudson Valley Textile Project, and I have Lily Marsh Studios, which is a production weaving studio here in the upstate New York area.
Well, Lily, we appreciate you coming in to talk with us here, because you've got a lot going on, as do we, there's activity in the background, and there's a man with a kilt, so
I know.
My brain is going over there.
The distraction of the fashion show is enormous.
So let me ask, what is Clean Fleece all about?
So Clean Fleece is a subsidiary project of the Hudson Valley Textile Project, and it's a scouring facility. When the Hudson Valley Textile Project started in 2018, we set about to discover what are the blocks to real supply chain work for textiles in the New York area, from farm to finished object. One of the things we identified was the lack of scouring facilities. So a fleece, when it's cut off, whether that's a wool fleece or an alpaca fleece or mohair or whatever have you, it's dirty. It's got the animal sweat, it's got lanolin, it's got wax, it might have mud and manure, it might have a lot in it. So it needs to be washed before anything can happen to it. And right now in the United States, there is one large-scale commercial scourer called Chargers. They're a wonderful scourer, but they have a 1,000-pound minimum, and they do not guarantee that you get your own wool back. So for the small farms in upstate and the larger New York area, that's a big minimum to make. We don't have the thousands of sheep that are out west. We have farm flocks of 20 or 30 or 40 fleet. Even a very successful sheep dairy like that run East Frisian sheep, and I weave a lot for one up in the upper Adirondacks called Blue Pepper Farm. They run a flock of maybe 150, 100 sheep total. That is not going to meet Chargers' 1,000-pound minimum. We are able, by buying a scouring line, we ordered a machine from New Zealand. It's called the Kiwi Scour. We've rented space in Mechanicville, New York, just outside of Albany. And by running this machine here locally, we can do a 50-pound minimum. And so that enables farmers who are in the New York State area to ship their wool a short distance or just even drive it to us, get it scoured, and then they can do with it what they want. Whether they want that further processed into yarn, or they want to send it somewhere to a dyer, it's ready for them to do more work with. And we have found that that's just one of the biggest hindrances is that sort of small batch makers assistance.
Yeah,
and so we're very excited about Clean Fleece.
Well, it's something that we keep hitting again and again and again, no matter where we go. When we were in the United Kingdom this summer, and when we're here, it's the same issue no matter where infrastructure kills you. If you don't have the ability at one moment, one part, you can have this long chain. All this works, but this little section in the middle doesn't. Everything is stopped
It's
up.
like a zipper that's got a bad chain in it, and you're just not going to get past that very easily.
And so it's very, very difficult. And if you're not, it's the same with any of our production model in the United States. The big guys kind of keep getting bigger, and the little guys find it hard to function.
And then becomes a barrier to then getting bigger, right? To somebody who has some skills, has a great product. If they can't start to incrementally get bigger, but are forced to grow too big too quickly, that can be just a recipe for disaster. So we're hoping to really facilitate the slow, sustainable growth of small to medium batch manufacturing in the New York State area. And I'm sure Hannah talked to you earlier about the Fashion Innovation Center and our work with the state of New York in terms of identifying further hindrances to the textile manufacturing in New York State.
We didn't actually get that part. We mostly talked about knitting philosophy. So now, is this the same that the high fashion houses are starting to find? I think.
Well, so the Fashion Innovation Center was proposed by the governor last year and went through the Empire State Development. Now, because these are all these political names, I have to make sure I say them correctly.
Boy, don't I know how that goes. And you represent it too. Is this the one Isabel Rossellini?
She's part of it. Yeah. Yes. In fact, I'm very excited to say I'm going to be doing some weaving for her.
Are you really?
Yes. Anyway, now you're distracted me.
Sorry. Sorry.
But
Welcome to my life.
Fashion Innovation Center is a consortium, different than us. We're a small part of it, but the lead institution is Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, and they wrote the grant that included us, Hudson Valley Textile Products, Madex Hudson, a small sewing manufacturer, small batch sewing and starter accelerator down in the Catskills, Field to Fiber, which is a group that is working on producing hemp wool sliver for spinning a hemp wool yarn.
I gotta admit, I didn't know what sliver is.
Sliver is a preparatory, so wool comes off the sheep and it needs to be washed and then it needs to be combed and carded. And sliver is one of the preparations right before spinning so the sliver can run through the machine.
Okay, thank you for that. We're going to do a dictionary of fiber terms.
It is a long and complicated process.
Yes.
But anything we can do to shorten it and make it more affordable, more accessible is what we're working on. But anyway, so this Fiber Innovation Center was just funded to the tune of $8.9 million by the state of New York for 5 years. Hudson Valley Textiles Project, piece of that is $1.7 million.
Wow.
So we're going to be starting with further projects with the Scouring Project, with a wool warehouse, with maybe a cloth finishing. One of the models that we're very interested in is Harris Tweed, one of the most famous of tweeds in the world, has a model where weaving is done in homes and then the weaving is brought to a central finishing spot where it's inspected and stamped as accepted as Harris Tweed. And so we're looking into, can we do that here? There's a lot of hand weaving in this state, and people who can produce 30 or 40 yards of cloth, but can't finish it in their studio. If we have a finishing site where that wool is washed as fabric and fulled and pressed and inspected, then that becomes available to designers who are interested in local Hudson farm cloth.
So I find this so ironic in life that, you know, here we go, the march of onward progress. We start in this little thing where somebody's weaving on their hand and then they card and we get more technologically advanced over time, and now we're finding that some of their old ways are actually more effective.
Well, because it's such, you know, global textile industries, as much as we love high fashion, as much as we love style and innovation, they carry a weight of humanitarian disaster and climate catastrophe that just can no longer be ignored. And the whole the place that we've gotten to of disposable fashion. They say an astronomical percentage of clothes are thrown away without ever being worn. Yeah. And so when you walk around here, you certainly see up to the minute style and funky and wild. Yes. But you see a lot of sweaters that have been worn for 20 years. Yeah. And that's a sustainable fabric. Yes. That's a fabric that, was often made, the wool was spun, it was handled by people who were paid an honest wage, it was, dyed in a responsible manner here in the United States. And that, is sort of where we're trying to go. We're not saying this small batch manufacturing as we're practicing it right now is the final model, but it's certainly a step towards where we want to end up with a sustainable fashion, and by fashion I mean textile industry, not just clothes, but blankets and rugs and all sorts of everything that we make textiles. Some of those are industrial textiles as well, right? So felt that's used on all sorts of industrial process can be done here in the United States. And so now I've lost track of where I was going.
So many threads to that.
Yeah, there's so much there. But if we could do it in a way that offers people a fair wage, that offers a clean environment for everybody who's coming behind us, pays the farmer for what they're making and for everybody on the step in the way, and we're not just throwing it all away needlessly, that's where we need to go with the textile industry.
I agree.
Yeah,
I agree.
So
how fantastic is that?
We're very excited.
So if people want to find out more information.
So if you want to find out more about the Hudson Valley Textile Project, you can go to hvtextileproject.org. Okay, right? And we have our website there. You can see our members. If you're interested in working with one of our members, one of the great things about the Textile Project is we get together for an annual summit, and everybody walks away with like 10 new collaborations that they're going to work on. And it's a wonderful way. So my PhD is in American Studies, and I did a dissertation on Elizabeth Zimmerman, and she, I believe, changed the face of American knitting in the 1960s and 70s. And we're in the middle of the same kind of revolution. And instead of seeing ourselves as individual makers who kind of are on the heroic journey, we're actually rediscovering that what we are is a community of people who don't have to do everything. I'm a weaver, I don't have to spin the yarn. I can reach out to spinners, I can reach out to dyers, and we can make a fantastic product that comes out of this community of creative people.
And oftentimes there's a monetary or economic benefit to that. I think New York State, let me tell you, they've gotten that down pat when they said, you know what, we want to encourage agriculture in this state, in-state hops on in-state beer. We're going to give you some tax credits for that particular thing. What a brilliant thing is that? And it's individual farmers.
When you realize how much money just goes through this Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Festival.
Oh my gosh, yeah.
It's an enormous amount of money, but it seems to be invisible to the global textile industry.
Yes.
And we're trying to just make it more visible.
I don't think it's going to be invisible for long. I believe the governor started getting involved in the textile.
Yes, the natural fibers work group. I'm on the board of that, and we're advising the governor every year. We're supposed to write a report on how can we foster things. But what's really interesting is just last week the Atlantic wrote an article about how it's impossible to find good wool sweaters in the United States anymore. And in fact, they did a really clever comparison between the movie When Harry Met Sally and the sweater that Billy Crystal wore in that, which was a gorgeous, heavyweight, 100% wool sweater, and how even the highest, most expensive fashion houses now are churning out sweaters that are 50% polyester. And they're not going to last 10 or 20 years. So today, as we're waiting here at our booth, we've been taking pictures of all the fabulous timeless sweaters that are walking past, and we're going to be hashtagging in the Atlantic on this because it is possible to do sweaters.
Well, let me tell you, that's our booth right there, the Backyard Green Films booth.
Yes.
That man is live streaming.
Yeah.
And we have a sweater cam.
Yes.
Everybody, we are encouraging to walk up and not only say, this is my sweater, but to say, this is the wool I used, this is the manufacturer of that wool, this is the type of pattern, I made it my own. Look at my sweater. And we have had people come by. Isn't it delightful?
But it's ridiculous that here we have been in broad sight for generations as knitters and makers, and the global industry just does not see us.
They'll come around.
We're knocking on their door. We're knocking on their door.
Well, thank you so much for speaking.
Thank you.
We appreciate it.
Thank you.
You have a sweater you're going to show off?
Could you tell us your names?
My name is Emerson.
And which type of sweater are you wearing?
I'm wearing a Fincher one.
Made with Neighborhood Fighter.
Neighborhood Fighter.
Who made it?
Mom.
Spin for us so we can see the pattern. Love it.
Say thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, I guess, yeah. My name's let's see. I'm Darcy. This is the Cadry's Promenade blouse, and it is made in Farmer's Daughter Angora and Potions yarn untwisted panties. And I made it. Backpack on, right? Thank you. Thanks.
You're welcome.
Funding for this program was provided in part by the RE Synergy Foundation. Content for the Sustainable World.
My dad was an old-school surgeon who always wished he was a rancher, and a man who took life by the horns and ran with it. Think John Wayne meets Ernest Hemingway meets Teddy Roosevelt. One thing that always embarrassed me, though, was that if my dad saw something interesting wherever he was, he'd go ask about it. He'd start up impromptu conversations with perfect strangers about crop rotation, cattle genetics, or how to get all those pieces of firewood in the load to stay on top of that one little donkey. I was mortified as a kid. Well, I grew up, and now that's me. I married a perfect man with itchy feet who loves all things music and film, and who makes documentaries just for the love of it. If you dump all of those things into a petri dish and let them stew for 25 years of blissful chaos, what do you get? Well, welcome to my life of vicarious agriculture. Come on along for the ride.
We've got the goats for cashmere, for meat, for milk for beauty products that we're looking at. This is another project, but also for farm education and agritourism. So that's where I've just been to the local school. So what we're doing is we're renting out the goats and our service. So the goats stay on site for the whole school term, and they use the goats for not just like rural skills education, but they're factoring them into their basic like arithmetic and biology, and
makes it interesting, does it not?
Yeah, so it's part of like their outdoor education skills.
That's
so
brilliant.
Yeah, so I think, you know, for farmers who want to have sort of more niche animals, rare breeds, native breeds, like they have to look at explore these different income streams, and it's, you know, it's great for education purposes, but at the end of the day, it all has to stack up for the farmer.
Yes, very definitely. Okay, so we've been here talking for the last couple minutes. Would you introduce yourself, please?
Yeah, I'm Gillian McEwen from Lunan Bay Farm here in Scotland.
Now, Lunan Bay, why did you pick that name?
So we're based at a lovely area on the coast. It's 3 miles of basically secluded beach, which we can always pop down and have a look while you're over. And we've got two locations down at Lunan Bay on the beach, and we've also got my husband's family farm, which is based about a mile away. So yeah, it's a unique ecosystem here because in our region of Angus, you've got the coast. You've got quite a small region. You can travel from the coast up to the Glens, which is part of the Cairngorms, within 40 minutes. So you're really getting the best of both worlds. Yes. So we're lucky because we live down by the beach and we can enjoy sort of secluded area. They're completely, you know, if I meet someone else on the beach in the morning, I'm like, oh, this is awful busy today. So yeah, it's quite quiet here, which is nice. But you know, you can jump in the car and be up the Glens and, you know, top of a Monroe within an hour. So you get the best of both worlds.
We are standing in the midst, having this conversation in the midst of a field of, now you said Scottish cashmere goats.
Yes.
That's not necessarily a breed, it's goats that you raise in Scotland, is that how you would put it?
Yeah, that's what we would put. There's not an official breed over here. We're actually the only farm in the whole of the UK that has Scottish cashmere goats. And it was one of these things that happened by pure chance. We didn't start out to rear cashmere goats, but it kind of just happened that way. And we discovered back in the 90s there was a project where the government funded a project for hill farmers traditionally that had sheep up in the glens to start integrating some cashmere goats for fibre production. And this was a project that ran for over sort of 10-15 years. It involved academics who were studying the fibre, and they had their own breeding programmes internally within their institution.
So the same hills that we see the sheep on?
Yeah. So if you'd been here in the 90s, you'd probably seen maybe up to sort of 5,000 goats up in these hills. There was about 1,000 producers. They were all working as a cooperative and consolidating their fibre, because as you probably know, you don't really get much fibre from cashmeres.
Power in numbers, right?
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And you know, that was an initiative that was really to try and produce our own homegrown Scottish fibre, because you know, for generations we've had the mills here, and you know, the innovation and has been there in terms of the process inside of it, and we've still got some fantastic mills like Johnson's of Elgin, who are going strong and, you know, still working in the local community. But unfortunately, after about 15 years, the project sort of fizzled out for numerous reasons. You know, back then, there wasn't the same sort of luxury brands market as there was. There was a lot of farmers that were getting subsidies for sheep, but not for goats. Nobody really lobbied at government level for goats, and it's the same now. You know, there's a lot of these agri livestock schemes coming in, and they're all for ruminants, but goats aren't included, so you know, you don't get the same support. So yeah.
Now, when you say scheme, in the United States, when we use the word scheme, it has a negative connotation somewhat.
Okay.
But here, that's more like a program that everybody does.
Yeah,
is that right?
So it's like you know, the government will support farmers as long as you follow a specific program. So, for example, we're involved in an agri ecological scheme where we're trying to support some of the native breeds of birds that have been in decline. And we're provided by various tools to help us do that, such as bird seed and certain crops that we can plant that's going to support nature. But there's other ones where the government actually funding you to supporting you. But there's big changes afoot with us, with the UK coming out of Brexit, unfortunately. We now, the whole subsidy scheme is up in the air. That all came from the EU. So there's a lot of uncertainty at the moment for farmers. I mean, we've always gone off and done our own thing anyway and not been reliant on the government as much.
We Scottish, your family?
Well, a bit of both. But us personally, we've just, because we know that we can sell our products direct to consumers, we don't tend to have an issue with relying too much on grants. They are really helpful at times, but we tend to just go off and do our own thing. And that's why we ended up with goats. And we're seeing every day how the environmental benefits they're bringing, and there's a lot of, as you said earlier, you've not seen many goats in the UK.
Have not at all.
And farmers are just waking up to how useful these animals are, because they're grazers, not browsers. So they're going to go, if you're wandering here a bit.
They go after the brush and not the grass.
Yeah, exactly. So like this is the remnants. These tufts here are the remnants of docks. Now, for a cattle farmer and even a sheep farmer, they're the blight of for them, because their animals will leave the docks behind, whereas the goats have gone in and they're annihilating these, and it's all about that creating that better pasture environment, which is going to support biodiversity as well.
We've been working a little bit with the American Goat Federation in the States, and one of the things that they're trying to get across to people right now is that they're writing this little book, or they've already written, called The Cattleman's Guide to Raising to raising goats and cattle.
Yeah.
So basically they're talking about the lack of competition between the cattle and the goats. If you can run them on the same piece of property, it diversifies your income stream.
Yeah.
But people don't really think about it. So you look at it here and everybody says, oh, sheep are the only thing.
No.
Or even cattle are the thing.
Yeah.
You could put them on a field like this and they're not going to compete, correct?
That's right. They're not going to compete for the plants, but also a lot of them don't share the same worms as well.
Yes.
So you've got that added benefit. So it'd be great to do more with other farmers on multi-species grazing. I think there's huge benefits. We can see here the difference that the goats have made. We've rented some of our goats out to the local college. Is she having a nibble?
She's having a nibble. That's okay. It's entertainment, right?
We've rented our goats to the local college, and we put them into a woodland area for some conservation grazing, and that avoided them having to go in with like machinery and pesticides.
Yes.
And they got through the brambles. That would really struggle to clear that.
Yeah, they're trying to do it in California with the fires, because the brush is the first thing that goes up.
Yeah. So,
but again, environmental issues remain, and that's been the big concern is that bad for the environment? And I am an environmentalist, and yet I can see the sense that something like this with 4 hooves that actually replenishes the carbon by the manure it spreads as it goes through, it might not be a bad thing, correct?
Yeah, that's correct. And there's also a different chemical component in the manure of goats as well, compared to other livestock. So being able to work with them in synergy, I think is a good way to support the environment. But it has to be well managed. That's the key, because anyone I speak to, I'll say, oh, you've got goats, they escape all the time, they eat everything. And I was like, that is a common misconception. I said, if you provide a goat with a lot of interesting diversity in the field, you don't just give them a field of grass. This field was actually planted with herbal leys, which was a mixture of multi-species legumes. We've got things, it's past now, but this field was beautiful. It had chicory, so it was just in flower a couple of weeks ago, so it was beautiful corn blue flowers, and that's like a natural wormer for the goats. So they'll self-medicate. If they're thinking, oh, I feel a little bit upset stomach, they'll go in and start nibbling on the chicory. So I think it's all about what we've learned over the last 6 years, all about the pasture management. We do rotational grazing, although we haven't done any in this field because the pasture's been so good. We've not needed to. But as it starts to die off, we will segment the field with electric fencing. So they're getting smaller areas to graze on, and we'll move them every couple of days. We trialled that out a couple of years ago, and we really seen the benefits. It was great for the goats' gut health. You know, you're moving them onto fresh pastures, so they're reducing that worm burden. So you know, one of the goats' biggest issues is that they can have issues with worms. So you know, that can have lots of kind of detrimental effects on their health.
So I see you have, this is 4-strand, right? Well, one at the bottom. It looks like 3, but there's one at the very bottom, because I know they do like to crawl underneath the little ones too. So this is your electric fencing, 4-strand. You just have it sectioned off in this large area. Tell me, do the cashmeres have the same requirements basically as the boars? Because you've brought boars in as well.
I would say the cashmeres, there's less inputs required. You know, if you were to go up the west coast of Scotland into the wilds and go on some of the islands, the goats that you would see are cashmere goats. So they have evolved, you know, to have these long shaggy coats to keep them warm in the winter. They obviously grow the cashmere as an extra layer of insulation in the winter months. Their hoofs need less trimming than boars. You know, they're just much lower maintenance. You know, we love our boars, but yeah, they are prima donnas, some of them.
And I hear they can be a little more challenging sometimes on the mothering side of things. And it depends on the strain you get, I believe. But
yeah, I mean, the good thing about our goats is we don't really have to do too much intervention. We bring them into the sheds over the winter time so we can keep a good eye on them. And 9 times out of 10, if anyone needs help, it's one of the boars. I had one boar, Trixie, last year. She threw herself onto the ground in labour and started flailing her arms. I've never seen anything like it. Arms flailing about, legs flailing. I thought, what are you doing? And you know, she's not a first-time mum, and you know, the kids came out, no bother, and she was quite happy. But yeah, you never see where you find the cashmeres just like go off into a corner, few little pushes, and then 2 lovely little twins straight on the teat within, you know, 10 minutes. So yeah, they're definitely, we found they're lower maintenance, but we love our boars as well.
Well, you can't, it's my understanding that the boars have the best bone to meat ratio and bone structure out there. You can't really get a goat that gets more mass on it than them. Is that right?
That is right. I mean, there are some other meat breeds like the Kiko that are kind of that are starting to be a bit more comparable. But yeah, we've found that if you're raising a meat goat, it's the boars that are really kind of like the Aberdeen Angus of the goat meat world.
But sometimes you know it's beneficial to take and make a new mix if you choose to do so. And I know we were on a farm called Backacres back in New England area, and they have boars and they are raising, I think, Kikos. Is that right? Or cashmeres? Cashmeres.
Yeah.
So. But the challenge oftentimes when you have a fiber goat is it's great to have that bulk and that mass of bone structure, but you do lose something in the quality of the fiber, right? Sometimes if you're not very, very careful, you don't get the mix just right.
Yeah,
tell me about that.
That's it. I mean, you're either really breeding for fibre or for meat. I think it's difficult to try and get the best quality from both ends of the spectrum. So originally we set out just to be goat meat producers, and we crossed the boar goats with the cashmere because we were looking for a goat that was hardier. You know, we don't have lots of rain here, but it can be wet and windy in the winter. So we needed to find a goat that could withstand the climate here, but also produce a really good carcass at the end of the day. So that's why we decided to cross our cashmeres with our boars. Since then, we've gone down the route of now splitting the herd into 2 to find groups, and we have the cashmere herd and the boar. And we're now moving away from the meat side, and that's purely down to lack of infrastructure in Scotland. You know, we've got local abattoirs closing all the time, so it is a real challenge. Our focus now is mainly on producing the best fibre herd that we can, and you know, it's a shame because there is a huge market for goat meat in this country. We've got lots of, like the States, we've got lots of immigrants who have different cuisines and traditions, and I've got no shortage of offers for my goat meat, but unfortunately, you know, our abattoirs, local abattoirs that will take rare breeds and native breeds are closing because the small abattoirs are treated the same as these factory style abattoirs where it's all down to bureaucracy. They have admin, you know, they have all this levels of admin thrown upon them by the government, and you know, all they're trying to do is do a good job for the animals and for the producers, and it's too challenging for them. So
in the States the same way. It's funny that you can do everything else beautifully, and at the very end where you want to either get the product, whether that be fiber or meat, you want to get that to the consumer. That's the hardest part of the whole thing.
Yep.
And yet it stops everything up. So if you're trying to get a cow slaughtered in New England, sometimes it's 2 years out. In some areas.
I know.
So do they allow mobile slaughter here?
There was talk about it on some of the islands in Scotland, but they've been talking about it for years, for decades, and it's just the same. It goes round and round, and nothing seems to come out of it. The latest was there was a government survey that went out a couple of months ago to say what do you think should be done, and yeah, it's just challenging times. You know, we had a really good facility which was run by farmers. They were taking in small breeds, native breeds, rare breeds. They did the butchery. Everything was done on site. It was an organic farm, and they couldn't get it to work. You know, after 7 years, they had to close because of all the bureaucracy. They also have to bring in vets, which have, you know, for the welfare side of it, and vets would be traditionally coming over from the EU, but since we left the EU 2 years ago, then a lot of these vets are just, they're not coming over anymore. So there was a shortage of labour in that regards, and also the butchers. Nobody wants to be a butcher anymore. So it's just challenging, and you know, I'd love to go out and convince more farmers to, you know, sell direct and, you know, be able to connect with their community, because that's another part of regenerative farming. It's like bridging the gap between your local community and the farms, like what it was like years ago. But it is challenging when that infrastructure in the supply chain just isn't there. And it's the same with the mills, with the cashmere. So yeah, you're kind of up against it, but you keep going because it's, you know, you love what you're doing.
But you have quite a scientific approach to it, right? Tell me a little bit about your background and your husband's background.
So I'm not from a farming family, a farming background. I was a scientist working in biotech and pharma for 15 years, and I married my husband, who was based on a farm but running their family transport business from the farm. So he was never really involved too much in the farming side. And then the opportunity came for us to both to get involved in it, and I just thought, you know, let's try something different here. And it's been really good because I'm coming with fresh eyes, and same with my husband. We're not going down the conventional route. That's why, you know, we study everything. We study the wildlife, the soil, the fibres. You know, it's good to have that sort of analytical approach to it.
And systems theory, because it all works within a system. So like you were speaking of earlier, you can have all the other parts in the beginning, but if the end part is not there, it's going to throw everything out of whack, no matter how beautifully all the beginning components can be. So to think about farming as a system, including the back end economic factor, I would think would be very much your strong suit.
Yeah, I think you need to think about it holistically, the story that you're going to try and tell as well, from the start to beginning. For me, it's been an educational experience learning all about farming, and I'm keen to share that and show to people this is actually really hard work, but it's actually really rewarding. You know, a day like this where it's blue skies, it's beautiful.
Thank you for ordering that, by the way.
Yeah, we're standing out in a field with chilled out goats, and you know, there is that therapeutic side of it. I like to educate people about what we're doing because I'm learning as well, and you know, we're things are moving into regenerative agriculture here. So it's learning for everyone, and you know, having no misconceptions about how things are done, and just giving it a go. But yeah, also being able to do the sales and marketing side at the end, because you know, there's so many good things happening in the farming community, but they're not great at telling that story.
Yes, the niche market is a beautiful thing
Yeah.
because it's the entire, you're not just buying a pair of socks, you're buying this whole history of the farm and the farmer and a moment in the sun on the eastern side of Scotland, right? That's what you're buying when you buy that pair of socks.
Exactly, and you're supporting these farmers who genuinely want to do things right for their livestock, for the environment, for nature, for generations to come. So I think it's so important that kids know where their food comes from, how fiber's produced, and then they pass that on through the generations, because that has been lacking, I think, in the last generation, certainly my generation.
Let me just ask, you're running your boars with the cashmeres here together, but just this is all the females here?
Yes, yeah, these are all females.
I know you. I know you.
She's the petted one.
Yes, I can tell. I can tell. So, look at this luscious hair. I guess now is the time for me to ask, now that you've got one here. Tell me a little bit about cashmere on a goat.
So at this time of year, the goat is just starting to produce her cashmere for the winter. You know, we're going into the autumn time. We'll start to see underneath, we've got the outer coat, which is made up of guard hair. This girl here is a good example of like really long guard hair, which is what we like because it's protecting the cashmere underneath. So in the winter months, the cashmere is basically just an undercoat that the goat grows. Apparently it was an adaptive response for when the goats were up in the Himalayas. You need a coat to keep them warm, but the goats needs to be agile enough to take off in case a predator, you know, mountain lion wants to come and, and attack them. So it's the finest and the lightest yet warmest fibre that's available. So it's at this time of year they're just starting to grow. There's not much.
It's just that little fine baby down here?
Yeah. And what you'll find is as we go into the winter months, they start to grow almost sort of ringlets, and you tend to see more of them round the neck where it's more exposed. And ideally what you're looking for in cashmere is a really fine microns, so really fine fibre which you can send off to be tested, and also the curvature, so how crimped the cashmere is. Ideally you want she's in the way. Ideally you want the cashmere to be like really quite tightly crimped, because it's hiding the staple underneath the guard hair. The staple is the length of the fibre. So you want the cashmere to be protected underneath the guard hair throughout the winter months, so it's not damaged, it's not exposed to the elements. So this girl's a perfect example. So when it comes to the springtime, any time between May and June, they'll start naturally casting. So if we hand brush our goats, some people shear their goats, but so far we've been hand brushing ours. And it allows us just to remove all the cashmere when the goats are ready to molt. So it's all based on daylight hours. So as we go into the longer spring days, there'll be a hormonal cascade that will trigger the cashmere to drop, and say to the goats, we don't need it anymore. We're going into the summer. And if they were just left out in the wild, they would be rubbing their cashmere off on fences and trees.
So it benefits the goat as well. Do they actually enjoy being combed? But this is also one of those reasons why it's important to educate the consumer, because I have looked at your website and you do have things for sale. One of them is a cashmere scarf that's absolutely beautiful.
Yeah.
It's a $200 scarf.
Yeah, exactly.
Which is pretty pricey, according to some standards. But But again, if you're only getting a little bit, this is an incredibly soft garment.
Yeah, exactly.
And you're only getting a little bit when you take care of a sheep. That's the value of the product.
Yeah.
You have to charge that in many circumstances.
And I think that's why we need to educate people about cashmere production, because, you know, traditionally it's done in China and Mongolia, and you know, that was part of the Mongolians' like nomadic tradition, was to move throughout the land with their goats, but because of this huge demand for cashmere, everything's been scaled up, and China got in the act as well now, and you know, they are trying to make improvements on the standards and sustainability, but there are these detrimental effects on the environment because of scaling up the numbers of goats that you need to produce these to feed the demand for cashmere. One of the approaches that we're taking that's slightly different is taking our cashmere and blending it with wool that's from native breeds such as Shetland. We've also been working with some Scottish merino producers in order to create really fine fibre products, but make our cashmere go a bit further as well. And we see it as being a kind of different approach that, you know, back in the 90s when the Scottish Cashmere Project was running, they produced 100% cashmere products. We just think for us to do that, you need to have thousands, you know, hundreds of thousands of goats. So what can we do that fits in well with our farm and our ethos, and certainly blending our cashmere with other you know, fabulous fibres that should be, you know, brought to the forefront, and explaining the story behind it all.
As being a person that's excellent in niche marketing, obviously, you have not only done that 100% cashmere scarf, but you actually got picked up here recently by a company in the United States, correct?
Yeah.
Tell me about that.
So it was one of these bizarre situations where the cashmere fashion brand based in LA, the Elder Statesman, discovered us through Instagram. You know, the modern world of social media. Wanted to reached out to us, said, can we come over? And initially it was just going to be meet the producers, do a little bit of a photo shoot. Then it turned out to them sourcing our cashmere Shetland blend, and they came out with just a kind of very small capsule sock collection last Christmas. Socks.
I know, it's pretty wild,
and it was a brilliant experience. They came over, we did the photo shoot down on the beach. It was absolutely beautiful, and we had some goats on the beach, which was a bit random, wearing cashmere scarves. But yeah, it was brilliant, and the feedback was tremendous. You know, and what we're finding, almost every week I'm contacted by another knitwear designer or a brand who really wants to source ethical, regenerative fibre, and it is the way things are going. The customer demand is there for it, and even with these luxury brands, they understand that people are willing to pay that bit more if they know that it's been responsibly sourced. And so yeah, it's really exciting to be involved in it all. I think that we're on the cusp of a change, and there is clearly a market, and it's just encouraging other farmers to say, you know, start to produce fibre start to utilise the fibre that you've got. You know, we've got millions of sheep all over Scotland, but very little people doing much with the fibre. But again, it comes back to infrastructure. We need the mills to produce the quality. I mean, half of our cashmere goes to processing, so it's 50% of that's lost. So you need really good processors that know what they're doing. It's because at the end of the day, you want your product to be the best example of your fibre. So yeah, it's bringing all that back, because we did have it.
Yes, but it used to be just the way of things, right?
Yeah.
And now it is very definitely that the mass market has completely changed our agricultural system.
Yeah.
And if we do not support small farming, small agriculture, at the actual value of the thing, it will be gone.
Yeah.
Because there's no way you can stay in business if people don't support you, and then it's going to be one big warehouse store. Thank you for bringing us out here. We really appreciate it. It's been lovely.
Nice meeting you.
And
Thanks
you
for
as well.
coming. Nice to have you visiting this part of the world.
It's delightful. We'll be back.
Good stuff.
The yearling Herdwick ewe. She's showing the typical coloring of the dark gray body with the white face and legs. So we've been raising Herdwick since 2012. We bought in 4 ewes that were 62.5% Herdwick and 2 rams that were 75% Herdwick. So we've been breeding those together and swapping out rams. We did one AI project about 4 years ago, and that brought us up to 85% Herdwick. She's about 77. We're in upstate New York, outside of Albany, in the town of East Bern, and we're known as Helder Herdwick Farm. And Herdwick are derived from the northwest area of England in Cumbria, or the Lake District. They are known to survive winters upwards of 3,000 feet in this fleece with no shelter. There's 4 different fibers in their fleece. There's wool, a guard hair, kemp, and a heterotypic fiber. The heterotypic fiber reacts to the environment they're in, and when they get too warm, they shed it out. They are born black in the spring, usually March, April. They're born a solid black. By August, their faces and legs have turned to white. So they look like, I call them a tuxedo sheep because they're black-bodied with white legs and a face, very sharp looking. We first discovered them through a PBS program about border collies. And I saw these black sheep running down the hills with these border collies and looked them up, and that's how I found them. And they'd been introduced, the genetics, in Oregon in 2007. The meat was Queen Elizabeth's favorite. Ours is very mild. In England, they refer to it as a very unique, strong flavored meat, but they eat a completely different diet. I know I'm talking about the meat. They get basically sweet grasses on our land, legumes. They will browse if I let them into, we do rotational grazing. If I let them into a paddock that has some brush and clover, they will trample the clover to get to the brush. They prefer to chew on twigs, and they do very well on it. She's been on pasture. You can feel how round she is. I'm trying to think, what else is there about them? They're very friendly. She will have you pet her forever if you stop by our booth. Go say hi. Or she's missing April. Are there any questions in case something I missed?
Is there a reason that they're not 100%? Is there like an advantage to that, or there just aren't very many?
We're just breeding up to purebred. So there's no import of live animals. So the only way to have introduced the breed was to bring in frozen semen. So that's purebred 100%. And since there's no Herdwick in the US at the time, then it's 0. So 100 crossed with 0%, the lambs are 50%. And it works up from there. The original breeder used some 75% rams, so bred back out on occasion, because these are very closely bred, because they all go back to the same 2 rams that were introduced in 2007. Well, it's the same ram that we AI'd 4 years ago, was the last straws. 2 things I forgot. Beatrix Potter used to raise Herdwick sheep, and she bought up approximately 4,000 acres in farms, and when she passed, she bequeathed that land to the trust with the stipulation that the Herdwick flocks always remain on those lands. Like over in England, farmers change farms, but the sheep stay on the same land. In addition to Beatrix Potter, I don't know if any of you have read the book The Shepherd's Life by James Rebanks or Pastoral Song. These are his sheep. And he met 2 of our sheep when he came over for one of his book signings. And it's his rams that were just collected and imported their genetics last June. So it's the first import in 14 years. Any questions? Yes? It depends on what time of year. So we put them back out on pasture the end of April, beginning of May. I prefer to try to lamb March, April because of flies. I don't want to get fly strike. I've had that. This is why we must shear sheep, and lambing late in the season, the flies actually go after the tail docks and the umbilical cords. If you don't catch it, that lamb's going to die fast. So I prefer to lamb in March. We have had them this year in May. We had some late lambing, and I would go out, oh, well, she lambed, and it's up eating, unattended. They're great mothers, great lambers. They do wonderful.
Do they generally have one?
Generally. I do have twins. The higher percentage we're getting, they seem to be reverting to singles, but they're large singles, so they're good, excuse me, good strong lambs to start out. Purebred, the lambs are generally around 5 pounds. I've been getting, because of the crossbred, depending on which lines the ewes are out of, I've had 10, 12-pound lambs. And that's partially the forage that they're on. But we do graze beginning of May through last year, it was January, they were still out on pasture. If I don't have to bring in hay and feed them, I'm not going to do it. So if we don't have enough snow that would short out our electronet fence, we keep them out. They prefer it. They do better on it.
Do they require much vet care, or are they pretty self?
No. I really haven't had, we've been doing this since 2012. And when our numbers got large, we were up to 80. That's when we started seeing a few problems, but I'm told it will happen because you have a greater chance, not a chance, but a greater number, it'll start to show. Smaller numbers, we didn't have it. Anything else?
What do you use the wool for?
We get it processed. I don't shear. We hire a shearer. What are you doing? And we process it into roving bats or yarns. It's mainly used for outerwear or rugs in England, mattresses, chimney stoppers, anything that finer wools would not stand up to, the Herdwick will. So anything that's going to take wear, outerwear. I mentioned there were 4 fibers. It creates a coat on them that literally sheds snow and water. Shepherds over there, they'll say among all the hill breeds, the Herdwick dry off first after a storm because it just runs right off them. It felts great, so for fiber arts, it's awesome. The natural colors, I've got some samples of our yarn that's all a natural color if you want to see the different shades. My mill is good if I don't have, before I was getting a lot of black lambs like they should be. We have one black sheep that is part Katahdin. So that black, the mill would blend in to make a darker gray for us, but now we're getting the darker gray. So each year they get a little bit lighter. She's going on 2. Anything else? Do you have any questions? Yes.
In The Shepherd's Life,
Mm-hmm.
James Rebanks describes using a kind of a coloring for...
Oh, the rattle?
The rattle, yes, for showing them. And, you know,
Okay.
she mentions it was a custom, doesn't say when it started, but I was somewhat curious about that.
Right. It probably goes way back to the first shepherds. They really don't know where they're derived from. They have traced them to Viking origins, but they're called a hill breed because they are literally let loose on the fells. They run all over, with the exception that they have a natural, it's called hefted. They always return to the same part of the mountain where they were born. So a ewe will go back to where she was born to lamb out her lambs. So they stay in the same vicinity. So when they send them out for breeding, they would color the rams and they could see the ram activity and see where they were. So what she's talking about, if you see online anywhere English shows of Herdwicks, the rams will be painted red down their back. And that's called a rattle. It's normally used on the ram's chest. So when they mount a ewe, you know which ewe has been bred. So when the cycle is up, which is about 16 days, they change the color. So if a ewe is marked twice, they know she's not going to lamb the first lambing section. So that gives you an idea when they're going to lamb. But it's a pasty paint mixed with oil, and they just rub it for the show ring. Only on the rams, not the ewes.
And presumably it can be washed off.
It can. I haven't used it myself. I kind of have a pretty good idea. The rams are near my ewes, so they start cycling together more. So we tend to have a really fast and furious lambing. I wouldn't want to try it yet because I don't want to make the wool unusable. When we do butcher, we also harvest, some of ours have curled horns. We harvest the horns, we harvest the hide. When they're lambing, if I have a ewe that has an excessive amount of milk, I will milk her out. They're not a dairy breed. Trust me, this is not fun. But I've got enough out of a ewe over a few days for making soap, and it's the best homemade soap you can use. Yeah. I've got 2 that are 14 years old. I don't know if I'm going to expect them to go through another winter at their age. One of them has arthritis in her shoulder. They've lost all their front teeth. They're still fat out on forage, but when I bring them in with the cold. But I bred them up to the age of 12. That's one of the reasons they're not a commercial breed. They only single, generally, single or twin, so they're not high producers, but they are best not bred the first fall. Other breeds can breed at 6 months. So she was not bred last year. She will be bred this year. So there's a whole year of raising them, which is why it's also more important if you can have them forage fed, it cuts down on the cost. If I don't have to buy hay and take it to them, I'd rather let them keep walking to their own food. It's more sustainable. She's about 18 months. Yep. Yeah.
Do you know how long that's
Yes, prior to 2001, the foot and mouth outbreak, that shut the doors. Yep, and that's been an issue even in getting more semen since 27. There was another outbreak of it between then and now. Blue tongue outbreaks and Schmallenberg virus, which causes abortions in ruminants. So if there's an outbreak over there, USDA shuts the doors. And that was one of the slow. The other thing is the original breeder, she would go, and since then she's tried several times before she gave up, actually a few years ago. She would pick out a ram and say, I want that ram put in for collection. Well, APHIS changed the rules, and the only semen they'll allow is from rams that have the highest scrapie resistance, which, if you know anything about genetics, is ARR for our strain of scrapie. So my husband and I footed the bill for the rams that did get collected. We tested 36 rams, and out of them only 6 had the proper scrapie resistance. So that was why she would put a ram in without having him tested for that. He'd get kicked out as soon as they tested him. So we tested before so we could find the rams to put in before we took on that expense. So that took a while. Anything else? Yes?
Do you breed or raise multiple breeds or just the
No, just the Herdwick. That's enough.
And why did you, out of all the options out there?
Well, I had raised Montadale Cross through 4-H and stuff, and they were getting bigger and bigger. So the show ring often dictates what size animals should be. They're not manageable out on the farm. And when I got to where I had even a Romney that was over my center of gravity, that's very dangerous. They can just step wrong and knock me over. I could get hurt. Plus, if you've got to try to flip them. I'm not going to actually flip her, but you twist them fast to flip them and sit. I can't do that with a 200-pound ewe, you know, and I've got 80. Am I going to have to do that to trim hoof? No. And it just got to where it was a little more dangerous and too much work to manage them. So that's when we found them. It was like, well, we had Romneys. They were getting kind of big too, but at the same time, everybody had Romneys at that time. So I couldn't sell my yarn, and I'm like, I just want something different. So it was meant to be. Found the program, watched the program. It bugged me for a year. What are Herdwick? I looked them up, found out the genetics were already here, and a year later we had our first flock. And I just like that they're more manageable. And we will be breeding always, even the association is going to dictate, we breed for the farm and handling and sustainability on the farm, not to the show ring. So you are not going to see Herdwick this tall. So they need to have smaller, more sustainable breeds again. They have less impact on their environment, and when I do have to feed them, I'm not feeding the ground underneath for that height, because you feed that, you're growing those legs. It works for some people, not me. I need an alternate.
Is she pretty much full grown?
No, they actually, I almost brought my 5-year-old. They actually grow for about 5 years to really fill out to their mature size. They are on the UK Slow Foods, and we're going to be trying to get them listed here. So it's worth the wait. We usually don't butcher our lambs till they're about a year old, 8 months to a year old, to let them fill out. And it's even better when they're 2 years old. I call it late lamb. They call it late lamb in England. So USDA says 14 months and then it's mutton. But yep, we've butchered as old as a 6-year-old ram. There's no ram taste in them. But we do it, it's calm, quiet. We take them to the butcher. We're not chasing them or manhandling them. And I thank every single one I say goodbye to and thank their contribution.
Popularity of the James Rebanks book, did that add to the popularity of her?
It has, yeah. Yep, we get a lot of people, oh, it's James's. We got a lot of people that have no clue. And the other thing is Beatrix Potter, or people who have honeymooned in the Lake District. Oh, we saw those sheep over. So there's 3 ways they find us. So this is just her second show, and she's just not too used to having to stand around. But she'll be better after this.
Well, it's not easy being a glamorous.
No. It's the price you pay for beauty, sweetie. Any other questions?
Are any other sheep breeds likely to be hefted, or is it really unique
There is at least one other, but I'm not positive who that is. And whether there's other breeds that are hefted that instinctively stay on their own area. Yeah. So what happens over there, a farm will sell some ewes to another farm like 20 miles away, and a couple will disappear. A few weeks later, they show up. It's kind of unique. Yeah. But during the foot and mouth outbreak, there's about 250,000 Herdwick were over there, and there's a full more than 10% of them were slaughtered. And the problem was there was only about 2,500 actual animals that were definitely diagnosed with foot and mouth. It was attempts to prevent spread, and there were over 1 million animals slaughtered just because. Now they overwinter rams, like this farm will keep their rams at that farm. So this farm's neighbor got diagnosed with foot and mouth. His whole flock is gone. Oh, on Thursday you went over there, that whole flock gone. It was horrendous. There's a book called To Bid Them Farewell. It's out of print, but if you can find it, it's well worth the read, because we need to learn from that how to handle any outbreaks. And with the amount of meats and stuff that are imported even here in the US, it could happen here. I mean, we have a lot of raw meat coming in from Brazil. There's foot and mouth in Brazil.
It can come from the raw meat.
Yeah. Yep. They've pretty much traced that is what happened in 2001. It was imported meat.
What happens with foot and mouth? How would the meat get back to the... How does it affect the animal, or how does it affect the person?
Okay, so that's okay. The spore or whatever it would be called that causes it gets somebody in the slaughterhouse, then goes home to their farm. And it was 2 animals went through, they call it a show and a sale. So they go through the show ring and then they put them through the auction ring. And then every animal goes through that ring. So those first 2 animals went through, all those animals walked through that ring and then dispersed across the country. So foot and mouth is a very painful outbreak of blisters on the mouth and on the feet. So they can't eat, they can't drink, and it's very contagious. So it's a little bit different. Humans can get it, but it's a little bit different variant. Yeah.
Is it a virus or
I'd have to look exactly. Yeah.
for humans it's a virus?
Yeah. Probably it is. If anybody wants to touch her, I'll bring her around. If you have any questions, just holler. You know. Yes. What did you want to know? Oh, okay.
Just what it's like.
Sure. There's 4 fibers in it. There's a guard hair, wool, hemp, and a heterotypic fiber. And when it gets warmer, the heterotypic fiber reacts to their environment and they shed it out. So the lambs that are born in March and April, by July when the temperatures are spiking, they're shedding out a long white fiber and they start to grow it back the end of September.
And can you use that, or is it?
I spin it, I have it all spun together. Yep, and I've got samples in by our pen. Okay.
Hello, my sweet.
Whoop.
She's beautiful.
Thank you. Her name is Lelia. Right.
So then do you put them down?
Those 2 I will, because they're my 2 original ewes that have contributed so much to this herd. Yeah. Others we do mutton. And contrary to what people hear or tell about mutton, we prefer it to beef. It has to hang. That's because it's an older meat. There's a chemical reaction that happens in the meat. So as long as it's hung, it's like it melts in your mouth like butter. It's delicious and it's very nutritious.
Gamey flavor? Or,
It does not. Nope. Nope.
because I've had mutton from a sheep that was a heritage breed,
It-
and it was a very, very strong flavor.
It can depend on the breed.
Yeah.
It can depend on how it was handled, how it was butchered, and how long it was hung. So if they're stressed out, You know, if you stress them out, they have an adrenaline burst that can cause off flavors in the meat. Yes? In this country, they're not even listed. Over there, there's so many, they're not of concern. They're on the list, but more like just a watch because of 2001. So because of the outbreak, that is one reason they've diversified them into England. Germany, Holland has some, and over here, just a way to, they realized all of them were in the Lake District. So if that disease had wiped them out, the breed would be gone. So since then, they've collected all kinds of semen and eggs and froze them, and they're sending them out. That's what I'm working at. Plus, I feel America needs another sustainable breed again. We've bred them all so big. Let's start out with an original. And I'm actually breeding them. They're getting smaller as they get closer to purebred. I know. She's actually about the size of an adult Herdwick ewe, purebred in England. You need to stop dancing. Yes, you do.
What is her approximately?
Her approximate weight is probably, she's probably about 90. 80. But she's, again, only 18 months old. So they're described as a coffee table with a thick body and a leg at each corner like a coffee table. And I should have brought my other ewe because she stands like this. She's so wide. The chefs that we sell to love them. They said even though they're small, there's a higher meat to bone ratio on them. So they have less bone, their legs are shorter, but they're thicker with meat.
It looks like she has solid bone.
Mm-hmm.
You see some of them seem to be very, very fine.
Yes.
They look like they,
Tough. So their legs are much thicker. April is 4 years old, so her legs will get thicker too. And the feet are blocked. If you look at other breeds, they have tend to have a longer fetlock, which is from the bottom of this bone to the top of their foot. They're blocky for climbing the hills, staying on the rocks.
And do you have to trim their hooves?
I do. This year, especially in the wet, they don't wear off at all because everything's been so wet. So she's been in the show ring in August. I've trimmed her feet 3 times since then. So they'll be
Do that with a file, or do you have to?
Nippers. We clip them off. Yep. Right? She goes, yes, and I hate it. Anything else? Well, okay, Herdwick, the name Herdwick is derived from the Old Norse word Herdvik, V-Y-C-K, which we took the Y-C-K and put in our farm name. That term means sheep pasture in Old Norse. Yes. And that is mentioned, they're mentioned as early as the 12th century in writing, but before that, there's really no knowledge of where they're derived from. They're related to the pintail sheep of the northern sea region, like the Icelandic, Shetland, Finn, and there's connections with Vikings. So she has Lelia, it's a Norse name. They really don't know. It's just been raised on the fells for hundreds of years. There's some families, they can trace 400 years they've had Herdwick sheep. So how much further back they go, we don't know. Anything else? Anybody want to hold this crabby thing? She wants to go back to her buddy. Why don't you, if I sit, will you stand nice? Then will you? Will you? Mm-hmm. Not really. No, no treats. There. Okay. Anybody wants to feel her fleece, you're welcome to. She can object, it doesn't matter. This is her training.
How long is the wool? What's the state?
The longest I've had is about 7 inches. The old style can get as long as 10 in England. If they still have the old style Herdwick, it can be a 10-inch fleece. If we had that, we would shear twice a year, but we only shear once. Oh, stop.
Double coated?
Quadruple coated, 4 fibers. Yep.
So it's not just the cob and the cob.
Nope. she's like, well, this is better. This is a little better, Mom.
Yeah. Just chill. We're chill.
Yeah, you look much better when you can see who's touching you. Vet them first.
We have a shed in the winter that they're welcome to go in, and we'll look out and they'll have 6 inches of snow on their back standing out. They don't want to go in. It's too hot.
How do they do in the summer?
It's been tough, this heat. Yeah. So we make sure they have shade while they're out in pasture. Oh, stop. Stop. That's naughty. That's naughty. Yeah. Yeah. Shade and water, and they do okay.
When are they sheared?
In the spring. We generally shear about 3 weeks prior to when they're going to lamb, and we do all of their handling then, so we only have to bother them once in the spring. So they get dewormed, they get their feet trimmed, they get vaccinated, and they get their fleece off. Very good. Yep. With the crossbreeds, I'm having to pick and trace the few that have recurring issues, and they get culled out. But she's been out on pasture. Fat.
And you don't supplement, it's just they're on all 50% grass?
The show sheep, we do supplement because of the stress of being on the road. We'll go on an individual basis, but rarely are we feeding grain. Rarely. It's not a normal diet for ruminants, so we try to exclude that. Our older girls, because they have no front teeth, so they get mash and yums. Right? Mm-hmm. Anything else? I think we're past our time, right? I hope. Is it 2:30 yet?
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Stop in and see us if you have any other questions. That's what we're here for. You're welcome. Say thank you? No. Yeah, right. Right. Okay, now you can go back to April.
Okay, so I need to find somebody to come and help us. Is that something?
Okay. Bye.
We're doing the live stream.
One more live stream.
You might. When are we doing?
Oh, why?
We're doing the live stream. Back here doing films up here for Rhinebeck, and we'd love to find out what you guys are doing. Can you just line up for a minute? And say who you are?
You want me to tell you what we're doing?
Yes, please.
Sure. Do I have to talk? Do I talk into this?
You can put it right there. Okay. Just kind of put it on the inside. But if you're going to talk with anybody else, just
lean in like we love each other.
Yes.
So this is our 5th year, 6th year. Anyone know off the top of their head?
2018.
6th year. 6th year. This is our 6th sweater. So basically, way back in the day, I had 2 yarn friends, and they both were like, "You want to do a design?" And I was like, "Sure. Why don't we do it together?" And then we thought, well, why don't we do a little knit along? And then we'll see if anybody else wants to knit with us, and we can meet up at Rhinebeck and wear our sweaters and take a big group photo. So 6 years ago, and now we're still here doing it.
And your name again?
I'm Andrea Mowry from Drea Renee Knits.
And the knit along group is?
Tessellated.
It changes every year, but this year it's the tessellated Rhinebeck knit along.
Okay, so tessellators, everybody hold up your hands.
Tesselators!
Now, okay, I just got to ask.
Yes.
You knit along. Does that mean you all get in the same room and knit?
So it can mean it in a lot of different ways, but basically you pick either a pattern or a theme, and you all knit together in that way. So for us,
it's stripes this year, obviously,
it's
right?
this specific pattern, and it's either in a vest or a pullover.
Okay.
And so we released it in July, and then we all knit it virtually together through like Facebook, Ravelry, and then we come here to see how it looks in person.
Okay, obviously I was teasing about. Oh, okay. Well,
A lot of it.
And this really works out though. So obviously I was teasing about the stripe thing, but there's a little variation in what you've
by
done.
the colors. So there's 2 of us that have been doing this from the start. There's a company called Spin Cycle Yarns, and then there's me, I'm the designer. And their yarns are very special because they change color throughout. So even if you use the same colorway I did, it wouldn't look the same. So they all vary as they're knit up. And then there's other amazing yarn dyers in here, including Rochelle from Moondrake, who's up there, and the Farmer's Daughter Fiber, who is in here.
So, and you're yarn too. Okay, who is the traditionalist in this crowd?
In what way?
You have a pattern that goes out. That one's going to be always knitting that way. And then who is the wild card that likes to knit?
Oh, Rachel Price.
Rachel.
The dyer.
She's one of the
So I will design the pattern. This one is our major modifier, who will then take that pattern and be like, should I make it a cardigan?
I followed directions this year.
You did. This year she went wild and you did it. But she's the one who will 100% make it her own, typically.
Yes.
That's a major modifier. That's a bumper sticker or a t-shirt.
Major modifier.
Okay. So you are going to be here all weekend long, or just today?
Right now is the middle of our big meetup, and we do a giant group photo.
Okay.
And then we'll just wander around. Tomorrow's our slow shop day.
So who picks what next year's pattern is, or do you take a vote?
She designs it.
I make up the pattern.
The designer.
Yeah.
So I make it up, and then I just have to hope everyone likes it and knits it with me.
All right, and I'm going to ask you to just kind of individually answer this. We are originally livestock people, so we love the breed barns, and I don't know if you all have visited the breed barns.
Oh, yeah.
What's your favorite fiber? Your favorite fiber animal that you would like to knit with?
Merino.
Merino.
Gosh. Angora.
All right, Angora?
Cashmere.
Cashmere. Okay, I got some connections for you if you want that.
CVM.
Okay. CVM Ronaldale, right? Correct for people that don't?
Cashmere.
Cashmere. Okay, I'm going to steal this from you.
Yeah,
just
please
for
do.
a moment, and I don't want to pull your hair there. Sorry.
Cashmere.
Cashmere.
Cormo.
You stick with one? Really? You're a major modifier. That's such a letdown.
Cormo right now, so right now it's my favorite.
Okay, Cormo. Next.
I like them all. There's not a fiber I don't like.
You're the traditionalist, obviously. No.
Oh, cashmere is the best.
All right.
Merino.
Okay.
Holworth.
Ooh, that's interesting. Anybody else? Are you still in the group? No? Okay. All right. Thank you, everyone. This is very delightful. In the midst of all this crowd, I guess my last question is how the heck do you find each other when there's 3 hills and they say meet on the hill?
Oh, yeah. She's so recognizable. Follow the sweater.
Well,
So tell me what they find.
thank you, everybody. Appreciate it.
Thank you.
You're not in there too? How come you're not in there?
I'm the picture shaker.
Oh, you're the picture. Well, we should have.
Hi.
Okay, hello, everybody. We are here with
Andrea from Cloverbrook Farm.
All right, and
Brooke from Cloverbrook Farm also.
Okay, now tell me who you have here with you.
We brought Prince Caspian from Narnia and Hal, both from Cloverbrook Farm. We have 2 llamas.
Caspian and Hal.
Caspian and Hal.
Are you like a movie buff, or is that just no?
Yeah,
Hal?
Narnia. Remember Narnia Aslan?
Don't go through the
we've got-
door.
yeah. We say shallow Hal. No.
Okay.
And then Prince Caspian. So, but this is Brooke of Cloverbrook Farm. So that is how it all originated with her goat Clover, and this is the Brooke from the Brooke parts.
Well, I'm really glad you're here because you're a wool ambassador for Dutchess County Sheep and Wool Growers, aren't you? I think is that
my
right?
assist.
Oh, okay. We got and a lot.
Who also
looks
just like us.
I was going to say, boy, that looks okay. Pardon my brain. It's been a long day, but I haven't been herding llamas. So now tell me a little bit about why this might be a difficult thing for a llama to do and why it might be easy, both of those things. Because I understand we went to your farm and I understand you said that they don't always like being approached from behind, right?
That is true. So it actually goes back for thousands of years. Their predator is the puma, which is a cat. Cats attack from the back. And so their first reaction, if something's going to grab them from the back, kind of like a bus, if someone sneaks up on us, we're going to kick out, we're going to spin around, what it is. But, so we do a lot of what we call desensitizing. We bring them into a lot of environment that sometimes can be a little bit stimulating, a lot, to be able to get this calm animal. Not all of these get to this point. So we take these guys to a lot of shows too, and that helps.
Yeah, you would have to. Now, this, you're watching their ears. They're constantly looking around. They're very alert, but that's not an easy thing to do. But you have a whole batch of youngins that volunteer with you, right? Tell me about the Spitters Club.
Yeah, that's a part of our 4-H group, which is a Spitters group. And sometimes you have to start from ground zero with those guys to let them know that they're excited to be around animals, but that anxiousness, the movement of the feet, their, kind of fleeing arms can scare the animals. In fact, we were just walking through the barn on our way here and someone opened their umbrella right in the middle. And so this guy's a little bit older, so he was comfortable with it. This guy's a little bit younger, and he was like, whoa. So those are the kind of the processes we have to go through to get them to settle in these types of scenarios.
And there are breed organizations and 4-H clubs and all kinds of things that help kids to get a little bit more familiar with things like llamas and alpacas like you have. And I know you do a lot of educational content, but you also have other associations. I don't know, is there a North American Alpaca Association? I don't even know if that exists.
I'm so glad you asked. There is a Greater Llama and Alpaca Association, and they represent mostly the middle and the east coast. And so, in fact, they get together once a year. In fact, there's a conference this year, next week in Hershey, Pennsylvania. And this is where people get together for 4 days and they meet and they learn lecture series from vets, health issues, maybe even training scenarios. And so it's a nice people who are really wanting to learn and grow with their animals to be able to learn from some of the professionals and the people who have been doing this for, many decades.
Yes. So that's what kind of helps you to get here is you have a support organizations that's very helpful.
You got it.
Okay. If people can't get to Cloverbrook and do a llama walk like we did, that was just fantastic. But you have goats, cashmere goats there. Pygoras.
Pygora goats. Yes, we do. That's where mohair comes from.
Yeah, and they're soft as anything. Okay, so we asked you to come over here and help us with this because we work with the RE Synergy Foundation. You probably can't see this on camera, but we have been putting on a live stream all along. RE Synergy Foundation carries a lot of our footage because it helps to sponsor us to come to events like this because it's not a cheap thing to do. But we have picked 4 or 5 different organizations, nonprofit groups, in order to support at this point in time. And so people can go to the RE Synergy and donate. One thing we did today, we've collected many things from many farms, including yours. You were kind enough to give us some things to raffle off.
My pleasure.
Yes, or for donations. So I bet you get that a lot, huh? So we have something.
You're gonna spin.
Don't you love live animal moments? I do.
Okay, we're gonna pick some tickets and we're gonna, can you do 2 hands plus that? I guess you can do that and walk on a bike and knit at the same time. Okay, so the first thing we are going to do is pick a ticket for this lovely thing that I got on your farm.
Can I explain what this is?
You can't explain it, but it is wet, so you see
I won't take it out. But this is a beautiful little stuffy. This is made from real alpaca fiber, made in Peru, approved by Prince Caspian. He said that's perfect, and it's very soft. So it is a lovely little remembrance of animals, of the fiber. Thank you. Good job.
Okay. So
ready?
we're going to pick a ticket first for that. And we might not have anybody here watching that, but we will be calling or texting that phone number. Who gets the little alpaca?
Okay. Sherry Temple.
Okay. And the number?
Sherry Temple. And the number is.
Oh, no, not the phone number, but the ticket.
No, yeah. 469-8726. Let me read it one more time. Sherry Temple. 469-8726. You are the winner.
Woohoo! Okay, if you give that to Rick, he'll put it over, and we have another thing. So that's
okay.
I think you're just gonna stand here. You're the flash. You're the flash. Okay, so that would be great. So this is these are dryer balls, which are very popular for good reason. I understand that no ironing is in the mix there on those, which is a thing I didn't know about.
And the nice thing about dryer balls is you can lightly scent it with essential oils, which helps very lightly scent your clothes and reduces static. And these are sustainable.
I thought that was fantastic. Well, these are from Hulse Hill, I think. Are they not?
Yes, they are.
Yes, okay. Christine, and she's a member of the Cashmere Goat Association, which is another one of our choices here. I'm sorry, Guy. I know that's not you, but yeah. So the next ticket is going to go. It's going to go for the wool dryer balls. Thank you again, Christine, wherever you happen to be. I think she's right over here in the booth. On behalf of the Cashmere Goat Association.
So the individual who won the dryer ball name is
hold on.
Elliman. And Ben's number is 469-8729. Read it one more time. Ben Elliman, 469-8729. You won a dryer ball made with cashmere fiber. Very high end.
Yes, I know. Delightful for that. Okay, and then do you want? How about we have? Okay, we got to have a sheep in here. So the North American Shetland Sheep Association is another one, mostly because Backyard Green Films has a little critter named Jane. Jane, we have a sheep, little 4-month-old. But Flying Fibers, Jerry, you know Jerry, don't you?
I know Jerry.
Yes, Jerry, who runs the breed barns over here. She is kind of keeping our Jane for us, and she also does have Wensleydales, I believe.
And this is a Wensleydale car mobile.
Isn't that great? Isn't that great?
I love this. I want a little mini sheep hanging from my rearview mirror.
Well, we went in the raffle. Maybe you beat.
I think we did. I should have filled it out. So
okay, so
adorable.
So we are gonna do a pick for that one for the North American Shetland Sheep Association. Thank you, Jerry. But this is going to be going to who?
This is going to C. McGain. C. McGain. The number is 469-8735. Once again, 469-8735. Congratulations. And if you don't come pick it up, I'm entering the raffle for that again.
That was from our UK trip. We went to Britain. Yes, they were kind of cute, weren't they? Okay, now this is a very nice one. Again, Hulse Hill. I had self-control issues at Hulse Hill.
Oh, it's one of her absolutely beautiful handmade cashmere bracelets. Very, very soft, very delicate.
Hold on. Wait, I'll show you.
Look at that.
I know.
These that just remind you the beautiful cashmeres that she raises at her farm.
Yeah.
Absolutely beautiful bracelet. Just package this up nicely again before we.
Just because I need to mention it again, the American Goat Federation is somebody that we have done a lot of work for, and that's a nonprofit organization that also does a lot of work all across the country for milking, pack goats, cashmere goats, you name it. They do a lot of awareness and support of all goats because small ruminants are underrepresented in this
They
country.
are, and we need all the support we can get for all the animals, whether it's, it's small farms, big farms, commercials. It all helps us along the way.
I agree 100%. Okay, so who gets
the individual who won the bracelet is Jessica Bibbins. And let me read the number. It's 469-8754. One more time, Jessica Bibbins. 469-8754. Congratulations, Jessica.
My niece is really upset at that because she was hoping that would
get that one.
Yes, she was wanting that one. Okay. Yes, I want that one right there. Now, also in the sheep range, we have one this is a Swaledale sheep. Now, it's not made out of Swaledale fiber because that would be really difficult, but this is from our UK trip. This is one of the upper hill breeds that they use in the border region in Scotland and in England. And they move their sheep down the hill. So Swaledales are one of those black-faced breeds that they use as they get older and less tolerant of the hills. Sometimes they move them down and they'll get another couple lamb crops out of them. But yes, this is a Swaledale. So I thought I had to pick it up regardless of where it was made because that's a really unusual stuffed animal.
It's very adorable.
Okay, so who gets the Swaledale sheep?
All right, it goes to Rita. Rita's number is 469-8757. One more time, Rita won the Swaledale sheep. 469-8757. Congratulations, Rita.
Okay, and I do just have to say that there could be some swapping going on in the background because I know there were a couple kids that were saying, I want the sheep. I don't want the bracelet, but I want the sheep.
Yeah, I totally understand that. You have a lot of great stuff here.
Do we want to give, what about the soaps? You know what? We will do the soaps tomorrow. I also have to make mention that our East Energy Foundation is going to match whatever goes up there on their website, and it's looking like it's 100%. So yes, and you can pick which thing you want to give money to or just the general fund. And so I think we're going to pick a couple emails from the people that donated and maybe do a couple giveaways tomorrow.
That's wonderful.
Yeah.
That's wonderful.
Yeah. We had some really great stuff on our trip and we saw beautiful sites in the UK, and a lot of our breeds came from other countries, and so it's wonderful to represent. Are you going to go back to Llama Land at some point?
We are headed back to Llama Land which is Barn 27. That for the weekend, is that what you mean?
No, I mean
Peru.
Way back. Peru. Are you ever going to go to Peru?
Llama and Alpaca Land. It will be both. So that is where that's on our list.
Yeah, it's a lovely thing to find where these animals came from and search the search for meaning is something we all do, and I think that this is a fantastic thing. So
learn about their real natural environment.
Yes.
Their grassroots, so to say, where they came from.
Yeah.
Because what we have here is really what they have been. Llamas, alpacas have been in North America for about 100 years now. And so what is natural to them originally is not the same now.
I agree. And so when most of our breeds come from somewhere else, we need to really kind of figure out a little bit about them, and sometimes that makes them mean more. So I so appreciate you bringing them in. So whoever won these, we're gonna text and call one or the other for these. But everybody can also come over to the booth. The sweater cam. I don't know if you have.
I did see that earlier. Yes, that's very clever.
We got some great sweaters here. Have you seen them?
I've seen a few of them. Yeah, they're real cool.
Yeah, they are fantastic. I saw one today that I looked at. Took her a year and a half to make. It was, but you better believe it's priceless. But you kind of hope there's a price somewhere so you can say, "Hey, how much?"
It's beautiful.
Well, thank you both for coming, and you both for coming and sort of braving the population. So this has been a fantastic thing, and we'll have another giveaway tomorrow, I think. Thank you.
Great. Thank you. Congratulations to all the winners.
Do we involve the goats tomorrow or no?
And surely bring the Pygora goats for this tomorrow. We'll just have to angle the camera down.
Thank you both.
You're welcome.
Thank you.
It was nice meeting you.
You too.
Take care. All right.
Where are the rest of the llamas? So off we go. I'm going to find some more goats at some point for tomorrow. But I will say that we might have some more from RE Synergy. The RE Synergy Foundation is a really wonderful organization. And we do have social media sites for them if you'd like to go to that. But if you give money to them right now over at Rhinebeck, they will match the donations that we give. And these are really good causes. It's a really fine thing to be able to give back in life. And especially with an event like this, the animals being here, the educational component is super, super important. So without funding from places like that, frankly, our heritage breed animals would not exist. So thank you so much. And we're going to leave you with another shot of the Midway on this rainy New York afternoon.
American Goat Federation, representing all goat production. American Goat Federation, representing all goat production.
Hi, we're at Wing and a Prayer Farm.
So who do you have right next to you, right here?
Oh, this is Pemberley the Cute. He's a Cotswold.
Okay.
And Drama just moved along. She's a Wensleydale Romney. And Dilly, who's Valet Black-Nosed Teeswater, is over visiting Rick. Everybody else left. Here come some chickens. And then, yeah, we have many breeds. The Shetlands went off. There's a few of the Shetland girls over there. The Shetland boys are in another pasture. So I have a few Cotswolds, Wensleydales, Teeswaters, Valet Black-Nose, and let's see, Cormos, Merinos, Clun Forest, and Dorset sheep here on the farm.
I'm Lori Marion.
I'm Bill Marion.
And our farm is Shasta Ranch. There we have St. Croix sheep, and we're located in the Klamath Hills there, which is eastern Oregon over the Cascades. It's hot and dry in the summer and cold and snowy in the winter. Our sheep are St. Croix hair sheep. They originated in the U.S. Virgin Islands in the 15 and 1600s. They were possibly a result of the native breed, the Criollo, and West African hair sheep, also bred with the Wiltshire horn, which is an English sheep when the English arrived there. They are sheep that shed rather than needing to be sheared. They grow a winter coat so they can survive the winter, and then they'll shed in the spring. They're very parasite resistant, which is a product of being raised on these islands, naturally developed, and they're also very good with hoof rot. Their hooves stay healthy even in moist conditions with just a little bit of care. We raise them for meat. We find that they are more tender than the most lamb that I've had. They do have that kind of lamb taste and smell, but it's much more delicate than some of the lamb that I've had. So I can definitely recommend it as lamb for table use. St. Croix sheep tend to be a medium-sized sheep. The average ewe will be between 140 and 150 pounds. A ram can be up to at least 200, sometimes over. The rams tend to grow a very nice mane that can sometimes reach down to their knees, and they have a very pronounced Roman nose, so they look very regal, some of the rams. But as I said, both sexes are polled, which means they don't have horns, and they tend to, even the rams tend to be very docile.
year.
Excuse me, ladies. Would you talk to us for a moment? We're doing the live stream, and we're kind of showing off the Knit-Along Hill. Would you be willing to speak with us for a minute? Okay. Do you have a knitting group name?
Oh, this is not a knitting group. I own Shifting Studio. She's the owner of Woolen Folk. Yeah, these ladies knit.
Is this Barbie Pink here? Is that what I'm seeing?
Yes, Barbie Pink. My favorite color is pink. I can't help it. I love it so much.
I'm a natural fibers and forest at night kind of girl, but I admire the people that can get away with screaming bright bubblegum pink.
This is her thing. Yeah, everything I own is pink. It's ridiculous.
So you didn't have a hard, you're not like matching to the movie, and if by chance the movie had not been announced until a month ago, you would have said, oh my gosh, what do I knit? I can't knit a sweater in that.
I always,
yeah?
Even before the Barbie movie came out, I had pink sweaters. It's just ingrained in me, but it's really good to see that since the movie came out, everyone's embracing it.
Yes.
So I just see my favorite color everywhere now, so it's amazing. I love
Well,
it.
my niece is a pink girl, and apparently there are many shades of pink, and one is very different from the other. So I'm learning very definitely. Did you knit your cowl, your scarf?
I absolutely stole it from my daughter. Because I just started knitting last month.
Okay.
Wow. I'm very new because we were supposed to match today. I was doing a peach sweater and she was going to wear hers. But I did like this part, and then I didn't know how to do the sleeves. There's a decrease and all that. I'm learning the language also.
You are not the newest one on the hill, because I got you beat in terms of what I can and cannot knit. Cannot being the active word. Knit, 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 knit. If I have to turn around and purl or anything else, forget it. Yeah. But it's a really nice thing.
Good.
Doesn't
when
it
I
feel
tried
good?
it on, it was like,
She did a really good
I
job.
did that.
Yeah.
So now, I'm seeing people with other things, and I'm like, I want to make that. I want to make that.
We had talked to one of the gals over here that was doing a workshop yesterday, and she's one that alters patterns to fit every individual person, which is good because I got busty and I can't fit. I never really appreciated my mom and my grandma's ability to, knit based on exactly what our fits were. Yeah, because it's hard. You have to alter. You have to do math.
Yeah.
She's good at math.
I have to, and that, like, for example, with that pattern, I have to take out the sleeve. I did half of it. It's too big. I have to, unravel it, change the decreases, do it again. So that's why it's not ready today, but it'll be ready for the next event.
All right. Is your hand knit sweater going to be your creation going to be here next year in Screaming Pink?
Yeah.
Or are you going to put your foot down?
No, she's going to do orange.
I kind of got that feeling.
Yeah,
we'll
that's
probably be
my
matching
color.
the same pattern, but
There
pink
are
and
other
orange.
people that own it, but it's mine.
It's yours? Well, I have the feeling pink is hers too. I don't think anybody's going to argue with that.
It is.
All right. Any social media that you wanna highlight while you're here?
My Instagram is Mika Mika Shop, and I also have a second one, MikaMika.bakes.
Okay.
Because I am a baker, and I was here at the festival yesterday at Cake Palooza. I brought the cake to Cake Palooza. I sold so many cupcakes. And I made everyone happy, and it just brought joy to my face.
All in pink.
And there was a Barbie one.
Yeah, we did a Barbie cupcake.
Oh my God, that went like crazy.
That could be kind of
It was strawberry.
odd when you think about it, but that's okay. I'll take it, right?
It was strawberry flavored with real chunks of strawberry in it. I don't like to use too much preservatives. I want you to taste the real good stuff. So
my niece is going to watch this later, and she might be following you soon because you're naming all her good stuff there, pink and strawberry.
That works for me.
All right.
The more the merrier.
Do you have anything? Have you knitted
I
this?
just want to say that I'm Lisa Knits on Instagram.
All right.
A long-term knitter, and just some friends. And I want you to meet Felicia.
More in my color palette, by the way.
Let me tell you, this is a Stratified by Tiff Nealon. I copied her.
All right.
Yeah.
Well, and then made it your own, right?
Yeah.
Just over here.
Nice. So I have no hand knits on. I'm Felicia. I'm Strengthening Studio. I am at Strengthening Studio, which is a yarn shop in Brooklyn, where I know Mika and Lisa from. And then I also organize Woolen Folk.
Organize what?
Woolen Folk.
What is that?
It's a yarn festival that's 3 years old. It was just yesterday at Foreland in Catskill. And it's a big yarn festival. We had like 100 vendors and 3,000 people show up.
Wow. We're from California, and you don't get quite the same. We're Backyard Green Films.
Oh, okay.
So we usually were in the livestock barn, and that's kind of how we met up here with the whole crew. Backyard Green Films. And we have a YouTube channel. We do a podcast.
Okay.
So so if you want to know
what kind of, hey, what does a Shetland, what's all about that? Tell me all about a Shetland. You go and we'll talk to it, because we've been to the farm and we talked to the people about what it's like to raise a Shetland. So it's, because it makes a big difference. That fiber versus that is going to feel very different, right?
Exactly.
Yeah. So, and then you blend. You might want a little Shetland with a little Merino. You might want a little alpaca.
Do you guys milk? Do you guys milk? Or you just educate? Which we all need education, trust me, I understand that.
We run around and film because we're independent media, but it's because we love it. It's like farming or probably knitting. You don't do it for the money, do you? Right. You like to do it for the money, but you really...
You love when the two meet up.
Yes,
you love the money, right?
Okay, well, we appreciate you all speaking with us. This is a vivid bunch here. And if you don't have anything that you made, you go buy something, right? Isn't that the way of it? Because there's no shortage of that here.
Not at all.
All right. Thank you, ladies.
Thank you.
Okay. This is my husband, Rick, and he and I have an independent media production company called Backyard Green Films, and we're live streaming, actually, at the top of the hill up there. We get sweater shots from everybody, which you would fit as well. But I saw your...
I do have a sweater.
You do, but I saw your kilt.
Yes.
A couple of those here, but this is fantastic. Would you be willing to talk to us for a minute?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm going to put this right here. Nope. Okay, now he's rolling. It's our marriage. Okay, hi.
Hello.
How are you?
Good, how are you?
I'm doing fine, thanks. Would you introduce yourself?
My name is Dean Johnson.
Okay, and you're here in a kilt.
Yes, I'm wearing it's a gun tartan.
Gun, G-U-N-N?
Gun, G-U-N-N, yes.
Okay, is that your clan?
Well, this one is because Johnson and Johnstone, names like that, are in the gun clan, and that's my last name. But my last name is not from Scotland. I do have other ancestors from Scotland, but I wear a number of different clan tartans.
Well, we just got back a month and a half ago from a trip to the UK. We traced a lot of the fibers there. We have a lot of the traditional wear. My husband actually has a kilt from the last time we went, which is a wonderful thing. They're very comfortable, right?
Oh, they're very comfortable.
That's what I've heard.
Yes. And you get a lot of questions.
You do get a lot of questions. People come up and start filming you. There's all kinds of stuff like that, right? But we actually, one of the reasons we were on our way over to the barns over here to speak with people, but I just wanted to show you this. When we went to Scotland, we went to a tartan shop. And this is where people can go and order their clan tartan from their own family. All the threads mean something different, right?
Yeah.
Do the threads mean something to you here? Like, does the red represent something? You just like the pretty pattern?
No,
Well, I'll just show you just because I have it.
Oh.
I don't suppose you want to put that on just for a minute, would you? So hopefully it would fit. This is the last bonnet shot. Yes. There we go.
I feel like I stand at attention.
I think you should. There it goes. This is the last bonnet maker in Scotland that makes the old style bonnets.
Oh.
And they're closing this division because there's not enough to keep it going, and the ladies that run it are unfortunately getting older and they want to retire, and they're going to lose the skill for some of these. So here we see all the pipers in Scotland, and they're going to now be made in China or Bangladesh or something because there's no more bonnet makers in Scotland. And they've 157 years or something, 178 years they've been making. So actually they have a GoFundMe page, and we're going to highlight it on our live stream. So I'm so glad that you were here to model. Could not have planned that more perfectly.
Oh, thank you.
Could you do me a favor? We'll just turn around and we'll get the back of that. Could you turn around just for a minute? Beautiful.
All right.
We pay our models twice what we make.
Oh, yeah.
Which is
twice for free.
Yeah.
Oh, you want it back on?
Yeah. That'd be great. Fantastic. Yeah, it's this. So now I have to actually concentrate, right? No DNA sort of. That's fantastic because I love. We did a documentary called The Holstein Dilemma, and the DNA, how the cyclical it comes around in life, and it's everything that we are, but it's still the alterations and the things that are just mutations profoundly impact us, don't they? Our whole world is. But nephrology, that's a very interesting field right now.
It is, and there's a lot of different avenues that people are taking to make it better for the patients. So it's really rewarding work.
Yeah. We're in California, so big changes there in the last couple of
My
years.
wife will kill me if I tell you, because I always tell people too much, but I'm from California originally. I grew up in Michigan. I was born in San Jose, Santa Clara County.
Well, my dad's from Detroit. I was born in California, and my mom's from New York. So we're all met somewhere, right? It's all in our DNA.
Yeah, my parents were both born in everyone. My dad, my mom, all from California.
Yep. And here you're wearing a kilt.
And now I'm wearing a kilt. Yeah, it's my dad's my dad's his mom was a Gilmore. His middle name was Gilmore, and the Gilmores they came from Ireland, through Ireland, from Scotland though, so they're Scottish originally.
Yeah, all a mix in there somewhere. Thank you so much for speaking
thanks
with
for
us. We
talking.
appreciate it. And thanks for modeling.
Yeah.
The little Robert Mackey. He's not even there.
Okay.
He's my husband. I'm not supposed to say husband stuff out before you start. Hi.
Hello.
I just had to stop you in the midst of the crowd and say, "Can I look at your sweater?" That is glorious. Did you knit this yourself?
I did, yes.
Okay, tell me about this.
This is the Yell cardigan by Marie Wallen, and it is knit out of a combination. So the top is Jamieson and Smith, and the bottom is Jamieson's Shetland Spindrift. Yes.
And it only
it's
took
steeped.
14 years to do it.
Yes.
Wow.
It did take me about 1.5 years, so it was
Okay, I want to...
not a small endeavor.
No, I want to scoot. I mean, look, you can almost just wear it in a reverse. I mean, that's beautiful. Tell me about this. We rarely see this anymore.
So this is to cover the steek. So the steek is when you cut your knitting open, and usually it leaves a pretty raw edge, and so I just hand sewed some ribbon in there.
But this is it leaves a beautiful finish on this particular thing. And it adds a little bit of weight almost, it looks like,
It
to the
does,
sides.
yeah, it does. It makes it lay really nicely.
Now, this is a great example of switching yarns around. And if you could explain to somebody, every time you knit a different color, because they're all in rows here, correct? So the people that don't knit,
yeah.
Tell me what you had to do across. Is it every single row you have to swap every once in a while, right?
Yes, yeah. So this is stranded color work, which is a little bit different than other forms of color work like mosaic. And what this is that each row you're knitting usually with 2 colors of yarn held together and knitting them each stitch differently based on the pattern. So. Yeah.
This is like physics here. I mean, it's just phenomenal. and so you're knitting all of this at one time, and then you put it all together. You stitch it all together. Let's see the back if I can just for a minute. Wow. I mean, that's just wow.
Yeah, it's very
And it's got this really nice little edging down here in a different stitch. I love that because it has a little bit of weight to it, but it's not a ribbing.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah,
that's just
seed
lovely.
stitch.
That's just lovely. Oh my gosh! Now I'm going to just ask, why did you hand me this?
That is a sticker. It is a tattoo that I have on my leg, but my tattoo artist let me make some stickers out of it to give away to people.
I think that's fantastic. And you said that you were just up in the breed barn.
Yes, I was.
Okay, which one did you like the most?
Oh my gosh, I think my favorite is the Corriedale.
Now, do you like the Corriedale because you like the way it knits, or do you like the Corriedale because you think it's cute, or because, let's face it, it's kind of a friendly little sheep?
I think that I like it because kind of all of it. I like that the Corriedale is soft but very sturdy as well. And I'm a spinner also. I was wearing a hand spun sweater yesterday, so I really like spinning Corriedale. But honestly, I like knitting with everything that's that's not plant-based, so any sort of fiber I love.
It's a different experience in different breeds and different lengths. Do you knit cashmere or alpaca at all?
I have knit alpaca before, and I really liked it. It's very drapey. And cashmere, I've never gotten to knit with just cashmere before. I need to try it.
Yeah, we got a connection up there, so if you want some, trust me, I can hook you up there. So, do you have a social media site where people can follow instructions moment by moment to figure out how to knit this?
I have a little YouTube channel that I upload very periodically.
Okay.
It's Sonder Knitting on YouTube.
All right, Saunder?
Sonder.
Sonder knitting. Wonderful. Well, thank you so much for speaking with us. I just am in awe.
Thank
Delightful.
you. Highly recommend it.
Funding for this program was provided in part by the RE Synergy Foundation. Content for the Sustainable World.
My dad was an old-school surgeon who always wished he was a rancher, and a man who took life by the horns and ran with it. Think John Wayne meets Ernest Hemingway meets Teddy Roosevelt. One thing that always embarrassed me, though, was that if my dad saw something interesting wherever he was, he'd go ask about it. He'd start up impromptu conversations with perfect strangers about crop rotation, cattle genetics, or how to get all those pieces of firewood in the load to stay on top of that one little donkey. I was mortified as a kid. Well, I grew up, and now that's me. I married a perfect man with itchy feet who loves all things music and film, and who makes documentaries just for the love of it. If you dump all of those things into a petri dish and let them stew for 25 years of blissful chaos, what do you get? Well, welcome to my life of vicarious agriculture. Come on along for the ride.
I'm Christine McBurdy-Hulse. I am owner of Wholesale Farm here.
This gorgeous piece of property.
Thank you. Yeah, we actually we have a farm stay. So a lot of the support from the farm, it's kind of like an educational model, which I love.
Well,
I'm a former educator.
I was
so
going to say
it
that
fits
goes
in.
Yes.
And yeah, so I was a school counselor, actually, elementary and middle school for 31 years.
So you were in the trenches there.
I was. I loved it. I went right through COVID and everything, and I loved it. I loved the educational piece. But one of the things that I kind of got stuck on as a counselor helping with kids in school is that so much of it wasn't experiential. And so when I got involved in farming, which I had a little history growing up with some farming with 4-H, I was like, you know, this is your classroom. Like that you can teach everything. You can teach math, science, everything, history. So so when I retired, I really worked on bringing it forward. And I mean, we were farm stay for a couple of years when I was teaching during the summer. But yeah, so I developed this farm stay model where families can come and experience the farm. And then, of course, my primary livestock on the farm are the cashmere goats. So
Cashmere goats, but that's not your only livestock, because I'm looking at this gorgeous chicken coop here behind us, and you also had a little pig Bella that came up to greet us. That's hysterical. You're standing there, all of a sudden, a large pig keeps talking, going,
so, yes.
pet me. Was that what? Did I translate the pig talk properly?
Absolutely. That's Bella. She's a rescue pig from the site that called Pigtopia, where it's just like a dog. They bring the pig, you know, across country. So she was rescued, and she's become part of our family. And so we have a couple of rescue animals here, but you know, because the farm is really for me supposed to represent balance and sustainability and what a homestead farm would look like as far as growing your own vegetables, your own animals. And also, you know, supporting yourself, you know, because how can you make a little bit of income on a farm so that you're not putting all your money into it and losing it? So that's been the goal for me on this farm, is actually to break even and maybe make a little extra on this farm. And the farm stay helps with that, obviously, and doing educational events. So it's been a great model. It's a hard model to work with as far as time.
It is, and you have to really be committed to it. I always look at the word sustainability, and I love it, but everybody, I think, shorts that word. They say, oh, you know, it's some touchy-feely thing in nature, and for the tree-hugging populace, which I'm probably one of them. But it really is applicable to business and life in general, because all you want the thing to continue in a natural cycle, whether it's a business, whether it's a family, whether it's a farm, because if not, there's this constant drain that makes it impossible to sustain in the long run.
Can I pay my feed bills? Can I pay my grocery bills? Can I pay my fuel bill? I mean, everything to keep this farm going. I think I view that as sustainability. There's sustainability with the land and the soil and all that as well. But that is a big piece of it for this farm, all those moving pieces. And so that's where our farm shop, which we can walk down, I'll show you, but that's where the farm shop came into, is just, you know, the more direct you can offer your product products to customers, and they can have that transparency of like, oh yeah, I see right up there where your fiber comes from. I see right where your eggs come from. I see right where your squash comes from. And people love, I mean, they are so supportive, so supportive.
You're in these days, that niche marketing thing and the co-op thing, you are buying the story of the people behind it and the meaning. You feel like I'm contributing back a little bit, or I have a little bit of that meaning inside of me. It's kind of like teaching, right? I mean,
it absolutely is. And the gift of it is, which I find is the customers, like you're in the business of storytelling, is you get to find out their story and how you fit into it. And I absolutely love that. That's what drives me. I just get so much strength from their stories and what brings them from the guy that comes every Sunday to get the donuts for his father to bring him to the nursing home or whatever it is. It's really great. So this is our little farm shop
farm shop. My foot. This is gorgeous. Look at this.
Oh, we opened this during COVID to, again, just get we had so much food that we were growing, and so we said, well, just put it in the shop. And then I sell my fiber in here too, direct. So we sponsor like a lot of local artisans. So like I have an actual, a veteran who makes all these woodworks. He's a retired veteran. He does all the bowls he makes, the planters. I have another woman in town who makes the aprons. So I don't do everything here. We do the produce. I do any of the yarn, the cashmere jewelry. And it changes seasonally then. In the winter, we'll put more fiber out and knitted items and things like that. So we switch it over.
So why did you decide to be the one that leads the pack and will help all of our local farmers in one place?
One was my location. We're so rural here that a lot of farm shops, when you're tucked on a road, you just don't get the traffic. So that's what I was like, hey, we've got the spot. This was supposed to be a sheep shed originally, and then we decided that I was good with the amount of animals we had because with our acreage that we had. So we turned it into a store, and then I just started talking to a lot of people who just didn't have a way to get their products out there. So, and we just basically, they put their items here, they stock them, and they get paid directly for them. So we just offer the space.
And you are obviously beautiful at the presentation component.
Oh, thank you.
Very artistic.
It's been fun. And I usually do baked goods. We do, the donuts. We do a lot of fresh baked goods, so that's fun. And so we started brainstorming a model that, we could basically work with farms, and we came up with Clean Cashmere. So we started that, probably a good 3 or 4 years ago, and we launched last year in Rhinebeck with our first yarn line, 4 yarn lines actually. And we started working with farms directly and seeing if they wanted to join Clean Cashmere as part of our herd.
So you're sort of a little co-op kind of thing.
We are. We actually profit sharing. So as when the company makes more, our farmers get paid more.
So when you say profit sharing, you're probably not talking about millions of dollars.
No, and we're not even talking time. We're talking actually just fiber profit. So we're talking about the cost of the fiber and the processing and the, putting it out there, the advertising. So we're not even talking time at this point. But the farms do get, one of the models that we came up with was a lot of times with fiber in the U.S., you send your fiber to a mill, it can take 6 months to a year to get processed. You don't see any income from that fiber until a year later, or maybe even 2 years later. So it's not, we talk about sustainable, it really does not work to support your farm, when you're not getting any kind of income back for 2 years. So what we do is we tell farms the minute the fiber hits the mill and it's weighed, as soon as you mail it in, we pay you. So we pay you. So they get paid instantly. And so that was an important part of our model, is making sure that farms get paid directly as soon as the mill gets the fiber. And I'll be honest with you, we're not pulling an income from it. Everything we make in this company right now, we're at the foundation stage and we're going to our second year. Everything that we make, we're putting back into the company, whether it's through the social media or the farms, and whatnot.
Yeah, but you can't, just because you feel that way about the social imperative or the moral imperative doesn't mean everybody else can feel that way or can afford to feel that way. So if you wanted people to be part of your group, you kind of have to give them something, or because it can't just be this big I mean, I guess it could be this big nonprofit, but when it comes down to it, you want this to be a functional, sustainable system.
Absolutely. Yep, absolutely.
Yeah.
And actually this year we looked at our sales, and it's going to work. It's going to be a successful model. We can keep at it. And slow growth.
Yeah.
We cannot, in this industry, you cannot do, it's just not feasible to do it. So slow growth is a good thing for us.
Yep.
One farm at a time and bringing them on. And the other part of our model that's a little different is that versus a co-op is that a part of our co-ops do this too, but we do a lot of mentor and training. So we have our herd gatherings once every 2 months, and we'll bring in somebody to talk about combing. Or we had David Shaw from New Zealand Cashmere actually at our last herd gathering via Zoom, and he talked about their model and what they're doing in New Zealand. So it's really to make our farmers feel like, we're offering something for them too, outside of just buying their fiber, helping them reach their goals for their farms.
Yes.
That's important, whether they want to get bigger or not get bigger.
Yes.
Yeah.
I believe, and my husband can correct me if I'm wrong here, but I believe we were talking maybe with something about the Cashmere Association about videos, and we hadn't quite gotten to that stage yet. But in the meantime, you heard that we were going to the UK this year.
Yes.
And you had a quick recommendation for us. You've got to go to Lumen Bay because that's someone you follow. And it was the most wonderful recommendation. I have to say thank you so much for that because boy, that was just Jillian's she's fantastic. And I think I listened to her a little bit, but really I was just hearing the lilt of her voice. Because they're right on the ocean.
Her location.
Scotland's gorgeous, but it's a little bit lonely. It's like many places in Montana, or places that have a lot of space to them. You have to be very comfortable in your skin, and it's obvious she's a very dedicated, strong woman that does what she wants. And it's interesting to me how many women in farming we find that are representative of this. But the things that you've talked about so far, she has taken her goats and she's run her business. She has a scientific background a bit. But she's also put goats in the educational system a little bit. So it's kind of funny how one of your main components is education, and she's done the same. She's using goats. I don't know if you've
and even our companies, she's trying to bring back the whole Scottish. And when so there is also like a Kevin Bacon moment here too. Let me tell you, as far as we're connected, which is kind of cool. So so I started following them because anybody obviously with Cashmere, I'm like, oh, more about them. But ironically, I started following, and she was great, and we were dialoguing back and forth, and I was looking at her mission and what our mission is, and we were talking about database and how to keep track of data on our genetics of our goats. And then I saw all of a sudden she had somebody doing some test knitting for her, and who I knew, actually my husband, one of his former would be contractors that he used to work with, his name's Gary Downs. Well, his wife Natasha was doing test knitting for her. And I said, I know Natasha's been on my farm. She's come from Scotland to visit. She's actually Russian, her husband's Scottish. But anyway, so when I reached out to Natasha, I'm like, you got to be kidding me. You just test knit the hat for Luna Bay. She's like, yeah, I'm really good friends with them. I'm like, I know them. So yeah, so it was really, really cool that.
It's a sad irony that we were having the same conversation with her over there about things that happen in many ways, almost exactly the same way here. They are trying to have Scottish Cashmere be a thing again, but the infrastructure is the problem. And think about it. Here, how many mills do you have to choose from when you want to have a mill process your fiber? Do you have 50,000 mills in the States here?
Right. No.
How many do you have?
No, we just were on a conference call with our mill, which we are putting our fiber in now for next year. You have to do it in a year in advance, and it's very, very limited, the milling, and that the processing is a huge issue. And the mills are great; they know what they're doing, But a lot of them are one-man shows. They might have 2 or 3 people working for these mini mills, and that's it. So.
But there used to be quite a few, and they've sort of died out. Correct?
Yes. Yep.
Yeah. We were at one a couple years back, Mount Meadow, out in Montana, Wyoming. Yeah, she's right there. They're right there in that edge, and they're a fairly large thing because they have all of those sheep that come out of the northern ranges, and they process chunks of wool at a time. But again, you look at this and you think, large or small, the mill is sort of it's it's not a dying thing, but it is something that is endangered, very definitely, because it's been replaced by all of these artificial fabrics. And if you can just weave something in plastic, and it doesn't feel the same, but it's difficult to compete with that whole plastics industry.
Right.
In a fiber, in a smaller way.
But let me tell you what I've learned, that one of the pieces that we're missing, and I can't understand why, so maybe somebody can teach me, is that everywhere else in our society, technology has taken a hold and moved things fast forward. But for some reason in the milling industry, and I understand you mill something, the concepts are the same, but we haven't had any technological advances in the milling industry in forever. Like, I mean, if you look at these machines, the machines have not, I mean, there's no, as far as technology, very little technology growth has happened in that area. We're still using machines that are very similar to what they were in the 1800s and early 1900s.
Is that because they're made better? I mean, I hear those old sock machines are, if you can find an old sock machine, you grab it because they're made in a way
they're made so great. But my thinking is more so this, is that there's been so much more money and technology in other areas that in the fiber industry and the small mills, I mean, the engineering students and the tech students the colleges are not looking at that arena right now to make any kind of technological gains. I would love to see a college that has, an engineering, department look at how we can start advancing mills in the U.S., to process fiber faster, or and help these mills make some gains, because I do believe the equipment, probably the foundation equipment will stay the same, but I think there can definitely be some improvements.
So I would say there's a great thing for New York or Texas too, because Texas is sheep and wool capital. But
Texas A&M, I mean, I'd love to.
They have, I believe, the Angora. The gentleman with the Angora Goat Association was telling me that they have huge warehouses down there that are processing fibers for Angora goats too. I mean, I didn't know that until a couple years ago, that small ruminant capital of the United States is basically Texas. I mean, that's the
and a
thing.
lot of Angora gets shipped to South Africa, I believe, to be processed too, because they can't do it here, the amount. So, but I would like to see, my son's a tech major right now at RIT, and I was just like, gosh, get somebody, get some of these kids together to be looking at the milling process and this is where I see it. I see as a model, and I'm probably going way off on the beaten path, but my vision would be something like, if something could be created where we had regional mills, like my farm, I could have my barn and I could have a small regional mill that I could afford and wouldn't be $500,000, $600,000, but I could have a deherring machine that would cost me, let's say a deherring machine would cost me maybe even $20,000, $30,000, that I could get other farms to bring their fiber here regionally, dehair it, and then my processing, I can have yarn in probably 3 months. So it's these little, I mean, the deherring for us is the biggest issue. The deherring takes a long time, and you have to do it in small batches, sometimes even by farm, to get the consistency. But that would be a huge piece, to have smaller, affordable deherring machines for regional farms to use.
Well, maybe New York is the place, because I know that it's always hysterical to me that people think New York and they think the city, and that's kind of what New York is. But New York goes out, even outside of the city, upstate, which is anything, 20 minutes out of the city is upstate, really. In a way. So that's everything all the way up to, Canada.
But the Hudson Valley, Everett has huge textile and fashion happening. So so feel free to pass that idea along. That we're looking for a deherring or processing that can be machines that small farms could work together on affording, so that we could do it. And I don't want to take the mills out of business, but I'm just saying what it would allow us to do is take a step out, so that we could still send our fiber to a mill and they could get it, in the process much faster.
I don't think you're going to send the mills out of business if you're waiting a year to get fiber back. They're overloaded as it is. So there are moments where I believe the textile industry could, in a way, be reborn, like the hops industry kind of started.
They started, and you're right. There has been legislation right now that's in in being activated, which is great on that front for sure.
Yes,
we'll see. I mean, one of the things I love about our company too is that we, I went down to the Hudson. We do a blend of a 50 merino, 50 cashmere, and our merinos from the Hudson Valley, from this great farm. I get to go pick up the fiber and feel it, and and our Cormo actually came from a farm in Michigan that we paired with for a collab, and another farm in New York State. So we're using all all, all natural fibers from either right here in New York State or other farms within the United States for our blends.
So now on the technical side of things, I love fiber, but I really don't know it as much about it as I'd like to. In terms of blending sheep and goat, or alpaca and goat, or alpaca and sheep, or whatever it happens to be, is it kind of like we went to Oregon to the cheese place, and they were doing a cheddar that was a sheep and goat blend, and I thought, gee, that's sort of interesting, but other people had not done it, and I think, is there a reason why they didn't do it? Because the cheese was pretty good.
Yeah.
But they said there's something about that, I think it was that, or maybe it was the sheep and cow blend. Anyway, whatever it was, that was not commonly done. In fiber, is it commonly done to mix different animals? Or?
Yeah, it hasn't been, but now I think you're seeing much more of it. I mean, you think about farms, they would have just raised one species, right? They do merino, or they do they do one specific to their farm, and so they wouldn't do multiple types typically. But now I think what's coming more so, even the cashmere. I mean, 20 years ago, the CGA, all those farms were doing 100% cashmere, and they would never thought about, I could mix it with merino, I could put a little silk in there. There wasn't a crossover or communication with the folks who were actually using it in the textile industry, which have their belief is you create something for what you're going to use it for. So, that's what the makeup should be. So if you're doing 100% cashmere, you want it against your head. If you're looking at a hat to keep you warm, but you need something lofty and a little waterproof, you might mix it with alpaca, and you might mix it with wool. That's going to help you do that. So it's all based. So now it is much more common for people to be like, let's come up with our own blends that fit what garments you're going to, what it's going to be used for.
Yes.
The practicality of it.
Yeah.
And that's because now there's more communication with the textile industry, I think, with that.
So you're not, are you limited in terms of cashmere? Does it really do that one thing? Because it does really, really well. It's soft and gorgeous.
Right.
Does it is it one of those that lends itself nicely to mix with a
So it's something that's, of course it's like supposedly 8 times warmer than wool. It's got that capacity, and that's because it has such extreme crimp. So you think of the crimpiness of each of those fibers, when you put them together, it locks into this really nice seal to hold the heat, versus other fibers that have don't have as much crimp, right? So it's very, very warm, but it's not super waterproof either. So, it's not something that you're going to use as far as moisture all the time. But it does lend itself, and the blends lend themselves. We do a merino blend. We do Cormo is a sheep that has a lot of loft to it. We do a Cormo blend. Not many people, I don't think anybody else is doing a Cormo blend, and we love it. It's great. It's loftier, super warm, and the cashmere gives it super softy, buttery feeling.
How is it to knit?
So we have different, like the pure cashmere is a fingerling weight. Our Americana Cormo is what we call our sport weight, and then we have a sock weight, which is the merino. So again, it depends on, you want to do your mittens, you want to do a hat, you want to do a scarf. So that it's lend itself to different patterns and things that we do. So we have a cashmere club. So we have a quarterly club, which has been really fun. We have like 25, 30 people in it right now, and every quarter we send them a kit, and it has a different blend yarn and a pattern in it. It's a big reveal surprise, but we try to feature the different yarns in each kit, so our club members get a chance to knit with some different blends.
So now you are going to be completely creative, because instead of being in the breed barns this year at Rhinebeck, you are going to be in your shop area, right?
Yes, we'll be with the Cashmere and Goat Association and other farmers that belong to the association with their products, which are amazing. And people get to meet those farmers because some are coming to work in the booth. And then we sponsor, Queen Cashmere sponsors part of the booth, so we'll have our yarns there as well. And our, I think we have at least 10 to 15 farms represented with Queen Cashmere. Fantastic. With our yarn. Yeah.
Wonderful. Boy, such interesting faces, don't they?
They do.
You can just tell them looking at you going, who are you? Look at this face. Something about goats is very cute.
They are, that's McCabe. He's the most curious little guy. What's up, guys? You talking? Huh? So this is, you know, every goat, you know, all our farms here, we all have these stories of these animals. But this is Bernadette. She's actually originally from Springtide Farm in Maine, in Bremen. A lot of this genetics is actually from Bremen, Maine. She specializes in breeding silver cashmeres. And, but Bernadette was born during COVID, and her mother passed away immediately after from a complication, and so she was a single. And Wendy, the owner of the farm, I know they're so fuzzy, aren't they?
I'm sorry, I just touched that.
I know.
Wow.
They're fluffing out a little too now.
Oh, go ahead
So
and talk.
Wendy,
Wow.
well, Wendy got a call. A neighbor of hers, you know, they live in a pretty rural community. A neighbor of her, George, was on the side of the road, and he got hit by a car by drive-by. Right before, like, this was like right during COVID, like March of COVID, so right just when it started. He came home after being in the hospital with some surgeries to fix him up, and he lived on his own, and he had no pets. And he said to Wendy, "Do you have a bottle baby I could just love?" And, you know, like, you know, no one's around, and I'm so lonely. And so she said, "Well, I'll bring Bernadette. You can keep Bernadette." So he had Bernadette from March until June, I think. And there were sightings of George. Oh gosh, oh gee.
Oh, wait, you're going to lose that cord. We have lost a cord to a goat.
I bet you have.
Yes, we have.
So Bernadette went to live with George, and then George took him everywhere in the pickup truck. Bernadette went to the store. She went, like, everybody's like, you know, driving around, and she was living in the house, I guess. And then she came back to Wendy's farm, and, you know, they've got all these big, beautiful rocks in Maine, and Wendy called me and she goes, "I've got a goat for you." I've got a goat because this goat has been away from my farm and is not acclimated to my herd, and you have a small herd. So we took Bernadette in. And this
Obviously a bottle baby. Look at that.
Bottle baby, and these were her 2 first kids. This is the first time she's been bred. But
it was just, I didn't mean to interrupt you when you were speaking there, but touching the babies, the kids it's just phenomenally soft.
So we take our, and this is when you're talking about the science, right, of fiber. So with Queen Cashmere, and I've learned this just because my partner Heidi is such a knitter, and I'm the farm, you know, educator, and she's the actual knitter. But we take the kid cashmere, then when we comb these guys in March, their cashmere is going to be super soft, but it is going to be shorter than it will when they grow up. It'll be a tad shorter. And because it's shorter, to make that kid to use this cashmere in yarn is going to make it potentially a little not as strong. So what we do is we blend all of our kid, for all our farmers, we say, you know, separate your kid cashmere when you comb, and we blend it with merino. We do a 50-50 kid cashmere. And then that way it's beautiful, but that merino adds the length for us. It works great.
So this is, if I understand it correctly, you're talking about the equivalent in sheep of a staple length, which is the length of the fiber and the more elasticity it has, because if you pull the strand, whether it's in a sweater or elsewhere, it has enough length to absorb that pull. Is that correct?
Exactly.
So it makes it stronger in general?
So, I mean, you have to have at least 1.25 inches of length to be cashmere. It has to be that long, 1.25 inches. Theirs will be 1.25 inches, but it will just be probably 1.25 inches. In another year, their staple length will grow to almost 2 inches. So, but that first year when the first, you know, crop of cashmere comes in, it is a little shorter.
So this is when they get older, it's not just the length; it's differences in the middle here too. Correct?
Yeah.
The fiber is softer when it's closer to the skin on a goat.
Or
no?
Not necessarily. It can be that, you know. I know. Yeah, you're saying the microns. You mean as far as like the microns
but
is the crimp.
Like in yaks, you might have something where they have the guard hairs on the top, and then when you get closer to the skin, there's a layer that's actually quite a bit softer. So are goats not like that?
No, I would say with goats, it's really about the middle of their body, and over this way is where you're going to want to get the best cashmere. You know, typically on the side, the neck and the back area is not something you're going to harvest from.
Okay.
With the guard hairs and the cashmere itself.
So how, in terms of the dyeing, I'm one that really loves natural colors, so I'm not a huge dyeing person, but in terms of dyeing cashmere from the goat, how does it take?
Oh, you know, it's just like any other fiber. I mean, it takes really, really well, but I also love the color of the base of the fiber. So like your taupe, my black goats up there have like a taupey fiber to them, they're cashmere, which absorbs like reds and blues and gives you like a really deep hue. The white fiber, you know, dyes really well if you're going to do pinks. You know, so you are going to pick different base colors for if you're going to use a dye, even a natural dye. We just collaborated with Mitchell Wool, and they do only natural dyes. And they combined our cashmere with their Cormo. It came out beautiful.
Again, this is sort of like the astrophysics component to it. You have to not only figure out what you're going to be making, you have to figure out how the dye is going to take.
Yeah, and what color your base is going to be. Do you want to use your white fiber to dye that color, or do you want to use your taupe, or you want to use your dark black? I mean, there's only a few shades with the natural fibers, but.
Now, in terms of keeping goats, because you have to keep these guys healthy. I know that nutrition is super important in fiber production, and it makes a big difference in the actual product itself, because it's just like human hair. Your hair and your nails are going to show how healthy you are, right? So, in terms of keeping cashmere goats, I know that worms are an issue with many goats, and obviously their hooves, your beautiful hoof care on them, but you do have to make sure that you take care of the hooves and the teeth on the goat, right?
Yep.
Anything else? If people were saying, "Hey, I wonder if I could raise goats," what you really have to
the parasites. So these guys were both bred this year, so moms, and so the moms tend to have like a higher parasite load because they're milking, you know, and she had triplets, so even more so for her, we had to watch her really carefully because their immune system gets so taxed. But yeah, hoof care, and you know, being in New York, unlike my friends in Maine who have those rocks in the pastures, the hooves get naturally worn down like deer. We do not in New York. Like I don't have rocks on mine. We just have pastures. So, so trimming every 6 to 8 weeks. Usually, the hooves have to be trimmed.
They seem to gravitate toward the rocks here.
They will.
Is it because it's the high point and they want the high point, or is it the rock itself?
Anything, tables, anything up high is their natural instinct to be up high for sure. It's what they love.
Again, that brings nature inside and makes you connect with it. I keep touching your arm because understand. I'm thinking of the sweater in my head.
Yeah.
When you touch that sweater, just like your little bracelets, when you touch them, you feel.
And I think too, it grounds you as a human when you have that connection with things. You know what I mean? It's not like a superficial thing. It actually sticks in the brain.
I like the way you put that. It grounds you as a human. That's true.
Yeah, and we need, today more than ever, in our fast, busy lives, we have so few things that ground us, I think. And I think that's too why people are coming back to ag and wanting to buy more things that are ag related directly, for sure. Yeah.
I'm going to leave it on that one, but say that if you do want to ground yourself, this is the place to do it.
Oh, thank you. Yeah.
I absolutely, the tiny house that you're putting us up in is lovely, but this whole place is so full of peace and warmth and it's just delightful. I'm really hoping that maybe we're going to take you up on one of those little farm classes next summer when it's not 40 degrees out.
Yeah, I know.
Thank
yeah.
You.
Oh,
thank you so
much. It was a pleasure. Thank you for letting me show you around.
Well,
we
look
love
forward
it.
to hay tomorrow. I won't buck hay, but he might.
We need a bale counter. That's what we need. I need somebody to sit and count bales.